One. Zara. Another, please. I clutch the edge of the bar to keep myself steady, trying to ignore the pounding of my heartbeat in my ears. My boss worked me into the ground over the past few weeks, getting everything ready for the new senior partners that are joining the firm. So the least he can do is provide me with bottomless champagne. Spencer and Mayers has booked one of the most luxurious cocktail bars in Manhattan for the occasion. And it's a pretty good turnout with most of the firm in attendance, as well as a few of our best clients and associates. I should be happy that the firm is growing and bringing on more senior partners. But it's hard to be happy when one of those new partners is the reason for the nightmares that still have me waking drenched in sweat most nights. His beady eyes bore into my back, prickling my skin, and a thin sheen of sweat breaks out on the back of my neck. He's everywhere in the halls of my office block, at the coffee cart at lunch. Sometimes I could swear even on the subway home. But I'll be damned if I let him break me again. Here you are, miss. I flash a smile at the bartender as I take my fresh glass of champagne. As I'm about to take a sip, a hand touches my waist, and I startle and squeal, spilling some of my drink down the front of my cream blouse. Have you missed me, Zara? I whirl, coming face to face with the devil himself. Giovanni, you've grown up. I hate the way his gray eyes strip me bare as he towers over me in his custom navy suit, with his gold Rolex and perfectly styled dark hair. To most, he's the picture of success, but to me, he's evil incarnate. Last time we saw each other, you were only an intern. Now look at you. Fighting the urge to launch what's left of my champagne at his face, I swallow down the bile in my throat as his eyes roam over my body, making me feel as if I'm standing stark naked in the middle of the room. I clutch my glass so tightly I'm worried it might shatter. He places a hand on the bar, leaning forward until his mouth almost brushes my ear. Well, aren't you going to congratulate me on making senior partner? Congratulations. His eyes flick down to my chest. I must say, having you beneath me is a nice little bonus I wasn't expecting. The innuendo makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. He chuckles. I had hoped to have a word at the board meeting the other week, but you ran out of there so fast I was worried you were upset by my arrival. More like disgusted. I've been very busy. I'm trying my best to sound strong and confident. I hope Daniel hasn't been working you too hard. It's nothing I can't handle. Giovanni's eyes light up. He takes another step closer to me. Have a drink with me, Zara. I'm backed up against the bar with nowhere to go. I'm good, thanks. Come on, Zara, he purrs. It's my party. It's not just your party, I remind him. You're not the only person who was made senior partner. A smirk tugs at his lips. Perhaps not, but I'm the only one who matters. How do you manage to hold your head up with an ego that large? Giovanni throws his head back and laughs. I have missed your quick wit. I take another sip of my drink. Is there something you wanted, or can I get back to my friend? I look around for Callie, but the room is so crowded she's impossible to find. Oh, there's something I want, but it can wait until later. Enjoy the party. He flashes me a wink. I barely register the fact that he's left. My body is trembling, and my eyes are stinging with tears. My stomach churns as I fight the memories trying to resurface. Not here, not now. Hey, Zara, Callie appears at my side, snapping me back to reality. Sorry, got caught up chatting with Harrison. It's unfair that he gets to be that good-looking and successful. Is everything okay? You look pale. Oh, I'm fine. I force a smile, though my eyes keep scanning the room for Giovanni. It's been a long few weeks. Tell me about it. Callie rolls her eyes. I'll be glad when all this is over. The new senior partners seem nice, though, which is good. I was worried they'd all be a bunch of egotistical douchebags. I open my mouth to tell Callie to watch her back just in case, when someone who gets my heart pounding even more than Giovanni catches my eye. But this time not from fear. Oh no. Dmitry Koslov. What the hell is he doing here? He's my best friend's brother-in-law and a complete and utter playboy. I can't deny the fact that the man is incredibly sexy with his broad shoulders, dark eyes, and dark hair that curls slightly around the back of his neck. I've never known someone to work a black shirt and pants as well as he does, but he fucking knows it, and that's the problem. And so do all the girls at my firm, apparently. There's a swarm of them surrounding him, hanging off his every word as he flashes them each an easy smile. I've been with guys like Dmitry before. It's all fun and exciting to begin with, but when it comes down to actually putting a label on things, they run in the opposite direction and leave you a weeping mess on the bathroom floor. I refuse to do that again. I've worked too hard to get to a place where I'm confident and secure not just in myself, but in my career too, and I'm not going to jeopardize that for sex, no matter how mind-blowing it would be. Dmitry certainly looks like he knows what he's doing. As if he can read the dirty thoughts running through my mind, he looks up and catches my eye, flashing me a wink that has my cheeks burning and heat pooling in my lower belly. What? Callie glances around, most likely to try to see who or what's caught my attention. And nothing. I grab her by the hand. Come with me to the bathroom. I don't give her a chance to reply before I'm dragging us in the opposite direction before Dmitry has a chance to come over. I manage to stay clear of both Dmitry and Giovanni for the next hour or so, slowly sipping on my champagne as I wingwoman Callie as she tries her best to land a date with Harrison, one of the junior solicitors. I think we're getting out of here. Callie has a huge smile on as she shrugs on her coat. Harrison and some of the other guys are going to a bar downtown. Are you okay getting home? Yeah, I'll grab a cab. See you Monday. Bright and early, unfortunately. Callie gives me a quick hug goodbye before hurrying off to catch up with Harrison. I'm happy for her. She's been pining after him for months. But I make a mental note to check in with her in the morning, just in case. What happened with Giovanni has meant that I'm always on high alert when it comes to men, no matter how nice they seem. Because at one point in time, I thought I was safe with him. He was charming and kind, and seemed genuinely interested in me as a person. Or so I thought. Sometimes, I wonder if I only saw what I wanted to see. Perhaps, if I hadn't been so blinded by his success, the red flags would have made their appearance much sooner. I pushed the thoughts away, not wanting them to ruin any more of my night. After finishing the last of my drink, I go in search of my coat, which I left at one of the tables when I first arrived. My feet are screaming at me in my heels, and I can't wait to climb into bed and fall asleep watching some trashy reality show. Leaving so soon. I pretend I don't hear Giovanni as I make my way through the sea of tables. You're not ignoring me, are you, Zara? Perhaps I'll have to make a note of your rudeness in your performance review coming up. Can I help you with something? I whirl around, almost colliding with his chest. He knows exactly the right buttons to push. He knows there isn't anything I wouldn't do to protect my career, which means he has all the control, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it. Have another drink, let it loosen you up a bit. I'm fine, thanks. I keep my voice almost bored, though my body is screaming at me to run. I'm more than happy to give you a ride home, if that's what you're worried about. I've got it covered. Come on, Zara, this isn't like you, he murmurs. You used to be fun. Why don't I remind you how much fun we used to have together? He reaches out to tuck a strand of my hair behind my ear, and I can't stop myself from recoiling at his touch, at the feeling of his calloused fingers against my skin. I'm not interested. I move to turn away, but Giovanni grabs my arm, gripping me hard enough to bruise. I have a boyfriend. Oh, yeah. He won't like the fact you're touching me right now. My eyes dart around to see if anyone noticed, to see if the one person who could save me happens to be watching. Well, it's a good thing this boyfriend isn't here, he murmurs in my ear. Cringing at his hot breath on my skin, I screw my eyes shut as I fight back the memories that are starting to claw their way to the surface once more. He doesn't need to know, Zara. My eyes fly open, and I gasp as I find Dmitri stalking toward me, his dark eyes blazing as they lock onto mine. Dmitri, I breathe. Giovanni freezes, and I take the chance to pull myself free of his grip and stagger toward Dmitri. It's clear he can see the fear in my eyes as he glances behind me at Giovanni, and his jaw tightens. Hey you, I offer him the warmest smile I can muster. Did you miss me, Pikalka? Dimitri's chuckles before wrapping his strong arms around me. I almost collapse into his arms as relief courses through my body. Sinking my fingers into the soft material of his shirt, I inhale deeply to try and calm my racing heart. I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm safe. Please, for the love of God, play along, I whisper in his ear. Dmitri pulls away and grins down at me as his hands travel south, cupping my ass, a smirk tugging at his lips. Gladly. Before he has a chance to change his mind, I take Dmitri by the hand and turn to face Giovanni, trying to ignore how warm and large Dimitri's hand is as it clutches mine. How his thumb rubs back and forth along my knuckles, causing goosebumps to break out across my skin. Giovanni, I'd like you to meet my boyfriend, Dmitri Koslov. 2. Dmitri. I've never played the part of a fake boyfriend before. Hell, I've never played the part of a real boyfriend before, but there's a first time for everything. Especially if it means getting my hands on Zara Mullins. The girl is a firecracker, with flowing blonde hair, curves to die for, and the brightest green eyes. The second I saw her, I knew she would give me a run for my money, and I wasn't wrong. The first time we met at my family's home in Forest Hills, she shot me down and would barely give me the time of day. And I've been addicted ever since. Being the best friend of my brother's wife, I know she's off limits, but that doesn't mean I can't admire her from afar. I know I'm no good for her. I have what people call commitment issues, and I don't plan on changing anytime soon. I've seen with my own eyes what can happen if you let yourself get close to someone. My brother Alexei is living proof. His wife and unborn child were taken right out from under his nose as a bargaining tool, and it almost broke him. Love is a weapon ready to be used against you. I won't let myself make the mistake of falling for anyone. So I always make sure to keep my distance, even if my heart is screaming at me not to. And if Zara wants me to swoop in and save the day by playing the part of her Prince Charming, then I'm going to act my fucking ass off. I don't fake the smirk that tugs on my lips when she introduces me as her boyfriend. I quite like the sound of the word as it spills from her lips. Pleasure to meet you. I reach out with my free hand, the other still clutching Zara's small fingers tightly. It seems she doesn't want to let me go, and I'm not complaining about it. Likewise, Giovanni's eyes narrow as he looks at me. I offer him an easy smile, which he doesn't return. I take a moment to look over this guy, who is getting a little too close for comfort to Zara. The moment I walked through the doors of the cocktail lounge, I spotted her at the bar, tanking champagne like her life depended on it. And my eyes haven't been able to let her go since. So I saw when he cornered her, how her eyes went wide and her face drained of color beneath the warm orange bar lights. I fought the urge to storm over and grab this guy by the collar and slam his face into the marble top bar. But I knew I had no right to step in, to play the hero in her story, though part of me can't help but feel protective over her, especially considering the mess my family dragged her into almost a year ago. I can still feel the phantom weight of her in my arms as I carried her unconscious body from the basement cell where Mario Gelanto kept her hostage. I can still smell the coppery twang of her blood as she was rushed to surgery to repair all the internal damage she had. She had looked so fragile, lying in the hospital bed, hooked up to multiple machines and tubes. I almost couldn't bear to look at her. She was so far away from the strong, outspoken girl I had come to know, and I feared she would never come back, that she was going to be broken forever. And my family would have been responsible. Is that why she seems so frightened around this guy? Has that experience scarred her more than she ever let on? It never should have gotten that far, and I will carry that guilt for the rest of my life. I know she doesn't blame us for what happened, but how could she not? Being linked to the Koslovs is no better than a death sentence. Which is exactly why I keep my heart locked away and only indulge in meaningless one-night stands and casual sex, where I am safe in the knowledge that no one will get hurt. Giovanni is one of our new senior partners, Zara explains, but I'm barely listening. I untangle my fingers from Zara's and wrap my arms around her waist, pulling her tightly against me. She lets out a little gasp as I bend down to nuzzle into her hair, fighting back a moan as I'm hit with the sweetest strawberry scent. Giovanni smirks. I'm very much looking forward to having Zara assist me. I glance over at Giovanni and let my displeasure at his words reflect on my face. He forces a smile. She's an asset to the company. I look down at Zara and flash her a wink. Her cheeks heat and she looks away. Interesting. Giovanni looks between us. How long have you been together? Time to play the part of the doting boyfriend. A few months. I squeeze Zara's waist. Not long then. I glance at Giovanni, and his eyes flash with challenge. He honestly thinks there's a competition here. No, but it only took one date for me to know she's it for me. I'd happily put a ring on her finger tonight if she'd let me, but you know Zara. She wants to focus on her career before we start thinking about planning a wedding. This girl is something else. I almost laugh at how easy it is for the lies to fall off my tongue. Zara lets out a nervous laugh as she glances between me and Giovanni. I stroke my hand up and down her waist to try and soothe her nerves. She sure is. He eyes Zara with such hunger that I take a step forward, angling my body so that she's slightly behind me. I don't give a fuck if this guy is her boss. If he keeps looking at her like she's a piece of meat, I will have no issue sending my fist into the fucker's jaw. I can't believe I get to call her mine. I reach out to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear before cupping her cheek. Zara leans into my touch, her eyes fluttering closed for a second, and for a moment, I forget that we're not alone. Giovanni clears his throat, and I flash Zara a wink. Do you work for Spencer and Mayers too? Why is this fucker still here? I brush my thumb over Zara's lower lip before dropping my hand and turning my attention back to her boss. He has his arms folded across his chest, his shirt sleeve lifting enough to flash his watch. Is he for real? They work for me. I've found the lawyers at this firm to be the most discreet when it comes to certain business ventures. Giovanni's gray eyes narrow. What sort of business ventures? I don't miss the way Zara tenses against me, so I give her waist a reassuring squeeze. My family likes to dip their toes in many waters, but we're Russian, so our main business is a vodka distillery back in Moscow. Is that so? I plaster an easy smile on my face as I let Giovanni piece together the puzzle. Like I said, we have many business ventures. It seems your girl has more of a champagne taste rather than vodka. Zara forces a laugh as she leans in closer to me. I'll give her whatever she wants, whatever she needs. Meeting her changed my life. I still remember the first time I saw her. You do, Zara whispers, glancing up at me, her green eyes wide as I look down at her. It's carved into my memory. I let her hear the sincerity in my voice. I watch her throat bob and her cheeks redden, and I know she remembers it too. She wouldn't give me the time of day. That mixed with her smart mouth and sexy curves had me almost on my knees, drooling with need. It's rare that a woman doesn't throw herself at me the moment I flash her a smile. But not Zara. She wasn't impressed by my charm or my wealth. If anything, she was repulsed by it. She's going to be working long hours over the next few months. You probably won't be seeing much of her. Giovanni raises his eyebrows at me in challenge. I force a smile. We'll make it work. I support my woman having a career. Zara tugs on my arm. We should really be going. It's been a long day. Let's get you home to bed, I tease. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you, Giuseppe. It's Giovanni. Right, sorry, I shrug. I bite the inside of my cheek to stop from smiling at the look of fury on the douchebag's face. See you on Monday, Zara. He flashes her a smile that has me seeing red. Zara nods once, her grip tightening on my arm as Giovanni's eyes flick over her once more before he turns and leaves. He was pissed. Zara steps away from me the moment he disappears from sight, running her hands through her long hair. I'm going to pay for that on Monday. Chill out, it worked. Your boss is off your back. I try to ignore how much I miss having her leaning into me. Zara folds her arms across her chest and frowns. For now. I watch as she pulls her lower lip between her teeth, looking around as if she's worried this guy is going to jump her the moment I step away. What's the deal with this guy anyway? He seems a little too interested in you. Zara shrugs, tightening her arms across her chest. Nothing, he's like that with everyone. Bullshit, her eyes flick up to mine, and I blink at the haunted look behind them. Zara. I said it's nothing. She looks away. Her throat bobs, and I fight the urge to reach out and wrap my arms around her. It sure as hell didn't seem like nothing. I don't like the way he was looking at you. If he's going to be a problem. He's not, besides, he's my boss. Sometimes you have to put up with crap at work. There's putting up with crap, and there's being harassed by some asshole who thinks he can use his power to get into some girl's panties. Zara flinches at my words, but she needs to hear the truth. You need to watch your back. Guys like him are everywhere, and they don't like taking no for an answer. I can handle myself. I know you can, I'm just saying. Dimitri, please just stop. She throws her hands up in the air. I can't talk about this right now. I'm tired, and I just want to go home. Let me at least drive you. No, thanks, I've got it covered. I run my hands through my hair, feeling torn. I know Zara can handle herself, and I have absolutely no right to barge my way into her life again and start throwing my weight around. But fuck if I didn't love playing the part of her overprotective boyfriend. I'm fine, Dimitri. She forces a smile that doesn't meet her eyes. You don't need to worry about me. Before I have a chance to say anything else, she's walking away. But I don't fail to notice the way her shoulders slump as if in defeat, and fuck if it doesn't make my chest ache. I shake off the feeling. This is exactly the sort of thing I'm trying to avoid. So, as much as I want to go running after Zara and force her into the passenger seat of my car so I can drive her home myself, I turn my back on her and go in search of another drink. I think about finding someone to warm my bed for the night, but after being with Zara, no woman here can compare. 3. Dimitri. It's been a week since I pretended to be Zara's boyfriend, and I can't seem to shake the haunted look in her eyes from my mind. It plagues my dreams, turning them into nightmares. Something about the situation with her new boss doesn't sit well with me. I've known countless men like Giovanni, and they're ruthless. They prey on girls like Zara, using their power and wealth to cover up their tracks. I have influence at Spencer and Mayer's. They've worked for my family for years, and if I tell them to fire the bastard, they will, but there's no way that it wouldn't get back to Zara. I know she's worked hard to get to where she is, and I don't want to risk jeopardizing her position at the company. So, I'll keep quiet. For now, my phone pings with a message from my older brother, Alexei, asking me to meet him at our family home in Forest Hills. I don't really have the time to drive out to Queens, but when Alexei says something is urgent, I have no choice but to make the trip. But it does mean I get to sneak in a few cuddles with my new nephew before I'm due back in the city this evening. The drive out there is second nature. I've done it so many times, I barely register what my hands are doing as I sit behind the wheel. Our family mansion was bought by my parents just after my youngest brother, Daniel, was born on the premise that we needed more space now that there were 4 kids running rampant. When they died, Alexei and I discussed selling the property. It holds a lot of memories for us, ones that were becoming too painful to face now that our parents were gone, but Daniel was adamant he wanted to keep the house. He was barely 16 when our parents were murdered, and the life that he knew was torn to shreds. It was the only place he ever felt close to them, so we kept it. It had barely been used in the 9 years since their death, with the 4 of us brothers only escaping out to Forest Hills if we ever needed to lay low for a while. Our line of work often means targets are put on our backs, and as much as I'd prefer to put a bullet in the head of every single fucker who dared look at my family the wrong way, we sometimes have to pick and choose our fights. So, Alexei would order us out of the city for a few days, and we would retreat to our home in Forest Hills. That was until Alexei decided to take up permanent residence at the estate with his new wife, Bianca Bellucci, the daughter of our once rival, Emilio Bellucci. Their arranged marriage joined our 2 families and bought Emilio our protection from Mario Gelanto in exchange for information that ultimately helped us take down the Gelanto mafia. I must say, I didn't have high expectations for their marriage, considering the circumstances that brought them together. But it turned out to be the perfect match in the end, with my eldest brother becoming smitten with his new wife almost immediately. So, the 2 of them decided to settle into married life outside of the city at our old family home, where they're now raising their 5-month-old son, Leonid. Little Leo. I can't say I'm not jealous of what my brother has. Married life and fatherhood suits him well. I'm curious to know what Alexei is so insistent on talking to me about in person. I tried pushing him to just spit it out over the phone, but he refused. So, I know whatever it is can't be good. By the time I'm pulling up to the front gates, my body is a ball of nervous energy, and my jaw aches from grinding my teeth together. I'm desperate for a drink to take the edge off before I sit down for this meeting with my brother. What makes matters worse is the sight of Zara's baby blue Volkswagen Beetle parked outside the front of the house. My stomach twists. Has something happened with Giovanni? Abandoning my car in the drive, I sprint up the front steps, my heart hammering in my chest. I quickly scan my fingerprint to unlock the front door and head inside, almost running straight into Bianca. "Whoa, slow down," she laughs. "What's the hurry?" "Zara S. here." I glance around the empty foyer. Bianca frowns, her blue eyes narrowing as she looks at me. She flicks her long, brown hair over her shoulder and crosses her arms over her chest. "Yeah, so. Is everything okay?" "Everything's fine, Dmitri. She wanted to see the baby." She frowns. "Why?" At that moment, Zara and Alexei stroll out of the kitchen, a squirming Leo in my brother's arms. I blink at the sight of Zara. She looks exhausted, with dark purple shadows lining her green eyes, and her shoulders are hunched over, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Gone is the strong, confident girl I've come to know, and in her place is a ghost. Zara's eyes meet mine, and she stops in her tracks. What are you doing here? Can I talk to you? I ignore her question. She glances anxiously at Bianca. B and I were just about to take Leo for a walk before his nap. It will only take a second. I can feel Bianca watching us closely, but I don't care. I need to know if she's truly all right, because I can't shake the feeling that she was downplaying the situation with her boss. You can talk later, Alexei states. Dmitri, my office. Cannot wait. Now. I glance once more at Zara, but she's refusing to look at me. Every instinct in my body is screaming at me to go to her, to demand she tell me the truth. But the look Alexei is giving me tells me that he would have no problem taking me by the collar and dragging me up the stairs like he did when we were kids. Fine, I huff out a breath. My brother hands the baby off to Bianca, and we both make our way up the stairs to his office on the top floor of the house in silence. Once the door is closed and locked behind us, I brace myself for whatever bomb my brother is about to drop. You're not going to like what I have to say. Alexei sinks down into one of the leather armchairs, crossing an ankle over a knee. I never like what you have to say. I shrug. At least let me have a drink in my hand before you tell me whatever it is that has you so on edge. Alexei stays quiet, so I head over to the bar cart in the corner and pour us both a finger of vodka. Spit it out then, brat. I place the crystal glass in his hand and take a seat in the armchair opposite. Alexei swirls the clear liquid around in the glass, and I watch as the muscle in his jaw flexes. Shit, what has got my brother so wound up? Did you know Massimo Conti has a daughter? He asks, keeping his eyes down. As in the Mafia Don, I frown. No, I didn't know. Well, he does. Well, thanks for the info, brat, but you could have just put that in a text. I chuckle, taking a sip of my drink. I'm not done. I lean back in my chair, throwing an arm over the back as I look at my older brother. His usual immaculate dark hair is ruffled, as if he's run his hands through it multiple times, and his dark blue shirt is crumpled and rolled up at the sleeves. What's going on, Alexei? You look like you didn't get any sleep last night, and not in a good way. I heard a rumor that Massimo is planning on asking you to marry his daughter, Lucia, in order to defuse the escalating war between our two families. I can't stop the laugh that escapes me as my brother's words sink in. You're joking. Alexei sighs. I wish I was. What made him think I was interested in marriage? That's the last fucking thing I want, Alexei. I down the rest of my drink. Saying no will only make things worse. You have to think in the best interest of the family, Dmitri. I always think in the best interest of the family. For once, can't I just let this one go? Palm her off to Mikhail, or fuck, even Daniel. Why does it have to be me? They're too young. Bullshit. Massimo asked for you specifically, Dmitri. Why? Likely because I'm already taken. So I get your hand-me-down bride. Fucking great. I don't enjoy putting this on you. Then don't. I slam my empty glass down on the table between us. We all have to make sacrifices, Dmitri. I wasn't exactly thrilled about the idea of marrying Bianca, but it was in the best interest of our family to join up with the Bellucci's. It worked out well for you and Bianca. You were lucky. The same could happen with you and Lucia. I can't think about this right now. I get to my feet. You can't run from this, Dmitri. I'm not fucking running. I have other shit I need to deal with. Can't you give me a few days to at least get my head around the idea? I'm not sure we have a few days. I knew whatever it was that Alexei wanted to discuss would be bad, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. We'll discuss this tomorrow. My voice shakes as I ball my hands into fists, fighting the urge to punch a hole in the wall. Alexei nods once, dismissing me. I storm out of the office, slamming the door behind me. How can Alexei do this to me? I'm well aware that my family isn't on the best terms with the Contis, but is marriage really the only answer? There has to be a way out of this, and I have to find it fast. I have to be careful not to insult the Don of a rival mafia family by rejecting his proposal, because it could result in an all-out war. I can't risk my family like that, which means I'm going to need a hell of a good reason not to marry his spoiled princess of a daughter. I head down the final flight of stairs and across the foyer toward the kitchen to grab something to eat and a coffee for the drive back to the city. It's going to be a long night as I try to sort through my options, so I don't see sleep in my future anytime soon. The door is half open, and Bianca's voice echoes through, causing me to halt in my tracks. Is he still bothering you? There's silence for a moment, and my body tenses up as I realize what they're discussing. Zara, Bianca presses. Sort of. I grind my teeth together, fighting the urge to storm into the kitchen and demand Zara let me take care of the bastard, who doesn't seem to take no for an answer. I thought the whole, pretending Dmitri is your boyfriend, worked. It did for like a day, but you've not met the guy, B, when he wants something. He stops at nothing to get it. Zara, you shouldn't have to put up with this. Can't you talk to HR? And say what? He's technically not crossed any lines. Yet, I mutter under my breath. Bianca sounds almost sad. Maybe it's time you start looking for another job. I can't give him the satisfaction. I hate seeing you like this, Bianca whispers, her voice cracking. You need to quit, Zara. You can't be around this guy all day, every day, worried that he might do something. I can't quit, Zara states. I've worked too hard to get where I am, and I'm not going to let some asshole ruin my career. I won't give him the satisfaction. No one would think any less of you for walking away. I would. Besides, I'm not even sure that would stop him. It's like he's obsessed with me. Then maybe you should go to the police. I can't. My chest tightens at the hopelessness in Zara's voice. This isn't like her at all. Honestly, B, I can handle him. It's really not as bad as I'm making it out to be. You know what I'm like? I can be a bit of a drama queen. She laughs, though the sound is anything but light. Perhaps, but you shouldn't have to fake having a boyfriend just to get your boss to stop hitting on you. Maybe I should have called Dmitri my husband. Perhaps a boyfriend seems too disposable, which is why he refuses to leave me alone. Because Dmitri Koslov is such husband material. I should have called Dmitri my husband. Suddenly, I'm hit with an idea that might solve not only Zara's problem, but my own. It's insane, and it'll no doubt piss Alexei off. But if I can get Zara to agree, then it might just put us both in the clear. The only issue is that I don't think Zara will come around to it easily. I guess I'll just have to do my best to convince her, not just for her sake, but for mine too. 4. Zara. I had hoped talking to Bianca about my situation with Giovanni would help ease my anxiety about the whole thing, but it only seemed to make things worse. I know she thinks the obvious solution is to quit my job, but she doesn't understand that it would make no difference. I quit once before, and he still managed to find me. But she doesn't need to know that. She has enough to worry about already with a 5-month-old baby, so I need to stop complaining and learn to deal with this on my own. I had hoped that having Dmitri pretend to be my boyfriend would at least get Giovanni off my back for a couple of weeks, but it's only seemed to spur him on more. By taking myself off the market, I've made myself into even bigger challenge. He's relentless, calling me into his office multiple times a day just to have an excuse to watch me fulfill the most mundane tasks. Tasks that I could easily complete from the safety of my own cubicle, away from his wandering eyes. but I can't say no. As a paralegal, I'm required to attend all of Giovanni's meetings, organize his calendar, and file all of his case reports. I'm his go-to for all of his admin tasks, for which there is a never-ending list, so I'm practically glued to the man all day, every day, much to his delight. This past week has been even worse than I imagined. I knew it would be difficult being around Giovanni given our history, but seeing him in the flesh every day has triggered a lot of feelings that I thought I had worked through. It seems those feelings of guilt and shame have been lying dormant all this time, waiting for the right moment to resurface. I can't stop looking over my shoulder. Every time I go into the break room to make coffee, I keep feeling eyes on me. If someone gets too close to me in the elevator, my heart starts to race, and sweat breaks out on the back of my neck. It doesn't help that I've barely slept either. Every time I lay my head down on the pillow, he's there, whispering in my ear as he reaches up my skirt. I wake every night drenched in sweat, my throat hoarse as if I've been screaming. I can't live like this, but I don't know a solution that doesn't involve me ruining my career. Bianca will likely call me tomorrow to discuss it further. But right now, I just want to head home and crawl into bed to watch reality shows and order some takeout for dinner. I'm exhausted, physically and mentally, so I'm hoping I'll have a rare night of dreamless sleep. I jog down the front steps of Bianca's house and head across the gravel toward my car. I've had it since I was old enough to get my learner's permit, and it shows. The thing is covered in scratches and dents, but it's gotten me through some tough times, so I will continue driving it until it gives out. Zara, wait. I groan at the sound of Dimitri's voice. Not now, Dimitri. I unlock my door. His footsteps crunch against the gravel behind me. Can we talk? I have nothing to say. I open my door. Please, I'm tired and I want to go home. Dimitri slams my car door shut, and I whirl around, furious that he's refusing to take no for an answer. I've had enough of overbearing alpha types for 1 week. I go to yell, but his strong arms are on either side of me, trapping me between him and my car, and all words seem to leave me. Talk to me, he murmurs, his dark eyes flicking down to my lips. About what? I can barely think when he's this close, which is exactly why he's doing it. A deep crease appears between his eyebrows, and he dips his head so that he's almost resting his forehead against my own. If I took a deep enough breath, my chest would brush against his. Just the thought of running my hands over his broad chest, feeling the heat of his body beneath my fingertips, has me almost melting. Dmitry Koslov is intoxicating, which is exactly why I make such an effort to keep my walls firmly in place whenever he's around. He's the worst type of playboy. He makes you feel special, as if you're the only girl to ever catch his eye. Then once he's had his fix, he'll leave you to wake up alone, wondering if you dreamed the whole thing. Most of the time, I can convince myself that sleeping with him wouldn't be worth the emotional damage. But right now, I barely have the energy to keep my eyes open, so when he looks at me like I'm the only girl to walk the earth, I'm tempted to walk straight into the trap. Is your boss still bothering you? His breath tickles my cheek. He smells of bergamot mixed with alcohol, and I want to smother myself in it. Dmitri. My voice trails off as he reaches out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind my ear, his fingertips grazing my cheek. Zara, I know you, and this isn't you. I sink my teeth into my lower lip as tears start to prick my eyes. I'm emotionally spent, and it's clear I'm not doing a very good job of hiding it. So I'll say it again. Talk to me, Zara. I don't want to talk about this anymore, Dmitri. I lean back against the car door. I'm tired. I know, Pikalka. Don't call me that. I frown, folding my arms across my chest. I don't even know what he is calling me. I can call you my girlfriend if you prefer. I roll my eyes, and he chuckles, the sound causing a shiver to run down my spine. I must say, I quite enjoyed playing the role of overprotective boyfriend. Is that so? I don't know why I'm engaging with him. I should just get in my car and drive back to the city. But there's something about being around Dmitri that has my shoulders loosening and the weight on my chest lifting. He has the sort of ease about him that I wish I could bottle up and pour on my morning cereal. It's actually what I wanted to talk to you about. If you're going to ask me on a date, the answer is no, Koslov. Ouch, Dmitri laughs, taking a hand and pressing it to his heart. That cut deep. I'm sure you have no shortage of women willing to go out with you, so I don't feel bad for turning you down. I wasn't going to ask you on a date, Zara. He drops his other hand from beside my head, folding them across his broad chest. His light blue shirt sleeves are rolled to the elbows, and I can't help but stare at his muscular forearms. But I have a proposition for you. This ought to be good. I glance up and feel the breath catch in my throat as Dmitri flashes me that signature smirk that I know has most girls turning into a puddle of hormones on the ground. From the way my skin prickles, I wouldn't say I'm much better, though I'd never let him know that. Trust me, it benefits us both equally. I'm not having sex with you either. Get your mind out of the gutter, Mullins, he scoffs. I raise my own eyebrows in challenge. He shakes his head. I'm not asking you for sex. Now I'm really intrigued. His eyes search my face for a moment. My cheeks heat from the intensity of his gaze, but I force myself not to look away. I don't think I've ever seen him so serious. Dmitri lets out a long breath. I think we should get married. I blink, sorry, what? I think we should get married. Yeah, no, I heard you the first time. I'm just failing to understand the logic here. Dmitri runs his hands through his hair, messing up the soft curls. My dear brother has decided to betroth me, and I need an out. You have a creepy boss who apparently doesn't see a boyfriend as enough of a reason to leave you alone. Perhaps if you had a ring on your finger, he might finally take the hint. You're betrothed. He sighs, apparently. To whom? Dmitri narrows his eyes at me. Why do you care? Not jealous, are we? No. Dmitri's lips twitch as he takes in my flushed cheeks. It's to a daughter of a family we're currently in disagreement with. I've never met the girl, and I don't plan on it. I don't ask for more details. I'm no stranger to the sort of business the Koslovs get caught up in after my close call with Mario Gelanto, so I can only imagine the sort of disagreement he's referring to. He clears his throat. So, what do you think? It's an insane idea. Dmitri shrugs. Perhaps. There's no guarantee it will even work. I mean, you met Giovanni. I don't think a ring and a piece of paper is going to stop him. Zara, Dmitri sighs. He's well aware of who I am. I saw it on his face the moment you introduced me. If you're legally tied to me, he would be asking for a bullet in his skull if he so much as looked at you the wrong way. It buys you not only my protection, but my family's protection. You would honestly do that for me. I bite my lip. Yes, no hesitation. But in return, you will be my wife until Massimo finds another suitable husband for his daughter. That could take years. It could. It's a risk we'll have to take. My thoughts are running 1,000,000 miles an hour. This is the most insane idea I've ever heard of. Marrying Dmitri Koslov. I shake my head. How do you know this will even work? Because I will make sure of it. I look into Dmitri's dark eyes and see nothing but sheer determination. This would solve both our problems, Zara. I hate the fact that I'm actually considering this, but Dmitri makes a good point. If Giovanni knew I was married to a Koslov, he likely wouldn't come anywhere near me. Not unless he had a death wish. It would mean I could stay at my job, and I wouldn't be living in fear of what he might do every minute of the day. If we do this, I have one condition. Dimitri's lips twitch, but he nods for me to continue. We have a small wedding. I don't need this to get back to my family, especially my sister. They wouldn't buy it anyway, seeing as I've never introduced a boy to them before. Well, unless you count the time I was 9 and married Sam who lived next door. I scrunch my nose, my cheeks heating as I realize what I've just given away. You've never brought a boy back to your family. Of course, he didn't miss that information. Can we stick to the subject at hand? You're the one who started rambling. Dimitri chuckles. Do you agree with my condition or not? I place my hands on my hips. I couldn't care less about the actual wedding, Zara, so yes, I agree. I hate the fact that Dimitri is coming to my rescue. I want to be able to handle Giovanni on my own, but I'm terrified. Given our history, I know exactly the sort of thing he's capable of. And if this past week is anything to go by, I know he's not going to stop until he gets his hands on me. The thought makes my blood run cold. What other choice do I have? Right now, marrying Dmitri Koslov seems like my only option. I guess you've got yourself a deal. 5. Dimitri. I can't believe I'm actually getting married. Granted, it's a fake marriage, but still, I never thought it would actually happen for me. I've not exactly got a stellar track record when it comes to women, and for good reason. I prefer to keep my distance. It's better for everyone involved. Alexei will be pissed when he learns of our engagement, but I don't care. If he wants to spring a betrothal on me and expect me to roll over and accept it, then he doesn't know me at all. He's giving me no choice. There is no way in hell I'm going to marry Lucia Conti. I don't care if it's in the best interest of our family, I just won't do it. It might make me a selfish prick for dragging Zara into this mess in order to give me an out. But she will be using me just as much as I'll be using her. Granted, linking her to the Koslovs brings a new sort of threat, but it's nothing I can't handle. If Alexei and Bianca can make it work, then so can Zara and I. If it means not having to marry Lucia Conti, then it's worth it. The next step is announcing our engagement to our families. I meet Zara after work on Monday for a drink at the Russian tea rooms to discuss a plan. Alexei has been blowing my phone up all day, demanding to talk through this arrangement with Massimo Conti, but I've silenced all of his calls. His name flashing on my phone is a reminder that I'm running out of time. I only hope that Zara hasn't changed her mind in the 2 days since we made our deal. If she backs out, I don't have a plan B. I order us both a drink, and I'm almost finished with my vodka by the time Zara arrives. I've chosen a private booth toward the back of the restaurant, away from any prying ears. Have you been waiting long? She looks stunning in a dark green dress to match her eyes, her long, blonde hair in loose waves around her shoulders. Her cheeks are flushed, and she's breathing heavily as if she's run here. I clear my throat and offer her an easy smile. Not long at all. She slides into the booth opposite, setting her purse down on the table. I slide the vodka martini toward her. Figured you might need one. You have no idea. She lifts the frosted glass to her lips, taking a long sip. How bad was it today? Zara shrugs before taking another sip. She's downplaying this situation with Giovanni. It's written all over her face. Let's not talk about work. I ball my hands into fists beneath the table to stop myself reaching for her. Zara places her hands on the table in front of her. We need to discuss how we're going to announce this. We could just go down to City Hall and get it over with. Zara's eyes widen, and I realize that might be a little too quick for her liking. Or not. I don't think your brothers would be too pleased to learn you got married without even telling them. Alexei, yes, Daniel and Mikhail. They'd be more annoyed that they didn't get a chance to throw me a bachelor party. Do you want a bachelor party? My life is one big bachelor party, I joke. You're a pig, she scoffs. Just being honest, Pikalka. What is that you keep calling me? She frowns. Pikalka, it means little bee because all you do is sting me, and it hurts. I wink at her. Whatever, she rolls her eyes. Her cheeks flush a beautiful shade of pink. Well, your bachelor days are about to be behind you. If we're going to make this convincing, we're going to need to start acting like a proper couple. If that's your way of asking for sex, a smirk tugs at my lips. Oh my God, she groans, running her hands through her hair, but amusement flickers in her eyes. There's the Zara I know. I'm sorry you walked right into that one. I chuckle. Be serious for a moment, Dimitri. I let out a breath and move to rest my hands on the table. Why don't you invite your family over to our penthouse, and we can throw a little engagement party? I told you, I want to keep this a secret from my family. They'll find out eventually, Zara. Might as well rip off the Band-Aid. I take a sip of my vodka. Plus, it'll make this seem more believable if your family is there. My father can be a difficult man, and he's ridiculously overprotective. If he finds out about our marriage, Zara shudders, and I almost laugh at her lack of faith in me. I've taken down Mario Gelanto, for fuck's sake. I think I can manage an overbearing father. She shakes her head. The less my parents know about all of this, the better. If that's what you want, I shrug. I just hate the idea of you having to lie to your family because of this. I could always tell my sister. She's pretty good at keeping secrets from our parents. That way I'm not lying to everyone. I think that sounds like a great idea. Zara bites her lip, a crease forming between her eyebrows. I frown. What is it? She glances up at me under her lashes, her green eyes filled with sorrow. You'll have to lie to your family too. It's a small price to pay, Zara. Maybe we should just come clean and tell your brothers the truth. Maybe if we explain the situation, Alexei would understand. I huff a laugh. If my brother learns the truth, I have no doubt that he would chop off my dick and send it first class to Massimo himself as an apology. I don't miss the way her cheeks heat at the mention of my cock. I shift in my seat as I try not to think about Zara getting turned on. I need to focus. Alex's not giving me much time. The sooner we announce our engagement, the better. How soon? This weekend. Zara lets out a long breath, her eyes looking anywhere but at me. If you're having second thoughts, I try to not think about the alternative, but I can't force Zara into this. At the end of the day, it's her decision. And no, this weekend is fine. It's just, I hate the idea of having to lie to Bianca. She's my best friend. And that's if she even buys the lie. I mean, I've not even mentioned that we've been dating, and now I expect her to believe we're getting married. She shakes her head, a nervous laugh falling from her lips. We just need to make sure to put on one hell of a show, and you'll soon forget that we're lying and that I'm not actually your fiancé. I flash her a wink. What if we go through all of this and it still doesn't work? What if Giovanni, her voice cracks and she looks down? Look at me, Zara. I reach across the table and take her hand. Her eyes flick to mine, and she takes her lower lip between her teeth. I squeeze her hand once. Trust me, this is going to work. Okay. I breathe a sigh of relief as I let go of her hand. So, that's it. Come Saturday, we're going to be engaged. Fake engaged. She narrows her eyes, her lips twitching. Don't go getting any ideas, unless you want to buy me a ridiculously expensive diamond ring. I'll buy you whatever you want, Pikalka. When my family get over to our penthouse on the Upper East Side on Saturday afternoon, they think we're having an impromptu get-together, as it's been a while since all my brothers have been in the same room for anything other than business. Ever since Leo was born, Alexei's spent most of his time in Forest Hills, while he and Bianca adjust to being new parents. As happy as I am for Alexei, I do miss the days where it was just the four of us. Zara is arriving separately with her sister, Emily. I thought it would be better if she had someone from her family here to support her. And according to Zara, Emily is all for not telling her parents stuff, so it was a good compromise. I'm a ball of nervous energy as I wait for her to arrive. Bianca has gone down to collect her and Emily from the lobby and bring them both up to the penthouse. I'm doing my best to seem at ease as I avoid getting dragged away for a private word by Alexei. Thankfully, Leo is being fussy and taking up most of his attention, leaving me to catch up with my two younger brothers. The moment the elevator doors open, I turn around and watch as Zara steps out into the lounge. She's wearing a baby blue sundress, her long hair pulled back into a loose braid. She's effortlessly stunning, and when she locks eyes with me and a small smile tugs at her lips, I can't help but grin back. "I'll be right back," I say to Mikkel and Daniel. I head across the lounge toward Zara, tucking my hands into my pockets to stop myself from reaching for her. She looks incredible, and I want nothing more than to pull her against me and bury my face in her hair. Even though we're going to be married, and we need to act the part of the perfect, loved-up couple, I need to keep some boundaries between us. I don't want to do anything that could cause any lasting damage. She's Bianca's best friend, and Bianca would have my balls if I ever did anything to hurt Zara. So, as much as I want to make the most of being a fake couple, I decide to keep my hands to myself for the time being. "Hey," Zara smiles as I approach. "You came." Of course I did. Her smile broadens. "She's here to see me, Dmitri." Bianca narrows her eyes at me. "I think Alexei might need some help with the baby." I offer my sister-in-law a wicked smile, and she rolls her eyes. "You're probably right," Bianca chuckles. "Behave." She points her finger between Zara and me. I sneak a glance at Zara, and she's nibbling on her lower lip again, a telltale sign that she's worried. "Aren't you going to introduce me?" My eyes flick to the blonde-haired girl beside her, whose eyes look as if they're about to pop out of her head as she takes in the vast living space. She's the spitting image of Zara, with the same blonde hair and green eyes, though she's a few inches taller. "Dmitri, this is my little sister Emily." Zara wraps her arm around her sister's shoulders. "Pleasure to meet you." I hold out my hand. Emily blushes as she takes my hand, and I flash her a grin. I gesture inside. "Why don't we get you both a drink?" Once the drinks are flowing, and everyone has fallen into easy conversation with one another, I approach Zara at the drinks cart. "We should do it now." I reach for the bottle of vodka to refresh Zara's drink, before everyone gets too drunk to remember. "I feel like I'm going to be sick." She shakes her head. "This was such a stupid plan." "We can do this." I hand her a drink. "You're doing the talking." I chuckle under my breath and glance sideways at her. "Ready." She lets out a breath before tilting her head back and downing her drink in one. She shudders as she sets the empty glass down on the cart. "Ready." I hold out my hand, and Zara slips her fingers through mine before we turn to face the room. Mikkel and Daniel are lounging on the couch on either side of Emily, and Bianca and Alexei have just reappeared after putting Leo down for a nap. "Everyone," I call out, "can I have your attention for a minute?" All eyes turn to us, and Zara tenses at my side. I look over to Bianca and Alexei, and Bianca's eyes have narrowed as she takes in our joined hands. It's now or never. Zara and I have some news. I lock eyes with Alexei. He looks pissed as hell, as if he's already guessed what is about to come out of my mouth. "We're getting married." The room is deathly silent for a heartbeat before Daniel jumps to his feet and fist bumps the air. "Fucking knew it. Mikkel, you owe me $1,000. Bianca's face is a picture of shock, and Alexei looks as if he wants to smash a bottle of vodka over my head. I don't think I've ever seen my brother so furious. "What did you just say?" Bianca whispers. "We're getting married." Zara seems to fighting herself on whether to run and hide or just drop dead on the spot. This is so exciting. Emily gets to her feet, hurrying over to throw her arms around Zara's neck. I let go of Zara and turn my attention to my youngest brothers. "Cough up, Mikkel." Daniel laughs, rubbing his hands together. I frown. "What the fuck are you both on about?" "We took bets on why you called us here." Mikkel reaches into his pocket, pulling out a wad of 20s. There was no way we were buying the whole quality time with the family bullshit. "You guys are assholes." Bianca crosses her arms over her chest. "I didn't even realize you two were dating." I glance over at Zara, and tears are pooling in her eyes. I shrug. We didn't want to say anything until we knew it was serious. Alexei folds his arms across his chest. "Well, it doesn't get much more serious than this." "I'm sorry I didn't tell you," Zara says to Bianca. "I didn't want to upset you." "Zara," Bianca sighs, "you wouldn't have upset me. I want you to be happy, and if Dmitri makes you happy for some reason—" She looks at me, and a smile tugs at her lips. "He does make me happy." Zara glances up at me. "Then I couldn't be more thrilled for you both." Bianca throws her arms around Zara's neck. "Really?" My chin is about to hit the floor. "I thought I wasn't good enough for your bestie." "You're not." Bianca shoots me a glare. "But at least now we get to officially be sisters." I literally can't win. I chuckle. "Come on, let's crack open some champagne and celebrate," Bianca exclaims before ushering Zara and Emily toward the kitchen. I turn around and pour myself a large vodka, knowing I'm going to need it as Alexei appears beside me. "Are you sure this isn't a ploy to get out of marrying Lucia?" Alexei hisses under his breath. "You really think I would fake a marriage with Zara just to get out of this deal? That's low even for you, brat." I lift my drink to my lips and down it in one. "I didn't realize you two were even seeing each other. I thought Bianca made it clear that you were to stay away from her best friend." "She did, but I chose to ignore her." Alexei tenses, and I roll my eyes. He's become even more of an overprotective bastard. After almost losing her last year, it put things into perspective. The lie falls easily off my tongue. Am I meant to believe that this has been going on all this time? When you see the woman you love lying in a hospital bed, I let out a breath as images of Zara lying hooked up to machines flood my mind. Like I said, perspective. "I don't fucking believe you." I turn around to face Alexei. "You don't have to." Announcing an engagement to Zara barely a week after I asked you to marry Lucia. It all seems a little too convenient. You can think whatever you want, brat, but you asking me to marry Lucia was the final push I needed to make things official with Zara. I knew from the moment I met her that I wanted her to be my wife. I was just waiting for the right time to pop the question. "How did you pop the question?" I whirl around to see Bianca strolling toward us holding a bottle of champagne. Emily follows with the glasses. "Ooh, I want to hear this too." I look at Zara, who's standing in the doorway to the kitchen, her face pale as she glances anxiously around at all of us. I haven't technically asked her yet. "What do you mean?" Bianca frowns. "You just said you were getting married." "If you must know, I was waiting to officially ask her in front of our family." I reach into my pocket, pulling out a blue velvet ring box. "Oh my God," Zara whispers, her eyes going wide as I walk over to her and slowly lower myself to one knee. "Zara Mullins, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife?" Zix. Zara. I was kidding about the ridiculously expensive diamond. I look down at the huge oval diamond set on a thin rose gold band. It's stunning, and exactly the sort of ring I always dreamed of having. My fiancé deserves to have a diamond. Dmitri has a huge smile on his face. I can barely breathe. Once he slides that ring on my finger, there's no going back. So is that yes. I was the girl who used to daydream about her wedding when she was 6 years old. And as I got older, I made countless Pinterest boards with flower arrangements, table settings, bridesmaid dresses, and cake recipes, so that when my time came, I would know exactly what I wanted. I used to fantasize about a huge proposal with candles, and rose petals and champagne, and a ring that would take my breath away. But most of all, I used to think about how happy I would feel as my future husband slid that ring onto my finger and called me his. Can I really put that all aside and marry a man I barely know? A man I haven't even kissed? I don't really have much of a choice. Yes. Time seems to slow as Dmitri pulls the ring out of the box and slides it onto my ring finger before climbing to his feet. The sound of cheering fills my ears as Dmitri takes my face in his hands and crashes his lips against mine. For a moment, I freeze, too taken aback by the kiss to push him away. But then his tongue darts out to trace my lower lip, and my body seems to melt. I part my lips, and Dmitri groans as his tongue brushes against mine. It's the most intoxicating sound that causes heat to pool in my lower belly. I shouldn't be feeling like this, not with Dmitri Koslov of all people. But I have a part to play, so I might as well make the most of it. I lift up on my toes and wrap my arms around his neck, pushing my chest flush against his as he continues to devour my mouth. His hands slide down my body until he's cupping my ass through the material of my dress, his fingers digging as he pulls my body against him. I can't stop the moan that escapes me as I rub against the hardness in his pants. I need more. I need him. Daniel yells, "All right, we get it." We break apart, gasping for air. I take in Dmitri's swollen lips, his eyes that are heavy with arousal, and feel a dull ache start to build between my thighs. I swear if you start fucking in the living room. Fuck off, Dmitri snaps at Mikkel over his shoulder. I bury my face in his chest to smother my laughter, my cheeks burning as I realized what we just did. Dmitri's shoulders shake with silent laughter, and he slowly moves his hands up to my waist, squeezing me gently. "Thank you for saying yes," he murmurs against my ear. "And no problem." I force myself to remove my arms from around Dmitri's neck and step away from the warmth of his body. My cheeks are burning, and I'm almost panting like a dog. "Enjoy yourself," Dmitri chuckles, the sound making my skin prickle. "No, but you clearly did." My eyes flick down to the noticeable bulge in his pants. "It wouldn't be the first time you've had that effect on me, Pikolka," he mutters under his breath. My breath catches as I look up into his eyes, and desire flashes behind them. A champagne cork popping makes me jump, snapping me out of my lust-induced haze. Daniel raises his glass, to the future Mrs. Dmitri Koslov. Emily looks at me. "When can we start planning?" I'm wedged between my sister and Bianca on the cream couch, clutching my half-empty glass of champagne and trying to ignore the foreign weight of my engagement ring on my finger. The diamond keeps catching the light, and every time I look at it, my stomach knots. I knew lying to everyone would be hard, but the excitement on Emily's face as I showed her the ring has me close to tears. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. Knowing Zara, it's already done. Bianca laughs, nudging me with her shoulder. Dmitri and his brothers sit opposite us, and I haven't once been able to look Alexei in the eye because I know the guilt is written all over my face. He knows. She is the queen of Pinterest boards. Emily laughs. I swear she's had her wedding planned since 6th grade. I glance at Dmitri, and wince at the deep frown that's appeared between his eyebrows. "That was a long time ago," I mutter. Alexei nods. "If this is the real deal, then you deserve to have a big wedding. Consider it your present from Bianca and me." "What?" I stare at Alexei. "Is he being for real?" "You've been planning your wedding since you were 5, Bianca shrugs. "You've always wanted a huge wedding." I look from Alexei to Dmitri, my eyes wide. "No, really, I'm perfectly fine with something small." "Nonsense." Alexei sips his drink. "This is the biggest day of your life, Zara. It should be perfect." I know he's baiting me. It's true, this will be the biggest day of my life, and I'm throwing it away for some stupid deal with Dmitri. But I made a promise, and I don't break my promises, so I swallow the lump in my throat and nod. "Thank you." Then it's settled. Dmitri flashes me a grin. A big wedding it is. I look at Dmitri and scowl. The asshole is enjoying this. Emily sets her hand on mine. "Can I be a bridesmaid?" This is a losing battle. And besides, it's not like I have any prospects to get married anytime soon, or at all. So why not have my dream wedding? Sure. "Yay," Emily squeals, clapping her hands together. "This is going to be so much fun." I turn to face Bianca. "You'll be my maid of honor, right?" "Of course." Bianca throws her arms around my neck. I sigh and smile. I guess we've got a wedding to plan. To say I'm freaking out is an understatement. Pretending to be in love with Dmitri and signing a piece of paper is one thing. Throwing a huge wedding in front of 200 people is an entirely different story. But it's clear that Alexei is suspicious of my relationship with his brother, and I don't want to give him any reason to doubt us. I need to make this work not only for Dmitri, but for myself too. If I want to finally get Giovanni off my back, I'm going to need to go all in. So I agree and let Bianca and Emily take full reins in planning my wedding. A wedding that I will no longer be able to hide from my parents. So, the next day, Dmitri convinces me to make the trip out to Queens to tell them our happy news. We're really doing this. I stare at the blue front door of my parents' house. I can't believe I'm about to bring home Dmitri Koslov, a man who has absolutely no business being in my childhood home, looking like he's just stepped off a runway. He's wearing a light blue shirt, with the sleeves rolled to the elbows and dark blue chinos that show off his muscular thighs. Gone is the man who put a bullet through a mafia don's head, and in his place is a squeaky clean fiancé who, if my father asks, works in finance. From the ridiculous BMW that I made him park around the corner, to the solid gold Rolex on his wrist, Dmitri oozes wealth. I, on the other hand, grew up in a tiny suburban neighborhood where everyone's cars are older than they are. And our idea of luxury is shopping at the fancy deli on a Sunday. So, to say I'm apprehensive about revealing more of my life to this man is an understatement. That thing is obnoxious. I eye the Rolex. So is your ring. Have I told you recently how irritating you are? Dmitri smirks, his dark eyes dancing with amusement. My eyes flick to his lips, and my breath catches in my throat as I remember what they felt like, tasted like. "Focus, Mullins," he grins. I am focused. I shake my head to try and clear all thoughts of kissing Dmitri from my mind. We're really doing this. Everything is going to be fine. Dmitri chuckles, reaching for my hand, his calluses rubbing against my palm. I'm not so sure. Have you ever even met the parents before? No, but I'm ridiculously charming. How hard can it be? Well, I cringe as I look up at Dmitri. Zara, he warns. There's one very small, very tiny detail that I forgot to mention. Dmitri raises his eyebrows as he looks down at me. Spit it out. My dad is a cop, so I'm pretty sure he'll know who you are the moment he hears your last name. So, if you want to keep your man parts intact, I'd keep quiet about being a Koslov. Wonderful. He runs his free hand through his hair. What if he asks? Tell him it's Walker or Jones. It doesn't really matter. Just don't tell him the truth. I don't want to give him a reason for us not to get married. Okay, he squeezes my hand. But you can't guarantee that he won't recognize me, or Alexei for that matter, at the wedding. We'll cross the bridge when we get to it, I mutter before lifting my fist to the door. Oh, and they also think the whole incident with Gelanto last year was a result of a car accident. Dmitry Koslov is turning out to be the perfect man to bring home to your parents. He's the picture of ease as he sits beside me on the couch, his arm draped around my shoulders as my mother fusses with the refreshments. I stifle a laugh as Dmitry thanks her for his beer, and her cheeks turn the color of beetroots. I can see where you get it from. He reaches down to pinch my cheek. I scowl, batting away his touch. He's not wrong. Emily and I are the spitting image of our mother, though her blonde hair is slowly turning gray. Except for our eyes. Those were a gift from our father. I can't say I'm surprised to only hear of this relationship now. Mom settles on the couch opposite Dmitry and me. Zara has always been a very private person. Even when she was in high school, we didn't find out who her prom date was until he showed up on the doorstep with a corsage. Mom's eyes light up with amusement as she looks at me. Dmitry chuckles, glad to see she hasn't changed. I elbow him in the ribs. I glance at my father, but he seems nothing but relaxed as he sits in his favorite armchair, sipping a bottle of beer. I haven't been back to my parents' house in a while. After moving out and attending college in the city, it was hard to come home to the suburbs even just for the holidays. It was too quiet, too suffocating. I love having my freedom, and being in Manhattan makes me feel as if I'm truly living. I know my parents miss me a lot, but they're very supportive of my choices, particularly my dad. Which is why I really didn't want to have to lie to them about this whole wedding business, especially when my mom cried with happiness when we told her the news. My dad takes a sip of his beer. Have you set a date? I shake my head. Not yet. Mom sighs. A fall wedding would be just lovely. Maybe. I keep fiddling with my engagement ring to keep my hands busy. And Dmitry seems to notice as he places a hand over mine. He smiles at my parents. We really just want to enjoy the engagement for now. Mom nods. Of course, so tell me, how did you propose? I take a moment while they chat to look around the cramped living room. I'm hit with a wave of nostalgia as I take in the photos of Emily and me at every age that are covering the walls, from high school graduations to Halloween costumes and dance recitals. It's a collage of my life, and I know soon enough a picture of me in a white dress will be at the center of them all. My eyes start to sting, and I have to look away to stop myself from calling the whole thing off right there and then. An hour later, I make our excuses, despite my mom trying her best to convince us to stay for dinner. I can't bear another moment of having to lie to the people I love. It's been an emotionally draining few days, and I can't wait to get back to my apartment where I can take off my ring and just be Zara Mullins for a few hours. Don't work too hard, Dad. I kiss my father on the cheek. He huffs, his mustache twitching as he grimaces. Crime doesn't sleep, honey, he grumbles, but I'll do my best. I step to the side so Dmitry can shake my father's hand, and my mom pulls me in for one last hug goodbye. You seem really happy, Zara. I am, Mom, but the knot in my stomach says otherwise. Well, she pulls back, and I cringe at the tears in her eyes. Don't be a stranger. That goes for you too, Dmitry. You're part of the family now. I promise we'll be back soon. Dmitry wraps an arm around my waist and pulls me against him. The moment the door closes, I step away from Dmitry and bend over, bracing my hands on my knees. I could puke at any moment from the way my stomach is churning. Being engaged to you is making me sick. Dmitri chuckles, but then his hand is on my back, rubbing in soothing circles. My eyes flutter, closed for a moment, as I try to catch my breath. Better. I think I've had enough of being your fiancé for one day. 7. Dimitri. It's been a week since Zara and I decided to get married. Which means it's been a week since Alexei asked me to marry the daughter of a rival mafia don, and I told him to get fucked. I've put this conversation with my brother off for long enough. So, as much as I would like to do literally anything else, I make the trip out to Forest Hills on Monday morning to sit down with Alexei in his office to talk through our options. I find my brother sitting behind the large mahogany desk, looking just as pissed off as he did on Saturday at the engagement party. He glances up at me as I close the door, and he leans back in his chair, folding his arms across his chest. The room is cast in darkness, and Alexei looks as if he's been locked away in here all night. I glance at the desk and notice a half-empty bottle of vodka. Long night. I thought you might not show. The muscle in his jaw flexes as he stares at me. You've trained me to come when I'm called. I head straight for the bar cart. It's barely 8 in the morning, but from the look on my brother's face, it's clear I'm going to need something to take the edge off. Don't make me out to be the bad guy here. When you make accusations that question the authenticity of my relationship with my fiancé, I'm going to get pissed off, Alexei. I pour myself a scotch. And I'm going to get pissed off when you decide that your priority is no longer this family. I huff a laugh. You sound just like Papochka, you know that? Sitting at his desk, telling us what it means to be a Koslov. It's impressive, really. Alexei is silent, and I know I've touched a nerve. I look him in the eye. Zara is my family. She comes first. I would have thought that you of all people would understand that. Alexei rubs his hand over his jaw, the beginnings of a shadow starting to form. Believe me, I do. I throw my head back and down my drink before turning to face my brother again. How much of a fallout is this going to cause? Alexei shrugs. It's hard to tell. You have told Massimo that I'm not marrying his daughter, right? I've not said anything to him, yet. For fuck's sake, Alexei. He's going to be pissed as hell when he learns of your engagement to Zara. And I think our best bet is to play innocent and let the news reach him organically. Why not just tell him now and get it over with? I scoff. Gives him more time to find another match. Because telling him now will only arouse suspicion. Your relationship with Zara came out of nowhere, Dmitri. Forgive me if we're all a little skeptical. Despite him offering to pay for our wedding, I know it was only a tactic to try and get Zara to crumble and admit the truth. It's clear she's struggling with the guilt, especially after telling her parents yesterday, so the last thing she needs is my brother breathing down her neck. The sooner all of this wedding stuff is behind us, the better, which is exactly why we decided on the drive back to the city last night to get married as soon as possible. Well, it's going to be even more suspicious when he learns that we're actually married. What do you mean? Alexei frowns. I mean, Zara and I are planning on getting married next Saturday. I cross the room to sink down into an armchair. That's in less than 2 weeks. You can't be serious. I've never been more serious about anything in my life. Why the rush? I don't know much about planning a wedding, but surely it takes longer than that. Unless you have a reason to rush, he narrows his eyes at me. She's not fucking pregnant. I lean forward to rest my forearms on my knees. Honestly, Brat, it wouldn't surprise me. We just don't want to wait. We've hidden our relationship for long enough, and we just want to start living our lives. Besides, the longer we wait, the messier things will get with Massimo. Why didn't you say anything? What do you mean? Alexei gets to his feet and strolls over to the bar cart to pour us both a fresh drink. About your relationship with Zara? He glances over his shoulder at me. I thought we had the sort of relationship where we told each other things. Well, fuck. Zara, she asked me not to. Alexei is quiet as he replaces the crystal stopper in the decanter and picks up the 2 glasses filled with amber liquid. It's not like she wasn't vocal about her dislike of me. I chuckle, thinking back to the first time we met. I guess she was just embarrassed about having to admit that she was wrong about me. Alexei's lip twitches as he hands me a glass and takes a seat opposite me. Is that what she said? She didn't have to say it. I still don't get the rush. Joining our family is so much more than just signing on the dotted line. Does she know what she's getting herself into by becoming a Koslov? I think she learned what it means to be a Koslov when Mario fucking Gelanto put her in the hospital for a month. Alexei's jaw flexes as he looks at me. I can almost see the memories reflected in his eyes. The blood, the terror. I take a sip. I've been nothing but transparent with her. She's been through a lot. We all have. Surely that's a good enough reason to just fucking lie a little. But no, you don't get an opinion here. What I have with Zara is just as fucking real as what you have with Bianca, and if I'm being honest, it fucking hurts to not have your full support. Alexei looks down as he swirls the scotch around in his glass. You're right, he sighs. It just seems so sudden. Not all marriages follow long relationships, Alexei. I mean, look at you and Bianca, for fuck's sake. You didn't even know each other before you got married. Mamochka and Papochka weren't much better, but I can't think of 2 better marriages to look up to. I aspire to have what you have, what our parents had. Yeah, well, Mamochka and Papochka might not be the best example of true love. Alexei's jaw flexes. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Nothing. Alexei. His dark eyes flick to mine, and I'm taken aback by the sorrow that fills them. There's something I've been meaning to tell you. He leans forward to set his empty glass on the table between us. For a long time. Okay, I set down my own drink and fold my arms across my chest. Spit it out. This is something Mikkel and Dan'll need to hear too. Well then, tell them to get their asses over here. Whatever it is that Alexei has been hiding, it's clear from the look of devastation on his face that it can't be good. I almost drive back to the city to collect my younger brothers myself. I can barely stand to look at Alex as my mind goes to the worst-case scenario. Is this situation with Massimo worse than he originally let on? What could possibly be causing my brother such anguish? I leave Alexei in his office and head down to the kitchen to make some coffee just to give us some distance. I hate fighting with Alexei like this, but he's not giving me much of a choice. I'm so deep in my own head that I almost run straight into Bianca. Shit, sorry. I grab her by the shoulders to steady her. You were miles away, she laughs, patting a hand on my chest. Everything okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. Where S. Leo? I head over to the coffee machine. I busy myself with grabbing a fresh filter and a mug from the cupboard overhead. Napping, she frowns. Dmitri, is everything okay? I'm not sure, ask your husband. Look, I don't know what you're fighting about, but you will get past it. We're not fighting. Then why are you sulking around my kitchen? She raises her eyebrows. I brace my hands on the countertop and bow my head. Every muscle in my back feels tight, and I'm desperate to go back to my penthouse and spend the rest of the day alone with nothing but a bottle of scotch for company. Is this about Zara? Has something happened? No, I sigh, turning around to face Bianca and plastering an easy smile on my face. Zara is perfect. Alexei's just having a heart attack when I told him the wedding budget, that's all. I know Bianca doesn't believe a word that's just come out of my mouth. but she chooses not to question me further. Well, I'm here if you need to talk. She grabs her coffee mug off the island. Thanks. The moment she's out of the room, I lean back against the counter and rub my hand over my jaw. I'm tired of talking. I'm tired of lying. And I don't see it ending anytime soon. I was fucking sleeping, Mikkel mutters as he and Daniel stroll into Alexei's office an hour later. I need a drink. You look like shit. He looks like he's just crawled out of bed, wearing a pair of light gray joggers and a black t-shirt that shows off his intricate sleeve tattoos. Fuck off. I reach out my hand for him to slap, and I flash him a grin. What's this about, Alexei? Daniel looks like he's actually bothered to shower and is wearing a crisp black shirt and pants. He stalks over to the brown leather Chesterfield that's situated against the far wall and takes a seat, watching Alex curiously. You should all sit down. Alexei goes to the bar cart. This is important. Mikkel slumps down on the couch beside Daniel, and we wait in silence until Alexei has handed us all a drink. You're not going to like what I'm about to say. He looks at each of us. I rub my left hand up and down my thigh as I try to predict what bomb is about to come out of my brother's mouth. Spit it out, brat, Mikkel grumbles. Alexei takes a deep breath before throwing back his triple vodka and wiping his mouth on the back of his hand. Our father had an affair with Igor Ivanov's wife. He slams his glass down on the table. I can't stop the laugh that escapes me as Alexei's words sink in. You're joking. I wish I was. He perches on the edge of his desk, folding his arms over his chest. I don't understand, Daniel mutters. Papochka had an affair. Yes. I shake my head. That makes no sense. They were in love. I know I don't believe you. Dmitri. You could see it every time they looked at each other. You can't fake that. I'm not saying they weren't in love. That's exactly what you're saying. Because if they loved each other, Papochka wouldn't have crawled into bed with another woman. Well, he did. Says who? I get to my feet. Because that's one hell of an accusation to make. Alexei frowns. It's not just an accusation. I've had it confirmed by Frederick. Frederick? He's worked for us for years. He's credible. We know better than to trust anyone. We all know firsthand that people can be bought. Who's to say Frederick isn't working for Igor himself? Mikkel gets to his feet and walking over to the bar cart. That makes no sense, Dmitri. You're being delusional. I'm being delusional. I round on my brother, grabbing him by the shirt and slamming him against the wall. Mikkel grunts, but I don't make a move to loosen my grip. Listen to yourself. Alexei tells you our father cheated on our mother with the wife of one of the most powerful men in Russia, and you just roll over and accept it. I swear to fucking God, Mikkel, he could tell you the sky is fucking green, and you'd accept it for truth. Fuck you, Mikkel slams his hands into my chest. You're not any better. You understand what Alexei is saying, right? I release my hold on him. Oh, I heard him perfectly, and I'm saying I'm not fucking surprised. What's that supposed to mean? I'm saying that people have affairs all the time. Not our parents. My hands curl into fists, not our father. That's enough. Alexei gets to his feet. This is exactly why I didn't fucking tell you. Daniel looks at Alex. How long have you known? We all turn to look at our youngest brother, whose face has drained of color. Alexei. Guilt flashes across Alexei's face as he looks down at Daniel. Frederick confirmed it on the day of Bianca's baby shower. Daniel shakes his head. Fuck. My stomach feels like lead. Mikkel points a finger at Alexei. You've known all this time, and you didn't fucking say anything. No, I didn't, because it never seemed to be a good time to tell you that the man we all looked up to, the man we idolized, was an adulterer. I throw my arms in the air. You didn't need to tell us. They're dead, Alexei. They're dead. I sink down into an armchair and bury my face in my hands. Alexei's eyes are wide. You'd rather not know. What fucking difference does it make? It makes all the difference. Alexei slams his fist on his desk. It might be easier to believe the lie that our parents had the perfect marriage, but the truth always comes out in the end, Dmitri. Always. I don't miss the knowing look he gives me, but I don't have any fight left in me to push back. In the space of a few minutes, my brother has shattered the memories of our parents that I cherished. Was it all a lie? Were they simply acting the part of the perfect couple, playing us all for fools? I swallow the bile in my throat as I consider the fact that it might be true. Mikhail's voice cuts through the heavy silence. Does Igor know? Yes. Fuck. Some of our father's old Russian properties were given over to him. Daniel frowns, a payoff. There's no official record, so it's only speculative, but it's likely. There's no other logical reason why our father would have gotten rid of those properties. I glance at Alex, and you think it kept Igor quiet for a while, but not any longer. He nods, his face grave. It's why I couldn't hold off telling you. We should prepare ourselves on the off chance that Igor decides our family hasn't paid enough for the crimes of our father. I pray that Alexei is wrong. Otherwise, this situation with Massimo and his daughter will be the least of our worries. Alexei might trust Frederick, but I need to know for myself. I make a mental note to give my own pie, Rurik, a call on my way back to the city. Until I'm handed concrete proof, I won't let the memory of my father be tainted by some ridiculous accusation. After all, everyone is innocent until proven guilty. 8. Zara. I feel like a giant marshmallow. I can barely stand to look at myself in the mirror. I'm pale, and my eyes are red from lack of sleep. I'm about as far from a blushing bride as you can get. I think you look like a princess. Emily sighs, clutching her hands to her chest as she gazes at me. I look down at the big puffy tulle skirt and lace bodice and feel as if the air is being sucked out of my lungs. Alexei pulled some strings and managed to get me a last-minute appointment at one of the most luxurious bridal boutiques in the city. It seems you can get in anywhere for the right price. We've been taken to the VIP room at the back of the store, where my own personal stylist, Clara, has set up a rack with potential dress options, as well as boxes of shoes and countless veils. It's the epitome of luxury, with bottomless champagne and plates of mini macarons to enjoy while we browse the countless couture dresses. My stomach churns as I think about how much money this wedding is going to cost, and it's not even real. The sight of all the wedding dresses on racks and the pictures of the blushing brides in the catalogs has me fighting the urge to vomit. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. I'm not meant to stare down at my engagement ring and feel such guilt. I'm meant to feel overjoyed at the thought of walking down the aisle and saying I do to the man I love. But sometimes, life throws you curveballs in the shape of Giovanni Saccone, and you do what you have to in order to survive in a man's world. The wedding is only a week away, and there's so much to do. Emily and Bianca are working overtime to help plan and organize everything. I wish we could take our time, but Giovanni is becoming unbearable, and I'm starting to crack. I've barely slept since he took over as my boss. The nightmares are following me everywhere, and I'm a nervous wreck, constantly looking over my shoulder. The ring on my finger only made him laugh, as if he could see right through my facade. I'm starting to worry that even when I am legally a Koslov, it won't stop him, and the fake marriage will have all been for nothing. Are you not enjoying yourself? Bianca steps up beside me to look in the mirror. She takes a sip of her champagne as she looks over the dress. It's stunning, with a plunging neckline and lace sleeves. Of course I am, I lie. You've been dreaming about this moment ever since you were a little girl. She offers me a reassuring smile. Now that it's actually happening, I see all of this as irrelevant. I wrinkle my nose. What do you mean? My love for Dmitri is what matters, I lie, not how big the wedding is. Who knew Zara, the ice queen, had such a mushy side? Emily laughs. Though, if my fiancé looked anything like Dmitri, I would turn into a lovesick puppy too. I am not lovesick. I glare at my sister in the mirror. She's lounging on a pale cream chaise lounge, a glass of sparkling cider in her hand. Have you seen the way I fuck him? Emily, I hiss, I do not I fuck him. Hey, I'm not judging. The guy is drop-dead gorgeous. Bianca chuckles, shaking her head as she grins at my sister. The Koslovs are a ridiculously attractive family. The youngest one is cute, Emily muses. What's his name again? Daniel. I glare at her. It's Daniel, and he's too old for you. Emily scowls, flicking her blonde ponytail over her shoulder. I'm 19. Exactly. The last thing I need is for my baby sister to get caught up with the Koslovs. If anything happened to her, I would never forgive myself. The heavy, pink, satin curtain is pulled across, and Clara appears carrying yet more boxes of shoes in her arms. How are we getting on? She has a bright smile on. She's effortlessly elegant, with her dark red hair swept up into a sleek updo, and she's wearing a black, fitted dress and the highest heels I've ever seen. This one is perfect, Emily sighs. Perhaps a bit too much lace. I run my hands over the skirt again. Not a problem, she flashes me a smile. We can try something a little simpler. It takes both Clara and Bianca to help me out of the dress, the huge skirt taking up most of the dressing room. I'm sweating as I step into the next one, my flushed cheeks doing little to help my tired complexion. Clara finishes fastening up the next dress, a tight-fitting ivory satin gown that hugs my curves. Have you thought about colors for the bridesmaids? I glance at Bianca, and she grins. Lilac, it's your favorite color. I force a smile. Right, lilac. We have a few different styles to choose from that come in the most stunning lilac color. Let me see what we have in stock, and we can always order others in if you don't like any of the styles. Thank you, I choke out. The moment Clara disappears behind the curtain in search of options for the bridesmaids, I stumble off the raised platform in front of the mirror. See, can you undo me? I claw at the clasps down the side of the dress. I can't take a full breath, and a thin film of sweat is breaking out across my top lip. Bianca. I place a shaking hand on my heart, trying my best not to hyperventilate as Bianca makes quick work of undoing the dress. I let it pool to the floor, leaving me shaking in nothing but my underwear and a pair of ivory heels. Zara, are you okay? Bianca places a comforting hand on my shoulder. I just need a second, I whisper, screwing my eyes shut. Emily, why don't you go and get Zara a glass of water? The curtains rustle as my sister leaves. Bianca touches my arm. Zara, why are you so upset? I don't understand. It's just so overwhelming. I open my eyes, cringing at the sight of my half-naked, shivering body in the mirror. Getting married is a big deal. I don't know how you did it, B, I sigh, spying the diamond wedding band on her finger. I have no idea either, but I'm lucky that it worked out in the end. I don't know what I would have done if it hadn't. Are you sure there isn't something you want to tell me? This is so unlike you. I am fine. I don't know, something still feels off about all of this. Bianca narrows her eyes as she looks at me. Is it because I didn't tell you about Dmitri? Bianca shrugs, trying not to look hurt. I mean, yeah, there is that. Part of me wants to remind her that she did exactly the same to me, that I wasn't even at her wedding to Alexei. But that would be a low blow. Bianca had no choice in the matter when it came to her wedding day. She might have planned most of it, but she was under the impression that her cousin Rosanna was going to be the one walking down the aisle. She was robbed of the most important day of her life. And now I'm robbing her of the experience of being a maid of honor by being a blubbering, guilt-ridden mess. I really need to get my shit together. So I wipe my eyes and plaster a smile on my face as I glance over at the rack of dresses, determined to make the most of this experience not just for me, but for my best friend too. Is there anything backless? I ask. I just can't get over your ring, Clara sighs, reaching for my hand once we're done paying. Your fiancé has very good taste. He does. My cheeks heat as I remember Dmitri getting down on one knee, the kiss that followed. I've thought about that kiss every day since. How it felt to have Dmitri's hard, muscular body pressed up against mine. It's been a long time since I've thought about being intimate with someone. I've put up walls that I thought no man would ever be able to scale. But it seems Dmitri has managed to find a crack in the foundations, worming his way through with his good looks and kissable lips. I am so screwed. After the dress and accessories have been finalized and paid for, Bianca insists that she needs to get back home to Leo, leaving Emily and me to grab dinner together in the city. We head over to Soho and find a spot to eat at one of my favorite Italian restaurants on West Broadway. There's barely 10 tables in the entire place, with red and white plastic tablecloths and cheap plastic flowers in vases, but it has character. Every inch of wall is covered in pictures of the family who have owned the place for generations. Emily turns to me after the waiter has brought over our food. Are you happy with your dress? I am. After giving myself a little pep talk, I found myself starting to enjoy the process of trying on dresses, if only to see the happiness on Bianca and Emily's faces every time I stepped out of the dressing room. Dmitri is going to love it. A knowing smile spreads on her face. I roll my eyes as I tuck into my margarita pizza. So, what's the deal once you're married? Are you guys getting a place together in the city? I assume Dmitri is not going to move into your tiny studio. She chuckles. We haven't discussed it. Don't you think you should? Emily tucks into a slice of her pizza. I guess I'll move in with him. Lucky, she sighs. I frown as I pick at my food. Our living situation isn't something I've given much thought about, but Emily makes a good point. It would be weird if I didn't move in with Dmitri. Does he expect us to get our own place together? Or would I move into the penthouse? Would he be there all the time, or would I be left to rattle around in some ridiculously huge mansion by myself? Suddenly, I'm no longer hungry. And just think, if you have a baby pretty soon, it could be best friends with Leo, and I would get to be an auntie. Emily, my hands start to sweat. I could come over and babysit all the time, and we could go to the zoo or to the history museum. Just stop, I slam my hand down on the table. Emily flinches, and the people at the neighboring tables glance our way, but I don't care. Zara, Emily reaches across the table to take my hand. What the hell is going on with you? You can talk to me. I shake my head, my throat thick with tears as I look at my sister. She's so excited for this wedding and to be a bridesmaid, and now she's even talking about kids. How can I tell her it's all a lie? But this is so much bigger than just a wedding. This is my life, and I might lose my mind if I don't tell someone the truth, and I sure as hell can't tell Bianca. Zara. It's all fake, I blurt out. Emily's eyes widen for a moment as she stares at me. What? Dmitri, the marriage, it's all fake. I don't understand. Emily pulls her hand back. How can it be fake? You have a ring, we just bought your wedding dress, I don't understand. Dmitri and we made a deal. A deal? Why the hell would you make a deal to get married? I can't seem to find the words to explain. I choke back a sob at the look on Emily's face, at the betrayal in her eyes. Zara, are you in trouble? Is that what this is about? I lower my eyes, fiddling with the ring on my finger as I try to decide how much to tell my sister. My boss has been harassing me, and it's getting out of control. What do you mean harassing? It's not important. Zara. Emily, please. You don't need to know all the details, but I needed a way to get him off my back. So, faking a marriage was the answer. Emily shakes her head. What happened to emailing HR or? You don't know this man, Emily. He's powerful. So leave. Emily runs her hands through her hair. Does it have to be so extreme? Being married to Dmitri, being a Koslov, it means something. What does Dmitri get out of this? Surely, he's not just doing this because you're nice to look at. He has his reasons for needing to get married. Let me guess, you can't tell me. I'm sorry, I reach for her hand. Emily's eyes well with tears as she looks at me, but she doesn't pull away from me this time. Do Mom and Dad know? Her voice wobbles. No, and you can't tell them, Emily. I'm serious. Emily's shoulders slump as she looks down at her food. I thought telling her the truth would lighten the weight on my shoulders, but it seems to have only made things worse. I'm so sorry for lying, Emily. I just hope you know what you're doing. She lets go of my hand. So do I. 9. DIMITRI. How do people tie these fucking things? I tug at my bow tie. The collar of my shirt feels too tight, and the 2 glasses of vodka I've already knocked back have done little to calm my nerves. I'm getting married today. In less than an hour, Zara Mullins will become a Koslov, and the thought makes my blood heat. I have absolutely no business being aroused by the thought of Zara being legally tied to me, by the thought of her having my name, but I can't help it. Ever since I took her face in my hands and kissed her like my life depended on it, I haven't been able to get her out of my head, even more so than usual. She tasted even better than I imagined. The feeling of her pressed up against me as I explored her mouth with my tongue has plagued my thoughts and gotten me hard at the most inappropriate times. If she learned how often I've had to take myself in my hand just to try and get her out of my system. Maybe it's because I know she enjoyed it too. I saw the lust in her eyes when I pulled away. I noticed the way her breathing quickened and her chest flushed as she felt how much I wanted her. We're entering dangerous territory, but that only excites me more. She's going to walk down the aisle looking like a fucking goddess, and then declare herself as mine in front of hundreds of people. Now I'm not just hot, I'm hard as a fucking rock, and I don't have time to deal with it. I pull at the tie once more, and the whole thing comes loose. Fuck! I throw it on the bed and storm over to the mini fridge to grab myself another bottle of liquor, trying to ignore the throbbing ache in my pants. Just as I'm unscrewing the cap on the miniature bottle of tequila, my phone buzzes in my pocket. I pull it out, and my heart stops as I catch the name on the screen. I answer. Rurik, you better have some good news for me. I have news, but you're not going to like it. Fuck, I run my hand through my hair. What did you find? Turns out you're not the only person to have a private investigator look into your father's affair. What do you mean? Ivanov suspected his wife was having an affair and decided to do some digging of his own. A bunch of photos were taken. Send them over immediately. It's all attached in the email I'm sending you. I let out a long breath as I try to digest what this means. I'm sorry I don't have better news. Rurik hangs up the phone. A few seconds later, my phone pings with a new email, and I throw back the tequila before opening my inbox to see with my own eyes if what Alexei said is true. Attached is a whole bunch of grainy photos, but there's no denying who the man in the picture is. My father. The cheating bastard. Fuck, I launch my phone at the wall. How could he have done this? How could he have turned his back on our mother and shattered every belief I had that a loving marriage was possible for people like us? It's rare, I know, but they had it. My parents had it, and he threw it all away for some quick fuck on the side. You fucking bastard, I snarl as I pace the room. I pull at the collar of my shirt, my chest feeling tight as I try to take a deep breath. For all my life, I saw my parents as having the perfect marriage. I thought if I could have something even half as good as they did, then I would consider myself a lucky man. But it was all a lie. Did my mother even know, or was she just as in the dark as we were? I hope for her sake that she got to live the fantasy until the very end. A knock sounds at the door, snapping me out of my rage long enough to answer. I almost slam it shut again when I see it's Alexei. We've barely spoken since he dropped the news about our father's affair. I couldn't bear to look at him until I knew the truth, but it seems he was right all along. And I had been so very, very wrong. You look stressed. Is everything okay? He forces his way into the room. I nod, swallowing my anger. Everything is fucking perfect. Alexei's fully dressed in his tux, with a white rose pinned to his lapel. This is really happening. He frowns at me, tucking his hands into his pockets. You don't need to do this, you know. Yes, I do. I pick up my bow tie and wrap it around my neck. Dmitri, I need to finish getting ready, so either make yourself useful and get me a drink or get the hell out. Alexei holds my gaze, but when he sees that I'm not playing, he stalks over to the mini fridge and gets to work fixing us both a drink. Happy wedding day, he holds up his glass. I wish you a lifetime of happiness, Brat. I walk into the ballroom of the Wall Street Hotel and almost laugh at the amount of lilac and white roses that decorate the room. There must be hundreds lining the aisle, ending in an enormous arch where Zara and I will stand and exchange our vows. Rows of white chairs line either side of the aisle, with lilac bows on the back of each one. A string quartet is in the corner, playing some soft classical music that I don't recognize. It's not my taste at all, but if this is what Zara wanted, then I'm happy. The room is packed with guests, many of whom I've never met, all mingling and chatting. I glance around and spot Felix and my cousin Anton over by the far wall. I huff a laugh as I watch them eye each of the guests warily, knowing full well that they'll each have multiple weapons on them. Hell, I even snuck a handgun into the inside pocket of my tux out of habit. Wherever my brothers and I go, trouble always seems to follow, so you can never be too careful. Ready? Alexei claps me on the shoulder. Let's do this. I let out a deep breath, straightening my jacket. My skin prickles as all eyes fall on me as I make my way down the aisle. Mikkel and Daniel are waiting beneath the flower arch, their arms folded in front of them as they look out over the crowd. I plaster an easy smile on my face as I make my way toward them, with Alexei at my side. I still can't believe this is really happening. Congrats, Brat, Mikkel mutters as I move to stand beside him. Ready to sign your life away, Daniel chuckles. I shoot my youngest brother a warning glare. Don't make me regret choosing all of you as my best men, I mutter under my breath. Daniel grins as he slaps me on the arm. It wouldn't be right not to have all of us by your side. I roll my eyes, but he's right. We've gone through some shit, my brother S and I have a feeling it's only going to get worse. We need each other, now more than ever. I catch sight of Zara's mother in the front row. She's already wiping tears of happiness from her eyes, and a pang of guilt hits me. But there's no going back now. It's time, Alexei mutters in my ear as the room quietens, and the string quartet begins playing the entrance music. Bianca appears, wearing a pale lilac gown, her dark hair swept back off her face, holding baby Leo, who's wearing a tiny suit and bow tie. He's half asleep in her arms as she makes her way down the aisle, and a huge smile spreads across her face as she looks at Alexei. "You're a lucky bastard, you know that." I mutter to my brother, who only chuckles at the sight of his wife and child. "Let's hope Leo stays asleep," he replies. As Bianca almost reaches the top of the aisle, Emily appears, carrying a bouquet of white and lilac roses. Her blonde hair is also swept back off her face, and she's grinning madly as she makes her way down the aisle. Any moment, Zara is going to appear in a white dress, and her father is going to walk her down the aisle and give her away to me. I take a steadying breath, closing my eyes for just a moment as I try to calm the sudden wave of nerves. I drown out the sound of the music and let myself remember why I'm doing this. Here she comes. Alexei nudges me in the rib. My eyes open, and I turn to look down the aisle, and my jaw almost hits the floor. Zara looks radiant. Her long, blonde hair is loose around her shoulders, and the dress is a simple design which emphasizes her waist and fans out in a long train behind her. She's clutching her father's arm tightly as she slowly makes her way toward me, her eyes wide as she takes in all the people gawking at her. And for good reason. "Look at me, Sladkaya," I whisper. As if she can hear me, her eyes flick up to meet mine, and it's as if the room dissolves around us. There is no one else but us. The music becomes nothing but a faint melody in my ears as I watch her take her first few steps toward me, and I can't stop the smile that spreads across my face at the sight of her. She's stunning, and the way her green eyes light up when she sees me has my chest swelling with pride. She's going to be mine. The sudden rush of emotion has me almost stumbling. This may be an arrangement, but I can't deny that I care about Zara. How can I not when I carried her bleeding, broken body from a cell after she was captured by Gelanto? I sat by her bedside while she healed, feeling nothing but bone-crushing guilt at the knowledge that my family was the reason she got hurt. And now the past might be repeating itself. Who knows how Massimo Conti is going to react when he hears the news of my sudden nuptials? All I know is that I will make sure Zara is protected at all costs. My fingers itch to touch her, to trace the soft skin of her bare shoulders, to sink into her hair as I pull her mouth against mine. I know I have no business feeling such things, but how can I not when she looks like that? Is this how my father felt when he watched my mother walk down the aisle? Did he feel a rush of emotion so intense that he thought his heart might explode? Perhaps, but then somewhere down the line, the vows that he exchanged became nothing more than empty promises. I ball my hands into fists at the thought. Though is that any different than what Zara and I are about to do? Offer each other empty promises that will break the moment we're no longer useful to one another. Am I no better than my father? I swallow the lump in my throat and try to keep my expression one of pure joy as Zara approaches me. "We're getting married," she whispers, a soft giggle escaping her lips. "We sure are." I take her hand, squeezing it tightly. The thin, platinum wedding band feels foreign on my finger. Every time I look down at it, all I can picture is my father, and I want to tear the thing off and toss it in the Hudson. The thought of his betrayal has such rage coursing through my body that no amount of alcohol is going to numb me. Trust me, I've tried. The reception is in full swing, with most of the guests occupying the dance floor. I spot Daniel and Emily getting a little too close for comfort, but it seems Alexei has it covered. I watch my older brother storm over, carving a path through the swaying bodies, and practically drag Daniel away by the collar of his shirt as if he's no better than a horny teenager. I huff a laugh at the sight. Though I suppose when I was a dumb teenager, getting too close to girls I had no business getting to know, my father was the one dragging me away by the collar, instilling lessons in me about morals that it seems he had no problem ignoring himself. I grind my teeth as I fiddle with the ring on my finger. Another, I set my empty glass down in front of the bartender. I must be at least 6 glasses of vodka deep into the reception by the time that Zara approaches me. Are you not enjoying yourself? Her face is flushed from dancing with Bianca, and a few stray strands of hair stick to her forehead. Why do you say that? I lean against the bar. Because you've had a look on your face ever since I slid that ring onto your finger. I flinch, twirling my empty glass on the bar top. You're right, I'm sorry. I reach for my bow tie and pull it free, letting it hang around my neck as I undo the top few buttons on my dress shirt. What's going on, Dimitri? She places her hands on her hips. My eyes flick over her body, and I have to bite back a groan at the sight of those luscious curves that are only emphasized by her dress. Nothing, I run my hand through my hair. It doesn't seem like nothing. Do you regret what we did? She whispers, a deep crease forming between her eyebrows. Now I feel like a bastard for making her feel like this. Of course not. I reach out to place my hands on her hips and pull her toward me. She gasps, pressing her hands against my chest to steady herself. And I definitely don't regret kissing you in front of all those people. Zara bites her lip, her cheeks flushing as she looks up at me with those big, green eyes. The kiss we shared, after we said I do, was gentler than the one we shared before. There was no urgency or desperation in the way I slowly took her lower lip between my teeth, or how I pushed my tongue into her mouth and tangled it with hers. For a moment, I let myself imagine that it was all real before we broke apart and were officially declared, as husband and wife, and reality came crashing back down around me. Let's go and enjoy the rest of the party. I drop my hands from her waist. Where are we going? I ask. The honeymoon suite. Zara holds out her hand for me to take. I glance down at her hand, and a smile tugs at my lips. The reception is slowly coming to an end, with the last few stragglers still on the dance floor, including Daniel and Emily. Bianca and Alexei left for the penthouse hours ago to put Leo to bed. I have no clue where Mikkel is, no doubt sulking somewhere in a hotel room nursing a glass of vodka. You want to make this marriage official? I tease as I tangle my fingers with Zara S. This is purely part of the act, Dimitri, she mutters. It would look a little odd if we went our separate ways on our wedding night. Ah, I see. Don't go getting any ideas, she scoffs. I mean it. You're the one who's dragging me away to bed. Zara rolls her eyes, but a soft blush creeps up her neck. Let's just go to our room. We take the elevator, in silence, up to the honeymoon suite. The alcohol seems to have finally kicked in, and being in such close quarters to Zara has my blood heating. Her sweet vanilla scent still lingers in my nose, making me almost feral with need. Spending the night together in the honeymoon suite is going to be the sweetest form of torture. I scan the keycard and push open the door, immediately eyeing the king-sized bed in the center. Zara shuffles inside, carrying the train of her dress over her arm, but she immediately freezes once the door clicks shut behind us, and we're officially alone. Is everything okay? I frown at the way her shoulders have hunched over. Zara nods, her eyes falling to the enormous bed in the middle of the room. I'm fine, it's been a long day. It's clear that she's in her head from the way that she's fiddling with her fingers, and I can think of the perfect way to get her out of it. I reach out and wrap my arms around her waist, spinning us around so that I can slowly back us both toward the wall. What are you doing? Her chest is heaving as she gazes up at me, and those pouty lips are begging for me to kiss them. There are ways to relieve the tension. This marriage might be for show, but that doesn't mean we can't have a little fun, wife. 10. Zara. Wife. I never knew one word could make me feel so many different emotions. We actually did it. We tied the knot and made it seem believable. Part of me was convinced that I wouldn't have the nerve to go through with the wedding. But the moment I saw Dmitri at the end of the aisle, I knew I'd made the right choice. I can't say the same for what is about to happen. Dmitri might think that calling me his wife is enough to get me into bed, and he might be right, but jumping into bed together is the last thing we should be doing. If we screw this up by sleeping together, I don't know what I'll do. I have no backup plan. If anything, Dmitri was my backup plan, so it would seriously complicate things. This was only ever meant to be a platonic arrangement, nothing more. Before I have a chance to speak, to tell him it's not a good idea, Dmitri's lips crash against mine, and his body pushes me back against the wall. His fingers dig into my waist as he forces his tongue into my mouth, and I can't help but moan at the feeling of him pressed against me. My body is responding all on its own. Warmth starts to pool in my lower belly, and I freeze at the sensation. A sensation that I have refused to let myself experience for good reason. You're not safe. I screw my eyes shut, trying to ignore the intrusive thought. This is not him. This is not Giovanni. Dmitri's hand grazes up my waist and moves to cup my breast through my dress, and I can't hold back the gasp that spills from my lips. I arch into his touch, and he responds by kneading my breast harder. Zara, he growls against my lips. His voice helps bring me back to the present. I cling to the soft material of his shirt, pulling him closer against me. He chuckles, his breath tickling my ear as he nuzzles into my neck, his other hand moving to cup my face, and I sigh at the feeling of his calloused fingers gently caressing my skin. I can't ignore my attraction to Dmitri. The man knows how to wear a tuxedo, and that mixed with his towering build and devilish good looks has me wanting to give myself over to him. The strength that radiates from him is intoxicating, and I wish I could just give in and let him take control, let him show me the sort of pleasure I never thought was possible. And that thought scares the fuck out of me. We shouldn't be doing this. You're not safe. I freeze as Dmitri sinks his fingers into my hair, tugging the strands so that my head falls back, exposing my neck for him to explore. My body is screaming at me to give in. The heat in my lower belly has turned into a dull ache between my thighs that will not be satisfied until Dmitri has buried himself inside me. But my head is screaming the opposite. The last time a man had his hands on me, I was left broken beyond repair. It's taken me a long time to fix what was broken, and I want nothing more than to forget. To replace the memories seared into my brain with something good. To not have him be the last man to have touched me. I no longer want him to hold that power over me, but I can't deny that I'm terrified. Not of Dmitri, but of the thought of having someone be that close to me again. I was so very wrong before, and I never want to make that mistake again. Focusing on the feeling of Dmitri pressed against me, of his strong arms wrapped around my waist, holding me against him, I part my lips and let my tongue slide into his mouth. Dmitri's answering groan has my confidence growing. I can be the one in control here. He is not him. I want you, I murmur against his lips. I open my eyes and look up at Dmitri, and my knees almost buckle at the lust reflecting in his dark eyes. Thank fuck. He reaches for the zipper at the side of my dress and begins pulling it down. I hold my breath, my body frozen as the dress falls to the floor, leaving me in nothing but my underwear. Zara, he growls, his eyes taking in the white lace lingerie. You've had that on this entire time. I shrug, sinking my teeth into my lower lip as I look up at Dmitri under my lashes. Do you like it? I can't fight the smile as I watch Dmitri's throat bob. Fuck, you look incredible. You should see what's underneath. I reach behind me to unclasp my strapless bra. I let it fall to the floor, and Dimitri's eyes flash with need as he takes in my swollen breasts and peaked nipples. His tongue darts out to wet his lower lip, and I imagine for a moment what it would feel like to have his tongue explore my breasts, my inner thighs, my pussy. Dimitri, I rub my thighs together. Come here. He wraps an arm around my waist, pulling me flush against him. I moan at his shirt grazing my nipples, but it soon turns to a squeal of surprise as he reaches down with his free hand and lifts me off the ground. I wrap my legs around his waist as he spins us and carries me over to the bed, tossing me down onto the blue comforter. I think I'm going to enjoy what's beneath those pretty lace panties. He reaches for the buttons on his dress shirt. I push myself up onto my elbows and watch with bated breath as Dimitri shrugs out of his shirt. The sight of his muscled abdomen has my mouth watering. My eyes roam over his tanned chest, following the trail of hair that disappears into the waistband of his pants, and I let out a gasp at the sight of his very prominent erection that is straining against his zipper. Like what you see, he chuckles. My cheeks heat as he starts unbuttoning his pants. The aching between my thighs increases as he sinks his fingers into the waistband and slowly pushes them down his muscular thighs. When he straightens, a strangled sound escapes me at the sight of his erect cock. My pussy instantly clenches as I take in his thick length, the tip that's already slick with his arousal. He's going to fill me so well. Before I do anything else, I want to taste you, Zara. His eyes roam over my body as he wraps his hand around his length and pumps it hard. His jaw flexes as he rolls his hand over the tip and grunts. I sink my fingers into the comforter to stop myself from reaching between my thighs to relieve the throbbing ache as I watch him stroke himself. I didn't know it was possible to be this turned on, but Dmitry Koslov is making my body feel as if I might actually die if he doesn't get his hands on me. Please. Lie back and part your legs for me, Sladkaya. He pumps his length once more. I do as he says, settling myself back against the pillows and spreading my thighs. My breathing is coming in short pants as Dmitri climbs onto the bed, his strong arms resting on either side of my torso as he slowly lowers his head and presses a soft kiss to my navel. My back arches off the bed as his tongue darts out and licks at my skin. Dmitri, I moan. So needy. He chuckles, his breath tickling my skin before kissing me once more. My cheeks flush at my own desperation. I need relief, and it seems as if Dmitri is wanting to take his sweet time exploring my body. I do my best to relax into the pillows, letting my eyes flutter closed as he starts to kiss lower, his hands moving to my waist to hold me still. When he finally presses a kiss to my clit through the lace, I let out a gasp at the feeling of his hot mouth against my sensitive flesh. If it feels this good through my panties, I'm not going to last once he gets his tongue on me, and he fucking knows it. I squirm against him as he continues to trail kisses along my drenched core, moaning as he finds me so wet and ready for him. I think it's about time we took these panties off, Dmitri murmurs. Yes, my hips buck as he grazes his teeth over my clit. Pushing himself up onto his knees, he sinks his fingers into the waistband of my panties and slowly starts to pull them down over my ass. I lift my hips, my heart thundering in my chest, as he pulls the material down my thighs and over my ankles. Tossing the material aside, he grabs me by the ankles and slowly parts my thighs, exposing my very bare, very glistening pussy. Look at you, he growls, his calloused hands running up my thighs as he takes me in. So wet and ready for me. Dmitri, my eyes flick to his cock. Not yet. He reaches his arms around the backs of my thighs, lowering his head between them. I sink my teeth into my lower lip choking back my frustration. But at the first flick of his tongue over my clit, at the first wave of pleasure that courses through my body, I soon forgive his teasing because the buildup was worth every second. As he runs his tongue along my core, a rush of wetness pools beneath me, and I'm crying out with pleasure. Dmitri groans against me, and the sound has my blood heating. Knowing that he's just as turned on as I am has my pulse quickening, imagining how hard he's going to take me once I've come for him. He slowly licks the length of my pussy before gently flicking the tip over my swollen clit. I moan, reaching up to cup my breasts, as he continues licking me so deliciously slowly. I love that he's taking his time exploring me, and it's only making the pleasure more intense. I take my nipples between my thumb and forefinger, tweaking them hard as Dmitri flicks his tongue over my clit once more. Yes, I gasp, my hips bucking as he continues to work my clit. "Ma, you taste so sweet, Sladkaya." My eyes roll as Dmitri runs his hands up and down my thighs as he starts sucking my clit harder. My breasts are heavy and aching, and my body is desperate for release, but as soon as I feel the orgasm start to build, he pulls away. "Please." I try to grind my pussy against his face, but his hands find my hips, holding me in place as he looks up at me under those long, dark lashes. "Not yet." The sight of him looking up at me from between my thighs has me almost coming undone. He keeps his eyes locked on mine as he sinks his tongue inside my core and slowly starts pumping it inside me. I cry out, my hands moving to his hair as he fucks me with his tongue, working me so well that my legs start to shake as my orgasm builds once more. I'm so close. Oh God. I sink my fingertips into the silky strands, pulling him even closer. "That's it, Zara. Come for me, Sladkaya." Dmitri runs his tongue along my center before taking my clit between his lips and sucking hard. I cry out as his touch sends me over the edge. I come so hard that my entire body is shaking, and I can't stop the moans that spill from my lips as my pussy pulses so deliciously. I cling to Dmitri, holding him in place as wave after wave of pleasure hits me, and he continues to slowly lick my clit as I ride out my orgasm. When I'm nothing more than a gasping, shaking mess, I collapse back against the pillows. I try to catch my breath, but my heart is pounding in my chest, and my body is covered in a thin sheen of sweat. "Well done, Sladkaya." Dmitri presses a soft kiss to my swollen clit before lifting himself up onto his knees. My pussy is so wet and sensitive that the thought of Dmitri thrusting his thick length inside me makes me whimper. As if he can read my thoughts, Dmitri moves to hover his strong body above mine, resting his forearms on either side of my head. "We'll go slow. I don't want to hurt you, Zara." I let out a long breath and nod, moving my hands over his broad chest as I part my thighs wider. "I need this. I need him. Fuck me, Dmitri." 11. Zara. Dmitri's mouth crashes against mine, and I moan as I taste myself on his tongue. He's still hovering above me, but I need to feel him close. To feel the warmth of his body, to feel the safety of his arms around me as I cross a line I never thought I would cross again. He pulls away for a moment, his dark eyes searching my face. "Are you sure?" "Yes." A feral smile tugs at Dmitri's lips as he moves his hips and gently nudges the tip of his cock against my entrance. "You're so ready for me," he grunts, looking down at where our bodies are about to be joined. I bite my lip as he slowly pushes himself inside me, wincing slightly as my pussy stretches around his thickness. "Is this okay?" he murmurs as he sinks another inch inside me. I nod, but he's not buying it. "Zara, I need you to say the words out loud. Otherwise, I won't go any further." It's okay, I'm good. It's just you're so big." "I know, Sladkaya, We can take it slow. He dips down to press a kiss to my jaw. Let me know if it becomes too much. Please, Dmitri. I move my hands up to cup his face. I need you. He lowers his head to press the softest kiss to my lips, and my body starts to relax at his touch. I'm right here. He slowly thrusts his cock inside me all the way. I gasp at the slight pain as he stretches me, but then it turns to the sweetest pleasure as he begins to slowly move inside me. You're taking me so well, Sladkaya. He slowly pulls out and thrusts back inside me. I have to screw my eyes shut to stop myself from bursting into tears as his sweet words ring in my ears. I don't want Dmitri to know how truly broken I am and feel guilty for triggering past memories. I promised myself I would leave them in the past and focus on making new memories, so with each thrust I remind myself that it's Dmitri. That Dmitri is the one making me feel nothing but pleasure, that he cares not just about my body, but about me. I sink my fingers into the hard muscle of his back, burying my face in his neck as he slowly thrusts inside me. I've never felt so full, and when he pulls out, I whimper at the emptiness. I need more, I need him. Zara, he groans as he sinks back inside me. The sound of my name spilling from his lips has me tightening my legs around his waist, pulling him closer. Feels so good, I moan as I dig my heels into his back. You want more? Yes, I gasp, though it turns into a cry of pleasure as Dmitri pulls out and thrusts into me so hard I see stars. Fuck, he groans. He bows his head and takes my right nipple into his mouth, sucking hard as he continues to pound into me, his cock brushing the sensitive inner walls of my pussy. I can barely think straight as Dmitri pumps his hips harder, faster as he continues to work my nipple with his tongue. My body is alight with pleasure, and my eyes sting with tears as I can feel my orgasm start to build once more. I am close. I grind my hips to match each of his thrusts. Christ, Zara, I can feel you clenching around my cock. He buries his face between my breasts. Dmitri. Fuck, I'm going to come. Dmitri lifts his head to gaze down at me. The sight of his eyes, so heavy with arousal, almost sends me over the edge. Dmitri Koslov is about to come undone, and I can't fucking wait. Oh God, I moan, arching my back so that my nipples brush against his chest. That's it, Sladkaya, come with me. Yes, I cry out, my eyes rolling as he increases his pace, slamming into me so hard my orgasm hits me out of nowhere. I cling to Dmitri as my pussy starts to pulse around his cock, sending him crashing over the edge with me. Zara, he chokes out, his body shuddering as his cock spills inside me. My thighs clench around his waist as he continues to slowly pump his length inside me until we're both completely spent. I fall back against the pillows, and Dmitri collapses on top of me, kissing me softly as we both try to catch our breath. Fuck, that was amazing. He rests his forehead against mine. His cheeks are flushed, and strands of dark hair cling to his forehead. I reach up to brush them away, and he leans into my touch, his eyes fluttering closed as he tries to calm his breathing. I can barely think straight as I come down from the high. It really was, I sigh, pressing a soft kiss to his jaw. I make no move to unlock my legs from around his waist, enjoying the feeling of him filling me too much. I want to stay buried inside you, Dmitri murmurs against my lips. But as much as I want to go for round 2, we also need to sleep. He chuckles before taking my lower lip between his teeth. Okay. Don't pout, he laughs. It's been a long day, and you need to get some sleep, Sladkaya. I roll my eyes, but nod. It has been a very long day, and tomorrow will be even longer as I'm due to move into his penthouse. You'll thank me in the morning. He presses one last kiss to my lips. A soft gasp escapes me as he slowly slides his cock free, before lifting his body off of me and rolling over. I instantly miss his warmth against me, but then his arms are sliding under me and he's pulling me back against his hard chest. "Sweet dreams, Zara," he whispers into the darkness as his warm hands move to rest on my stomach. My eyes flutter closed, suddenly heavy. I silently pray that Dmitri might actually have managed to keep my nightmares at bay, at least for tonight while he holds me close. I snuggle into his arms, breathing in his musky smell as I try to focus on the sound of his breathing. But I should know better than that. For in the silence, it all comes flooding back. No matter where I am, the moment the night comes and I close my eyes, he's there plaguing my dreams. Sweat breaks out over my skin, and my breathing turns ragged as my heart rate spikes. I shrug out of Dmitri's arms and turn to lie on my back, resting one hand on my heart and the other on my stomach to try and ground myself. I am safe. Memories flash behind my eyes, and my breath catches. I am safe. I repeat the mantra over and over in my head, trying my best to calm my breathing so as not to wake Dmitri. The last thing I need is for him to wake up and catch me in the beginning of a spiral. I don't need to burden him with the reality of my trauma, to show him how truly damaged I am. So I continue to silently speak my mantra, hoping that I'll eventually grow so tired that I'll fall into a dreamless sleep. But sleep never comes. I don't know how long I lie awake, staring at the ceiling. It doesn't take long for the sound of Dmitri's breath to grow heavier with sleep, but I find little comfort knowing he's beside me. If anything, it makes my thoughts spiral even more. I knew this would happen. I knew having sex would trigger the memories, but I did it anyway. I had hoped that finally being intimate with someone I knew and trusted would help. But as the darkness starts to tug at my thoughts, it's clear how wrong I was. I curse my younger self for getting caught up in a situation that has left me fearing any sort of intimacy with a man. Perhaps if I hadn't been so trusting, so naive, I wouldn't have got myself into this mess. Life can change in an instant, but not for the better. That day broke something in me, and I thought I had managed to put myself back together, to patch over the wounds left behind until I could resemble someone close to who I was before. But it turns out I'm not as strong as I thought. Those wounds turned to scars that cover every inch of my skin, leaving me unrecognizable. My hands clutch at my throat as I stare up at the ceiling. I can't breathe. I'm not safe. My lungs are burning as I open my mouth to try and take a breath, but it's no use. There's no air. I'm going to die. I throw back the covers and climb out of bed, rushing through to the bathroom to empty my stomach into the toilet. Tears stream down my face as my stomach heaves, my naked body shivering as I kneel on the cold tiles. "You're safe," I whisper out loud as I press a trembling hand to my heart. "Your body is just responding to the memory. You're safe, you're safe, you're safe." I was taught to rationalize my body's response out loud to try and snap myself back into the present, to remind myself that this is a fear response, nothing more. But if the spiral is too far gone, no amount of positive self-talk is going to bring me back. My heart continues to hammer in my chest as the memories continue to flood my mind. My stomach churns, but there's nothing left to bring up, so I'm left dry, heaving over the toilet. I need to get out of here. Dmitri can't see me like this. Climbing to my feet, I stagger over to the sink and turn on the faucet to splash some cold water on my face before sneaking back into the bedroom. Glancing at the bed, I exhale at the sight of Dmitri's sleeping body. The last thing I need is for him to have heard me throwing up. I hate leaving him like this, but I have no choice. Grabbing my overnight bag, I quickly pull on a pair of leggings and a t-shirt and slide my feet into my sneakers. I glance around and cringe, as I notice the dark outline of my wedding dress lying in a heap on the floor. Last night with Dmitri feels like a fever dream, and I had to wake up eventually. I hurry to the desk and scribble Dmitri a note on the hotel stationery. He doesn't deserve to wake up alone without some kind of explanation. But before I can face him, I need to snap myself out of the spiral that is starting to drag me back under. The only way I can do that is alone and in the safety of my apartment where I can sit in the darkness until it starts to clear. He doesn't need to see me like this. He deserves better. He deserves someone who isn't broken. So, I let him know that I'll meet him at his penthouse tomorrow evening once I've gotten my shit together. Throwing my bag over my shoulder, I slip out of the door without a backward glance. 12. Dmitri. I reach across the bed, ready to pull Zura back against my chest and press my already hard cock against her plump ass, but I find it empty. My eyes fly open to find her side of the bed crumpled and vacant. Zara, I push myself up into a seat position. The room is empty, so I assume she's taking a shower. I quickly throw off the covers and go in search of her. Last night was meant to be a one-off, a way to get Zara out of her head. But maybe we can extend that to a morning session in the shower, because the thought of her naked body dripping wet has me groaning with the need to take her. I knew sex with Zara would be incredible, but not that incredible. I don't think I've ever come so hard in my life, and the sweet sounds of her coming undone will be forever etched into my mind. This is going to be some arrangement indeed. Zara, I call out as I push open the door to the bathroom. I was expecting the sound of the water running, for the mirror to be steamed up, and to find her naked body soaped up and ready for me. But it's also empty. She's gone. My heart skips a beat as my mind goes to the worst-case scenario. It's Gelanto, all over again. Someone got in while we were sleeping and took her right out from underneath me. I was meant to protect her. I promised to protect her, and on our first night as husband and wife, I broke that promise. I stumble back into the bedroom, my eyes darting around for any sign of a struggle. Surely, if something happened, I would have heard. This doesn't make sense. Until my eyes land on the pad of hotel stationery on the small writing desk, and I notice Zara's delicate handwriting. Dmitri. Sorry to leave like this, but I needed some time alone to think. Please don't worry. I'm at my apartment in the city. I'll meet you at your penthouse tomorrow evening. Zara. Time to think. I reread the note a few more times before ripping it off the pad and screwing it into a ball. What is there to think about? What we did last night was a one-time thing, purely to get it out of our system, nothing more. If Zara's suddenly worried that I'm expecting her to sleep with me on a regular basis just because we're married, then she's got the wrong idea. Why didn't she say something to me if she was worried? I thought we had the sort of relationship where we could talk about things, but clearly I was wrong. I can't deny it hurts that she felt the need to disappear in the middle of the night, but there's nothing I can do about it now. If she regrets sleeping together, then we'll just have to make sure it never happens again. Fuck, I toss the screwed up note on the ground. I can't risk this marriage falling apart, so if Zara wants to keep this above board and purely platonic, then so be it. I don't hang around in the honeymoon suite. After finding Zara's note, I quickly get dressed back into my wedding tux and make my way over to my penthouse on the Upper East Side. It's just a few blocks over from my family's main residence in the city, and Zara is due to move in this evening. I thought she would prefer having some space away from my brothers. Plus, it plays into the illusion of having a real marriage if we had our place to call home. I park in the underground garage and take the private elevator up to the penthouse. The doors open, and I breathe a sigh of relief. As much as I love spending time at our family estates, there's something about being in my own place that lets me fully unwind and switch off from being a Koslov, for a little while at least. It's decorated to my taste, which is modern and simple with mostly black and white details with a few navy blue accents. Floor-to-ceiling windows cover the majority of the walls, giving me the perfect view of the New York skyline no matter where I go. I opened up the first floor to combine the living and dining spaces, not that I ever entertain. The 10-person glass table and navy suede chairs are purely for show, though I suspect Zara and I may share a meal or two once she moves in. A room has already been set up for Zara, and she's had the majority of her things brought over in the last week. I glance around the expansive living space, picturing coming home to Zara lounging on the cream couch or fluttering about the kitchen. A smile tugs at my lips as it begins to play out in my mind, and I can't deny that I'll enjoy the company. I've never brought a woman back to my apartment before, not only for privacy reasons, but it allowed me to always keep a distance. I could always be the one to leave in the middle of the night, just like Zara did. My stomach twists as I realize how much I wanted to wake up to her beside me. I need to pass the time before she comes over, so I head up to the second floor and run a cold shower, my body still filled with tension after picturing Zara naked in the shower. I quickly pump one out in the hopes that when I see her later, I'll have gotten it out of my system, and the sight of her body won't have my cock springing into action. Pulling on a fresh white shirt and black pants, I head down the hall into my office where I pass the time with emails and calls. I soon lose a few hours to work, and when my phone finally buzzes with a notification from Felix letting me know that Zara is here, I get to my feet. By the time I've headed down to the main floor, the elevator is opening, and Zara is stepping out. She looks just as breathtaking as she did yesterday, with her hair loose around her shoulders. She's wearing a pale blue sundress that shows off her smooth skin and delicious curves. Now I know what's beneath. I'm finding it hard not to imagine ripping the flimsy material off her body and taking her right here on the carpet. Felix said I could come straight up. I hope that's okay. She glances around as she wheels her small carry-on out of the elevator. Of course. I haven't failed to notice that she is yet to look me in the eye. I try not to feel discouraged by it. She's no doubt feeling very overwhelmed, so I plaster an easy smile on my face as I walk over to her. I felt very important having a driver come and pick me up. She chuckles. You are very important. She flushes as I reach for her case, careful not to brush against her hand. Would you like a tour? Zara nods, offering me a small smile in return. She's mostly quiet as I take her through the main living space, before heading upstairs to the next floor, where I show her the 2 guest rooms which are situated on the east side of the upper floor. Would you like to see your room? I hope it might relax her a little to see her own private space. I get my own room. She follows behind me. I walk us back along the corridor, past the stairs, and over to the west side. Of course, I pause outside of her bedroom door, which just so happens to be across the hall from mine. I thought it important that you have a space just for yourself, though for appearance sake, most of your things have been put in my room. But I want you to know that there is no pressure for this to be anything other than an arrangement. Last night was fun, but I'm guessing from the way you left that you think it was a bad idea. She cringes as she looks away, and I fight the urge to reach out and touch her, to let her know that I don't blame her for leaving. I think it's best to keep this all above board. I don't want to complicate things. I nod, though I can't deny that the thought of having her in my bed again gets my blood rushing straight to my cock. Then it's settled. I reach for the door handle, pushing it open. I step aside to let Zara in, and the small gasp that escapes her lips has me smirking with pride. I knew she'd like it. As her room is north-facing, the majority of the walls are windows, giving her the perfect view of the city. I kept it fairly simple, with the huge king-sized bed taking up the majority of the room. I figure she has the rest of the apartment to hang out in, so I only had a reading chair and a small table put in the corner. There's a walk-in closet through that door, which also leads to your own bathroom. Zara moves to stand in the center of the room and stares at the huge bed, her eyes roaming over the cream comforter and pillows. Her eyes flick up, and she blinks at the sight of the enormous piece of art that takes up most of the wall. This artwork probably costs more than what I make in a year. If you're not happy with the room, I'm more than happy to give you an allowance to decorate the place however you wish. Is she put off by my choice of art? Oh no, that's not what I mean. She looks horrified. I don't need money, Dimitri. That's not what we agreed on. And I'm saying, screw the agreement, you can have whatever you want. I want you to be happy while you're here. Zara blinks but nods, her cheeks reddening as she turns back to face the room. It's perfect, she sighs. Thank you. You're welcome. Now you'll have your own key to get into the building, and I'll add your fingerprints to the system. I'm allowed out, she raises her eyebrows. I'm not like Alex, I chuckle. You're not my hostage, though I will say that the security in this place is extremely tight and all the cameras are linked to my phone. I will also be notified every time you enter or leave the premises. She bites her lower lip. After the situation with Gelanto, I can't take any risks when it comes to your safety, Zara. Our marriage might be for show, but my care for you is not. Zara's throat bobs as she looks at me, her eyes softening as my words sink in. I never want her to have to experience fear like that again, so I made sure to install extra cameras and fingerprint locks to give us both peace of mind. Now, while you make yourself at home, why don't I get us both a drink? It's clear we both need to loosen up a bit, and the only way I know how to do that is with sex or alcohol, and seeing as the former is off the table. Sure. We exit her bedroom, and as I'm closing the door behind us, Zara pauses. Where does that door lead? She points to the door at the far end of the upstairs corridor. To the rooftop terrace. There's a hot tub and lounge chairs up there, so feel free to use it as much as you want. Zara's jaw hits the floor, and I swallow a laugh at the look on her face. Oh, I will definitely be using the hot tub. My mouth suddenly feels dry, as I picture coming home to Zara, lounging in a bikini. Thankfully, my phone beeping interrupts my filthy thoughts. Excuse me. I reach into my pocket, pulling my phone out. There's a single message from Alexei, and I curse under my breath as I scan the contents. Is everything okay? I glance up to Zara, frowning at my expression. There's something I have to go and deal with, but I won't be long. Will you be okay here by yourself? I'll be fine. Zara offers me a reassuring smirk. Take your time. I'm quite looking forward to having some time alone in my new penthouse. What's mine is yours, I chuckle. Call me if you need anything. Zara rolls her eyes and ushers me toward the elevator, ensuring me that the only thing she might need is a nice long bath. Apparently, I was the last one to receive Alexei's message. As I step out of the elevator into the living room of my family's Upper East Side penthouse, I spy my two youngest brothers lounging on the couch while Alexei paces the room. When he hears me enter, his head snaps up, and his expression is one of cold fury. Fucking great. You realize I just got married, right? I tell Alexei as I head straight for the drinks cabinet. I'm technically on my honeymoon. Daniel nods. How is that going, brat? I glance over my shoulder at my youngest brother and flash him a smirk. It was going great until Alexei decided to remind me of his existence. I scoff as I pour myself a large vodka. Surely, whatever this is, you could have handled it without me. I grab my drink and head over to the vacant couch opposite Mikkel and Daniel, collapsing into the plush cushions and taking a long sip of my drink, shuddering as it burns my throat. Alexei rolls his eyes, folding his arms across his chest. The reason we're here is because of this marriage. Massimo got word of your nuptials and is planning a strike against one of our clubs. Apparently, he's pissed that you ruined his plans to marry off Lucia. Well, I'm pissed that you both decided to betroth me to some pampered princess without consulting me first. How the hell did he think I was going to react? Mikkel groans. I think it's a little too late to worry about that. Alexei throws his arms up in the air. We are trying to diffuse the war between our two families, not make it worse. Then get one of these two idiots to marry the princess. I nod at Mikkel and Daniel. It's probably Daniel's best chance at getting some action. I smirk. I pull plenty of women. Daniel's cheeks redden. Sure you do, Chuvak. Daniel scowls, which only makes me smile more. He might be almost 26, but in my eyes, he's still an awkward 13-year-old. Alexei takes a sip of his drink. Massimo was specific in his request. He wanted the most senior member of the Koslov Bratva. As I'm already married, the title falls to you, dear brother. How fucking convenient. I shake my head. Not that any of it matters now, seeing as you've pissed him off enough that he's planning on retaliating. Why don't I go and speak with Massimo? Convince him that I had kept my relationship with Zara under wraps purely for safety reasons. I can tell him that it was never my intention to break a promise, especially when I had no knowledge of it in the first place. I narrow my eyes at Alexei. It might be enough to placate him for now. Mikkel scoffs. That's your big idea. Let me guess. You want to storm one of his clubs instead and unleash a full-out war. Fuck yes. Alexei shakes his head. Neither of those options are the answer here. He won't listen to you, Dmitri. I know Massimo, and he doesn't like to be played for a fool. Your lack of faith in me is insulting. You'll be wasting your time. Let me at least try, I shrug. What's the worst that could happen? My oldest brother groans. You don't want to know the answer to the question. Well, lucky for all of us, I can be very convincing. I hope. 13. Zara. If I knew a honeymoon was going to be so relaxing, I would have gotten married years ago. I've been lounging around Dimitri's penthouse for the last 3 days, enjoying some much-needed time off work. It was Dimitri's idea for me to take some time off to ensure that the marriage seemed believable, though my honeymoon is far from traditional. Firstly, Dmitri has been gone almost the entire time, leaving me to fend for myself. I thought I would get lonely being by myself in his enormous penthouse, but it turns out I'm having the time of my life. I can't remember the last time I took a vacation, and I've made sure to use my time wisely. I've read 3 books, caught up on the latest seasons of my favorite reality shows, and eaten far too much takeout, courtesy of Dmitri, who left me his credit card to use as I pleased. Initially, I felt weird using his card, but considering the amount of money it must have cost to furnish his apartment, I realized a few orders to the local Chinese won't make too much of a dent in his bank balance. I'm not exactly excited about the prospect of going back to work tomorrow. I can't shake the feeling that Giovanni isn't going to be put off by the sight of a ring on my finger. If he had any sense, he would stay the hell away from me, considering who my husband is. But being a Koslov might simply level up the game in his eyes. He's not one to back down. When he sees something or someone he wants, he doesn't stop. He's already proved that to me once. You're not thinking about work, I state out loud, shaking my head. I let out a breath and get up off the couch, deciding that a nice dip in the hot tub with an ice-cold glass of wine is the best way to celebrate the last night of my honeymoon. It's almost 7, and the summer sun is just starting to set over the city, casting a soft orange glow over the entire skyline. I shuffle over to the kitchen and open up the wine fridge that is hidden away beneath the island. It's fully stocked with my favorite rosé, courtesy of my very attentive husband, so I pull out a bottle and root through the cupboards to find a glass. Once my wine is secured, I head up the stairs into my bedroom to go in search of some swimwear. I set my wine glass down on my bedside table and stalk into my enormous closet that I was surprised to find had not only been stocked with my actual clothes that I had brought from my old apartment, but with some added extras. Bypassing the rows of dresses and drawers of skimpy underwear, I fish out a neon pink bikini and quickly change. After sliding on some flip-flops, I quickly grab a towel from my bathroom and sling it over my shoulder. An hour in the hot tub with some wine is exactly what I need. Picking up my glass, I head out of my room and take the stairs up to the rooftop terrace. I still can't believe I live here now. As I step out onto the deck, a laugh escapes me as I take in the incredible view of the city. Dimitri has done an amazing job with the terrace. Pale wooden decking covers the entire area with lights built into the floor around the edges. At one end, there's ample seating surrounding a huge fire pit that's sunk into the floor, as well as a fully stocked bar and stools. At the other is the hot tub and lounge chairs, where I plan on spending the majority of my time while I'm here. I walk over to the hot tub and set down my glass of wine in one of the built-in cup holders. Tossing my towel on one of the lounge chairs, I climb the steps and sink myself into the water until it comes up to my neck, letting out a sigh of relief as my body starts to relax. "Think I need the jets on," I mutter, reaching over the edge to switch them on. Bubbles instantly appear, causing a layer of foam to cover the top of the water, and I lie back and rest my head against the edge, letting my eyes close for a moment as the water begins to loosen up my tense muscles. Once I'm back at work, I can definitely see myself sneaking up here every night to unwind. The sounds of the bustling city below might be off-putting to some people, but I find it oddly comforting. Growing up in Queens, I wanted nothing more than to move to the big city and live out the fantasy of the corporate working girl who had it all. I loved how fast-paced life seemed to be, how I had everything at my fingertips. Nothing felt impossible anymore. Until I met him. After the incident, I honestly considered packing up and moving back home. Experiencing trauma like that changed how I viewed everything. I suddenly no longer saw the city as exciting. Instead, it was terrifying. Every man I passed was an enemy. Every accidental brush of my shoulder on the subway had me breaking out in a sweat. I could barely stand to be around people. But eventually, I started to heal just enough that I no longer saw his face in every man I came across. Eventually, I fell back in love with the city and no longer blamed it for what happened to me. Only he can take that blame. I open my eyes and reach for my wine, taking a sip as I look out at the city. It doesn't take long for my skin to turn pink and for a thin sheen of sweat to coat my brow from the heat of the water. I'm sure there's rules about how long you should stay in a hot tub to stop yourself from slow cooking, but my rule is that I stay in until the wine runs out. Deciding it's a good idea to go and pour myself another glass, I get to my feet and am about to climb out when the door creaking open catches my attention. "Enjoying yourself," Dimitri chuckles. I freeze, my empty wine glass in hand, as Dimitri steps out onto the deck. His eyes roam over my very wet, almost naked body. My breasts are practically spilling out of the bikini top, the material just about covering my nipples, and the bottoms aren't much better. If I knew he would be joining me, I would have perhaps chosen a more full-coverage bathing suit. But there's not much I can do about that now. "You told me to make myself at home. I bite my lip. I did indeed. His eyes darken with lust as they linger on my chest. His throat bobs as his tongue darts out to wet his lower lip, and I have to fight the urge to rub my thighs together. I glance down and gasp at the sight of the very obvious bulge in the front of his pants, the outline of his cock straining against his zipper. This time, I can't stop myself from clenching my thighs as I remember how well he filled me. The thought of doing it again has my blood heating. Thankfully, my cheeks are already flushed from the water, so I can cover up how much the sight of his hardened cock turns me on. Is there room for me? His lips pull up into a smirk. I shrug, doing my best to not seem affected by the very apparent sight of his arousal. Sure, so long as you put a swimsuit on. Dmitri chuckles, the sound low and seductive. I'll be right back. The second he disappears back down the stairs into the penthouse, I exhale the breath I didn't realize I was holding. The thought of Dmitri's hard, wet body in this hot tub has my nipples pebbling. I can't deny my attraction to him, but we made a promise to keep things platonic for a reason. My head is a mess, and I'm in no way ready for what he obviously wants. I sink back down into the water, setting my glass into the cup holder as I wait for Dmitri. Oh my God! I choke as Dmitri appears a few minutes later, wearing nothing but a pair of boxers. Turns out I don't have a swimsuit, and seeing as I'm not allowed to be naked, he glances down at his very prominent erection. My mouth goes dry as Dmitri reaches down and rubs his palm along his length. My pussy clenches as I imagine climbing onto his lap right here in the hot tub and sinking down onto his thick length. How can you not have a bathing suit? I force my eyes to look anywhere but at his cock. I normally like to take my dips naked. The thought of him dripping wet and hard has me choking back a moan. This is exactly the sort of situation I was trying to avoid. I think your very skimpy bathing suit is to blame here. It doesn't seem to want to go back down. He chuckles as he strolls over the hot tub. Every inch of his body ripples with muscle from his broad shoulders to his thick thighs. Knowing what it's like to feel him on top of me, to have his strong arms wrapped around me, makes me desperately want to give in to my body's urges. I felt so safe and protected when he touched me. In the moment, nothing else mattered apart from him and the way he made me feel. I want nothing more than to experience that again, but I know that the second it's over, I'll fall into a dark spiral. I assumed you wouldn't be home until later. I wrap my arms around myself to try and cover up my breasts. So did I. He climbs into the water. Though if I knew you were out here wearing that, I would have been home a lot sooner. Dmitri takes a seat beside me, resting his arm along the back of the tub behind me. Have you enjoyed having some time off the last few days? My chest is tight. I'm sorry I couldn't hang out with you that much. It seems Alexei doesn't fully understand the meaning of a honeymoon. I can barely hear him. It's too hot and my heart is starting to race. I try my best to breathe deeply, but all I can focus on is the feeling of Dmitri next to me. How his thigh brushes against mine, how his fingers gently graze the skin on my shoulder. I flinch at the touch, my hand going to my heart as the panic starts to build out of nowhere. Zara, is everything okay? You can't do this here. I am sorry. I stumble, getting to my feet. I have to go. Zara. I promised I'd call my sister. I lie, avoiding Dmitri's eyes. I quickly climb out of the hot tub and grab my towel off the lounger, throwing it around my waist to try and shield myself. I keep my back to Dmitri so he can't see the panic on my face as I hurry to the door and disappear down the stairs. I only pray that he decides to leave me alone because I don't think I have the strength to stop the truth about what happened in my past from spilling from my lips. Because once it all comes out, he'll never look at me the same again. 14. Zara. Giovanni took one look at my wedding ring and laughed, the sound cold and cruel. My stomach dropped as I realized I was right to assume the worst. The last 3 days being back at work have been hell. It's clear that he sees my marriage to Dmitri as nothing more than a challenge. I don't know how much longer I can cope with his wandering looks and inappropriate comments. I'm constantly on edge, barely able to focus on my work as I'm terrified Giovanni is going to call me back into his office to ogle me. Take any chance to touch me. Perhaps if I give it more time, Giovanni might eventually grow bored of me, of my lack of interest. But until that time comes, I'm just going to have to endure it. I have no choice. Giovanni wants you for another meeting, Callie informs me, leaning over the top of my cubicle. Seriously, I run my hands through my hair. That's the third one this morning. Seems Giovanni's taken a liking to you. Callie waggles her eyebrows. Keep up the good work, Mullins. My stomach knots as I get to my feet. I know she's only joking, but it still hits a nerve. Have any of my other colleagues noticed Giovanni's particular interest in me? I don't want anyone to think that I'm getting special treatment. I want my work to speak for itself. I guess that's just another thing to add to my list of worries. Smoothing my hands over my dark blue dress, I decide it's best to pull on my cardigan to cover up my shoulders. I hate that it's come to this, but I don't want to give the man any ammunition. I wish my boss liked me that much. Callie sighs. How come I get stuck with the mean one who is never happy with my work? Trust me, Callie. I collect my notebook and pen. You're better off having a boss who doesn't like you. Callie frowns at me, but I offer her a reassuring smile. If I'm not back in 15 minutes, come and get me, please. I let out a breath. Clutching my notebook to my chest, I head across the main office floor toward the private offices where the senior partners work. I will say I have missed the hustle and bustle of the office environment over the last few days. It's fast-paced and high pressure, but I love it. I thrive off being busy and feeling as if I'm making a difference. Though now, as I approach Giovanni's office, I want nothing more than to go home and crawl back into the safety of my bed. With trembling hands, I raise my fist to the door and knock once. Come in. His voice sends a shiver down my spine, and not in a good way. Not in the way that Dmitri's voice does. I push open the door and plaster a fake smile on my face. You needed to see me. I hover in the doorway. He looks up from behind his desk and smiles, his gray eyes lighting up with feral delight as he looks over me. I clutch my notebook tighter, if only to shield my chest from view. I always need to see you, Zara. I swallow the bile in my throat as I do my best to hold his gaze. My office feels so empty without you in it. My palms start to sweat. Unfortunately, I don't get paid to chat. Giovanni chuckles, rubbing his hand along his stubbled jaw as his eyes linger on my mouth. Did you receive the reports on the Wilson case? He leans back in his chair as he watches me. Yes, they were emailed over this morning. I need you to go through the file and organize the witness statements as well as the transcripts. Of course. It's mindless work, which should at least keep me busy for the next hour or so. Perhaps I can stretch it out a little longer just to avoid needing to come back into his office. All I need to do is get through the next few hours before I can escape the office for lunch. I used to enjoy eating at my desk, using the extra time to get ahead on admin tasks. But ever since Giovanni entered my life once more, I take any opportunity I can to escape. Giovanni watches every step I take as I walk over to the row of filing cabinets along the left wall and open the drawer labeled W. Thankfully, it's the top drawer, so I don't have to worry about bending down in my dress. It's ridiculous that such a thought even has to cross my mind, but I don't trust this man. Even knowing there's a whole floor of people on the other side of the door doesn't bring me any sense of peace, because I know it only adds to the game. His eyes on me make my skin crawl the entire time I sort through the drawer, and I pray he doesn't notice the way my hands shake as I look for the correct file. My heart is hammering so hard in my chest, it's starting to hurt. I just need to get the file and get the hell out. I'll have this back to you in an hour, I state, closing the drawer and turning around to face him. You can organize them right here, Zara. Giovanni folds his arms across his broad chest, just in case you have any question. I grit my teeth to stop myself from saying something I might regret. He knows damn well I could do this in my sleep. Fine. Clutching the files to my chest, I carry them over to his desk and take a seat in one of the black leather chairs across from him, setting the papers down in my lap. That's much better. Keeping my eyes down, I let my hair fall in front of my face to shield myself from his gaze. Flicking open the file, I get to work organizing the papers into categories. For a moment, we work in silence, and I can almost pretend I'm back in my own office. The sound of the keyboard clicking is almost meditative. Giovanni types away on his computer. I must say, I was unsure about taking the position at Spencer and Mayer. But when I heard that you worked here, well, it made my decision an easy one. I say nothing, not wanting to engage. We make a great team, you and me. They say fucking your colleagues can ruin working relationships, but I think we prove that hypothesis wrong. I freeze, a handful of papers slipping out of my hand onto the floor. What did you just say? I whisper, looking up at Giovanni in horror. Do you not agree? He leans back in his chair, spreading his thighs. I ball my fists. Do I need to remind you that I'm married? So you keep saying. He chuckles, his eyes dancing with amusement. Seems awfully rushed, don't you think? My relationship is none of your business. I reach down to pick up the papers that I dropped, shoving them into the folder. I don't think you were even engaged at the drinks party a few weeks ago. I say nothing, but that only seems to amuse him more. Like I said, it all seems very rushed. We're in love, I shrug. So it would seem. Tell me, Zara, was your honeymoon satisfactory? The question catches me off guard. I blink in surprise, my cheeks heating as Giovanni's lips pull up in a knowing smirk. I'm sure your husband enjoyed hearing those little noises you make. No, I breathe. Dmitry Koslov might have put a ring on your finger, but I take pride in knowing that I got to experience that tight little pussy first. My blood runs cold. Stop, I shake my head, trying to ignore his words. He's just trying to taunt me. I can't let him win. I loved stretching you, filling you up so good it made you scream. That's enough, I get to my feet. I can feel the dark clouds start to tug at my thoughts, the memories forcing their way in. I need to get out of here before they take over. I can't let them consume me. It's okay if you're getting turned on, Zara, he chuckles. Your husband doesn't need to know. Was there anything else you needed? My eyes start to prick with tears. My legs are trembling so badly I have to clutch the edge of the desk to keep myself from collapsing. Giovanni swipes his tongue along his lower lip. There's something else I need. His hand reaches down to cup his cock. The file drops to the floor, the papers scattering over the carpet, but I barely notice. I turn and bolt from his office as I fight the urge to vomit at the sight of him getting off at my pain. My eyes fill with tears as I sprint back toward my desk and start grabbing my things. I have to get out of here. Callie appears at my side, but I ignore her. I'm suffocating. Zara, is everything okay? You're not safe. My voice cuts off as I'm hit with a flashback. I stumble, reaching for my throat at the phantom feeling of Giovanni's hands on my body, pinning me in place. Zara, Callie places a hand on my shoulder. Don't touch me. I cringe at the feeling of her hand on me. Shit, sorry, I did mean. I am taking my lunch break. I grab my bag off my desk. Do you want some company? I shake my head, the tears starting to spill down my cheeks as I throw my bag over my shoulder. I hurry toward the elevator, glancing nervously over my shoulder for any sign of Giovanni, but it seems he's still in his office. Breathe, Zara, I whisper to myself as the elevator doors open and I step inside. All I need is some fresh air to clear my head of the dark thoughts. When the elevator opens up onto the lobby of my building, I sprint toward the exit and make my way toward the small park across the street. It's lunchtime, which means the park is packed with young moms with baby strollers and office workers taking a break from their screens. I keep my head down as I take the path on the left, counting my steps as I try to breathe. Normally, this routine can calm me down in a matter of moments, the repetitive counting soothing to my mind, but I can't get the sight of Giovanni palming his cock out of my head. That's how it all started. That's how I ended up in this mess. Stop it, stop it, stop it. I screw my eyes shut. I press the palms of my hands against them so hard, but the memories won't stop playing on repeat. They're taking over my whole body. It's as if I'm right back there. My knees buckle, and I fall to the ground, throwing my hands out to catch myself as my stomach threatens to empty itself right here in the middle of the park. I wish I could go back and change what happened. I wish I never got myself in this situation, because now I'm broken beyond repair. If anyone were to learn the truth, they would run. Dimitri would run. A strangled sob escapes me at the thought. I can't let that happen, which means I need to get my shit together. The thought of going back to the office sends another wave of nausea coursing through me. I can't see Giovanni, not when I'm in such a fragile state. If he knew he affected me this much, he would never stop. If anything, it would only make things worse. I wipe at my eyes and stagger to my feet, pulling my phone out of my bag, deciding it's best to call in sick the rest of the day. I know Callie will vouch for me if anyone asks, so I quickly type an out-of-office email and hit send before I change my mind. The penthouse is only a 15-minute walk away, so I make my way there, praying that Dimitri has decided not to work from his home office today. I desperately need some alone time to gather myself. He can't hurt me there. By the time I'm in the safety of my room, my heart rate has already slowed to a normal pace, and the sense of panic that had been attacking my nervous system has subsided, though it has left me feeling emotionally drained. Not bothering to change into something more comfortable, I climb under my covers and screw my eyes shut, praying that exhaustion keeps the dark thoughts away. Eventually, I must fall asleep. I wake up with my head feeling clearer, and I feel rested. My cheeks feel stiff from where my tears have dried, and no doubt, I have makeup smeared around my eyes, but at least my thoughts are no longer spiraling. This can't continue. I can't run home and hide under the covers every time Giovanni makes an inappropriate comment, or worse, because that means he wins. And I refuse to let that be the case. The whole point of this deal with Dimitri was to help put a stop to this so that my career doesn't suffer. Maybe I do need to bite the bullet and tell Dimitri how bad it's gotten so that he can do something about it. I just pray that he holds up his end of the bargain. 15. Dimitri. I'm almost sad that Zara doesn't have a chance to see me looking my best in this all-black suit, but I've been at my family's penthouse all morning with Mikkel and Daniel before heading to my meeting early this evening. Though I was tempted to swing by my apartment after receiving a notification that Zara arrived home just after 12, when I know she was meant to be at the office all day. That makes me think that perhaps she hasn't had a good day. The thought makes my chest tighten, but I can't afford to be late. Massimo Conti is not an easy man to pin down, and it's even harder to make an appointment when you're at the top of his shit list. But Alexei pulled some strings and got me a meeting. Felix pulls up outside Massimo's club. "Are you sure you don't want me to come in with you?" "I'm a big boy," I chuckle. "I can handle him." I pat the holster hidden inside my jacket where my gun is. Felix grins. "If you're not back here in 30 minutes, I'll open fire on the joint." I wouldn't expect anything less. Alexei eventually came around to my plan of meeting with Massimo directly to explain the situation. Perhaps if he hears the truth straight from the source, he might be willing to forgive our deception. And if all else fails, I'll offer up Mikkel instead. I climb out of the Hummer, smoothing my hands over my jacket as I glance at the entrance to the club. The place is all locked up with no lights on. Looks empty, though I know better. Massimo's likely got a dozen men guarding the property, all armed and ready at the slightest hint of trouble. I can understand Felix's hesitation at letting me enter the lion's den alone, but I want to send the right message. If I go storming in there with all 250 pounds of tatted-up muscle, Massimo will think I'm looking to pick a fight. Plus, I'm enough of a threat on my own. I glance at my watch to check the time. It's 1 minute to the hour. Right on schedule, a bolt slides before the door opens, and one of Massimo's men appears. He looks rough as hell with a deep gash down his cheek as well as a black eye. Inside, the guy steps aside to let me pass. "This is all rather sketchy, don't you think?" I chuckle as he bolts the door behind me. A few lights are turned on, casting the place in an eerie glow. I've never made a visit to this particular club before, and I hope I never have to again. Massimo's lackey stays quiet as he storms past me. Adrenaline starts to build as I follow him through the empty club, cracking my knuckles as we pass empty booths. Is this all some hoax? The place seems to be completely empty. "Where es Massimo?" My hand reaches inside my jacket for my gun. "Back here." The guy nods toward a red velvet curtain that's at the back of the club. He pulls it back to reveal a separate VIP area with smoking chairs and a private bar. Massimo leans against the bar, his back to me. It would be so easy to pull out my gun and take him down with one shot, but Alexei would never forgive me. I've already screwed his plan up once. The least I can do is try to rectify my mistake. "Massimo," I'm not easily intimidated, but Massimo Conti is the exception, not that I'd ever let it show. He's a big guy, not far from Felix's size, with a shaved head and a nasty scar running from his jaw up to his temple. For being in his late 50s, he's still packing a hell of a lot of muscle beneath his navy three-piece. Tattoos cover almost every inch of skin, and I don't fail to notice that the one trailing the side of his neck reads Lucia. "Koslov," Massimo turns to face me. He looks pissed as hell, his heavily ringed fingers tapping against the bar top as he glares at me. I flash him a grin as I undo the button of my jacket. "Got any vodka? I'm parched." Massimo narrows his blue eyes as I sink myself down into the closest chair and cross an ankle over the other. I glance around, clocking the two men behind the bar, the one by the door, plus another to my left. The lackey with the black eye has disappeared, no doubt on door duty. I'm severely outnumbered. This should be fun. You fuck up my deal, and now you want to drink my booze. I shrug. It's polite to offer your guests a drink. You're not a guest, you're a fucking liability. You're not the first person to call me that. I run my hand through my hair. Massimo grunts, but waves at one of the men behind the bar, who gets to work making us both a drink. "Why are you here?" He hands me a rocks glass filled with vodka before taking the seat opposite me. "I wanted to offer you my apologies in person." I twist my wedding ring around my finger. Massimo's eyes narrow as he takes in the thin platinum band. "I didn't realize I had to send you a save the date. It seems you missed quite a few people off that list. including your own brother, Massimo retorts. Not hiding something, are we, Koslov? I say nothing, sipping on my drink, as I notice one of the men behind the bar reaching into the inside pocket of his jacket. Here we fucking go. He was unaware of your engagement when he made a deal to marry you to my daughter. I don't like to share everything with my brothers. So it would seem. I take a drink, my eyes darting to the two men behind the bar who watch me warily. I assume you're familiar with the situation that went down with my family and Mario Gelanto last year. Massimo nods, taking a sip of his drink. Not only did he kidnap my brother's wife, but he also took mine. She almost died, so forgive me for wanting to put a ring on her finger before it's too late. Massimo scoffs. Took you a year to get her to say I do. Binding yourself to a Koslov takes some thought. I wanted to make sure she knew what she was getting herself into. Massimo is quiet for a moment, his right hand moving to rub his scarred jaw. I don't take well to being blindsided, Koslov. It was an honest misunderstanding. I'm sure Lucia is a wonderful girl. Too good for you, he huffs. But it seems Bellucci got to your eldest brother first. Alexei is a popular guy, I chuckle. Massimo sets his glass down on the table before reaching into the inside pocket of his jacket. My body tenses, my right hand itching to mirror him, but the moment I pull my weapon, I'll have a room full of men opening fire on my ass. I have to play this right. I'm sorry it didn't work out with Lucia, though really, it might be a blessing in disguise. I'm not sure I'm the best son-in-law material. Enough with the fucking jokes, Koslov. Massimo pulls a silver handgun out of his pocket and sets in on the table between us. If I get so much of a hint that this marriage isn't legitimate, his blue eyes flick to the weapon. You'll shoot my fucking brains out. Yeah, I know the drill. Oh, I'll do much more than that, Koslov. Now, get the hell out of my club. When I stroll into the penthouse an hour later, I sigh in relief at the sight of Zara lounging on the couch reading a book. She glances over at me and offers me a small smile. She must have just had a shower as her hair is wet, and she's wearing a pair of pink checked PJs. I can't deny she looks fucking adorable, and I want nothing more than to snuggle up beside her. I brought us some Chinese for dinner. I figured if she had a bad day, the least I could do was pick up her favorite takeout. I make my way over to the kitchen and get to work dishing up the food. Thanks, she sets down her book to come and join me at the island as she eyes the containers. How did you know this is my order? When I saw 4 separate charges on my card at the same place, I figured you liked it. I pull containers of egg rolls and dumplings out of the bag. I called them up and asked for your regular order and got myself the same. I watch Zara's expression, and I'm surprised when her face starts to crumple. That wasn't meant to upset you, I'm sorry. I blurt, but Zara shakes her head, running her hands through her wet hair. No, it's so sweet of you. I shrug, it's nothing. I pick up the plates of food. Come on, let's break in my dining table. I leave Zara to get the cutlery and glasses while I carry the rest of the food over to the table. To Zara's credit, the food looks delicious, and my stomach growls with anticipation. I decide to pop open a bottle of her favorite rosé to finish off the meal, hoping that once she eats, she might start to feel better. Though it soon becomes apparent that whatever is bothering, Zara is worse than I thought because she barely touches her food, and her eyes are downcast as she nibbles on her lower lip. I set down my fork and lean back in my chair, deciding I need to do some damage control. How was your day? Zara grimaces as she pushes her noodles around her plate, barely taking a bite. Zara, it doesn't matter. Do you want to tell me why you came home at lunchtime and didn't go back to the office? Zara's eyes widen as she looks at me. I got a notification on my phone that you were home. I push my plate to the side and lean forward, resting my forearms on the table as I watch Zara carefully. She opens and closes her mouth, as if deciding how much to tell me. That won't do. He's still bothering you, isn't he? My chest tightens at the way Zara's shoulders hunch over and her lower lip trembles. Yeah, she whispers, it's worse. Sladkaya, I sigh, reaching across the table for her hand. Zara's face crumples, but she doesn't pull away from me. I gently stroke my thumb over the back of her hand, not wanting to push her to talk if she doesn't want to. He seems to like that I'm married. She sniffles, wiping her cheeks on her pajama's sleeve. It's like it's a game. I nod, grinding my teeth together at the thought of this fucker making Zara cry. I made a promise to her that I would take care of Giovanni Saccone, and it's about time I honored that promise. I don't want you to worry, okay? I'm going to take care of it. She nods as tears stream down her cheeks. I desperately want to reach across to wipe them away, but I don't want to push it, especially after the way she bolted from the hot tub the other night. I don't know how long I stayed in the water after she left, cursing myself for being so forward. I thought it was only some playful flirting, nothing more, but it's clear that Zara doesn't see it that way. I should have known better, considering the way she left in the middle of the night after we slept together. Perhaps this situation with Giovanni is worse than she's letting on. Trust me, Zara, I'm going to fix this. I get to my feet. What are you going to do? She looks panicked. I'm just going to remind him who you're married to. I flash her a wink. I'll be back in a few hours. Now, eat your food before it gets cold. I don't want my wife going hungry. I pull my phone out of my pocket as I head over to the elevator, scrolling through my contacts until I find Rurik's name. As the doors open, I step inside and turn to look at Zara, who's watching me with wide eyes. I offer her a reassuring nod as I lift the phone to my ear, and the doors slide shut. Rurik, I need an address for Giovanni Saccone. It turns out Giovanni resides in a brownstone not too far away from my penthouse. My skin prickles at the thought of how close he is to Zara, but I just have to remind myself that she's safe. No one is getting in or out of my penthouse without me knowing about it. As I pull up outside Giovanni's place and wait for him, my thoughts are plagued by the haunted look in Zara's eyes over dinner. This wasn't meant to happen. Putting a ring on her finger was meant to show this asshole that she's mine, but I should have known better. I know guys like Giovanni. They thrive on a challenge, but I'm going to be the one raising the stakes. If he wants to get to Zara, he's going to have to go through me. The sun has almost completely set over the city when I notice a shadowy figure staggering down the street toward the townhouse. Here we fucking go. I throw open my car door and climb out. As I flex my fingers, I watch Giovanni fumble with his key, anticipating how good it's going to feel to slam my fist into his jaw. He hasn't even noticed my approaching footsteps, too busy trying to turn the key in the lock. The guy reeks of booze, which means he's unlikely to remember anything I have to say. But no matter. I guess I'll just have to give him a physical reminder of who he's messing with. As soon as he gets the door open and steps over the threshold, I lunge, grabbing him by the collar of his shirt and slamming the side of his head against the exposed brick wall of the entryway. You're one slimy motherfucker, you know that? I spit, throwing him to the floor. He grunts as he rolls onto his back, clutching at the wound on his head. I'm only going to say this once, I snarl. Leave my wife alone. Or what? He pulls his bloody hand away from his head. Oh, trust me, you don't want to know the answer to that. Giovanni huffs, wincing as he tries to sit up, but I force him back with a foot to the chest, pinning him in place. You don't scare me, Koslov. I've got friends in high places. Is that so? I roll my eyes, not believing a word that comes out of this asshole's mouth. Yeah, I'm familiar with the circles you run in. You'd be wise not to underestimate me. I frown, trying to place if Giovanni is someone I've run into before. My family has made many enemies over the decades, but many of them are buried 6 feet under. Perhaps one of them slipped through the cracks without me realizing. A sly grin tugs at Giovanni's lips, as if he can read the thoughts on my face. How's that, pretty little wife of yo? I pull back my foot, sending it straight into his ribs. Giovanni grunts as he clutches at his side, his breath coming in short pants as he grins up at me. No doubt I cracked at least a few ribs, though he deserves a hell of a lot worse. I crouch down, my face barely an inch from his. Stay the hell away from Zara, or I won't hesitate to blow your fucking brains out. If you do know my world, then you'll know I was the one to put a bullet in Mario Gelanto's head, and I'd happily do the same to you. I get to my feet, smoothing my hands over my jacket. I want nothing more than to beat the living shit out of this guy, but I need more information on him first. If Giovanni is somehow linked to my world, killing him might cause more harm than good. I have to make sure to cover my ass before I put a bullet in his skull. As I slide back behind the wheel, I dial my private investigator once more as my eyes linger on Giovanni's brownstone. Rurik answers after the first ring. I clutch my phone to my ear. I need everything you can find on Giovanni Sakon, ASAP. 16. Zara. Whatever Dmitri said to Giovanni seems to have worked, because the man has been keeping his distance from me for the past week. I cannot even begin to describe my relief, knowing that perhaps this might be the end of it. I was terrified that what Dmitri was planning to do would make things even worse, but I never should have doubted him. He promised me he would take care of Giovanni, and he has. The knowledge that he's in my corner has me breathing a little easier. I wish I could deal with it on my own, but I have to keep reminding myself that there's no harm in asking for help sometimes. And I think Dmitri likes playing the hero. I didn't wait up for him to come back from dealing with Giovanni. I knew he would likely be gone for a while, and I wanted to avoid any more questions, so I packed up the rest of our dinner and headed to bed early, hoping that the knowledge that Dmitri was honoring his part of our deal would make me rest easy. And it sort of worked. The thought of going back to work after what happened made me feel nauseous, mostly because I worried that Callie wouldn't buy my sickness excuse, but it seems she's happy to give me the space I need and hasn't brought it up. It's rare to find a good friend in the legal world, with most people willing to stab you in the back at any given opportunity if it means getting ahead. But Callie and I have never been like that. We've worked together since I joined the firm, and we've become firm friends. The only downside of taking yet more time off is that I've gotten seriously behind on my case reports. But it's been a while since I've worked late at the office, so I make sure to pop out with Callie at lunchtime and stock up on some snacks to get me through the long evening ahead. The office starts to empty around 5, so I head to the break room to make myself a coffee before settling in at my desk and cracking on with case reports for the next few hours while the place is quiet. It doesn't take long for me to get through the first 2, given that I only had to proofread them and tweak a few sentences here and there. It's the Wilson case report that's going to take a while. I should have completed it on Monday, but after what happened in Giovanni's office, not only did I fail to organize the case file, but I didn't even make a start on the final report. I'm honestly surprised that he hasn't pulled me up on it. Ripping open a bag of gummy worms, I pop one into my mouth and load up the witness statements for the case file and get to work. I'm an hour into the Wilson report when my phone lights up beside me with a message from Dmitri. My stomach flutters as I unlock my phone and scan the text. "Are you working late, X?" I bite the inside of my cheek to stop myself from smiling. Is he worried about me? Yes, still catching up. Be home around 9. The 3 text bubbles instantly pop up, and I eagerly wait for his reply. I'm picking you up in an hour and taking you to dinner. You can finish your work later X. I can't stop myself from smiling as I read his message. I quickly reply, letting him know that I'll be waiting outside for him as I know there's no point in telling him no. The man likes to make sure I eat, and I'm definitely not complaining. Plus, it's a nice added source of motivation to get my report done in the next hour so that I can enjoy this dinner guilt-free. Shutting off my phone, I try to ignore the excitement building in my chest at the thought of having dinner with Dmitri. He's turning out to be pretty great, and the more I get to know him, the more I'm really starting to like him, which scares the hell out of me. I know I have no place to feel such things, but he's got such a sweet and thoughtful side to him that has me swooning like a teenager in high school. It's becoming clear that the cheeky playboy persona was more of an act than the real him. I never would have seen him as the type to go to the trouble of bringing me my favorite takeout food after I had a bad day. But the gesture was so sweet, it literally brought me to tears. Am I really so broken that such a small gesture tips me over the edge? I frown. I hope not, because I'm enjoying getting to know Dmitri, and I want to get to a place where I don't run at the first sign of intimacy. Putting my head down, I shut out all distractions as I focus on finishing up my report in time. At 5 minutes to 8, I gather up my materials and neatly organize them back into the original folder. All I need to do is drop it on Giovanni's desk, and then I'm officially done for the week. I'm really proud of the progress I managed to make this evening. I hate getting behind on my work as I'm such an overachiever, so it feels good to have checked everything off my to-do list. Plus, I don't want to ever give Giovanni a reason to call me into his office. I'm hoping that the sight of my report on his desk first thing on Monday will keep him off my back for a few extra days. Clutching the file to my chest, I quickly hurry across the empty office floor toward the private offices. I'm so busy thinking about my dinner with Dmitri that I don't clock the fact that Giovanni's office light is still on. I throw open the door and let out a cry at the sight of him sitting behind his desk. Oh my God, you scared me. I clutch a hand to my chest as I try to catch my breath. I didn't realize you were still here. This is what hard work looks like, Zara. Giovanni glares at me over the top of his computer, and you're interrupting me. I have the Wilson case report for you. Giovanni holds out his hand, so I stalk over to his desk and drop it down in front of him. I go to leave, but he holds up a hand, his eyes narrowing on me as he picks up the file and flicks it open. I fight the urge to roll my eyes as he quickly scans the first paragraph. This needs to be redone. He tosses it back onto the desk without even reading the full report. What? Did you not understand the instructions? I said it needs to be redone, and you're not leaving until it's finished, seeing as this was meant to be completed on Monday. The report is fine. I grit my teeth. I didn't realize you had the authority to sign off on the reports. I bristle, trying hard not to lose my cool. He's being completely unreasonable. I've written dozens of reports. I've included everything you asked. You barely even looked at. What I saw was all the proof I needed that this is of poor standard, which I guess I should have expected from you. Your work has been slipping over the last few weeks, Zara. Perhaps if you focused more on your career rather than your personal life. Excuse me, my patience starts to waver. If you're annoyed that I took a few days off for my honeymoon, you've fallen behind because of it, and it seems you're not putting in the effort to catch up. Screw this. Perhaps it's because I know Dmitri is waiting for me outside that I feel a sudden rush of confidence. This fucker can go to hell because I'm damn good at what I do, and I always go above and beyond. It's not my problem that he's failed to notice what an asset I am to this company. I'm not redoing the report. I fold my arms across my chest. What did you just say? Giovanni's gray eyes narrow. I know I shouldn't have pushed back like that, but I'm sick of feeling weak. I said, I'm not redoing the report. You're more than welcome to have another partner look over it, or email HR if you think my standards are slipping. You're welcome to that opinion, but I'm not going to take it for fact. Giovanni is on his feet in an instant, and my heart rate quickens. I take a step back, my skin prickling at the look of fury on his face. I'm all too familiar with that look. Giovanni Saccone does not like being told no, and if I don't get the hell out of his office right now, I might come to regret standing up for myself. I'll see you on Monday. I turn my back on Giovanni and head toward the door. His footsteps thunder across the carpet, and my breath catches as I reach for the door handle. I've barely opened it an inch before Giovanni has his hand against the wood, slamming it shut so hard the hinges rattle. I jump, my legs trembling as Giovanni's arms encase me, his hard body pressing up against my back. Stop, I choke, screwing my eyes shut as I try to ignore the feeling of him behind me. You're not going anywhere. He grips me by the shoulders and spins me around, pushing me back against the wall so hard that I grunt as my back screams in pain. I think you need a little lesson in respecting authority. His hot breath scorches my cheek. I try to claw at his chest, doing everything I can to try and push him away, but I'm nowhere near strong enough. He grips both of my wrists in one hand, pinning them above my head as he forces his legs between my own, knocking them apart. My skirt rides up over my thighs, and he glances down, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he takes in the ample amount of skin on show. I squirm, trying to free myself, but it only makes my skirt lift up even more. I'm trapped, and there's nothing I can do about it. Please, I sob as tears streak down my face. I think you just need a little reminder of how good it can be, Zara, he purrs, his mouth barely an inch from mine. I try to turn my head, but he grips my chin with his free hand, forcing me to look at him. He presses himself between my thighs. Then, you might be more willing to do as I say when you know how good I'll reward you. A strangled sound escapes my lips as I feel his hardness against my core. Bile rises in my throat as he laughs, the sound making my skin crawl. This is all just a game to him, one that I've already lost. We'll have fun, Zara. He releases my chin and moves his hand to my bare thigh. His rough fingers trail along the inside, dangerously close to my panties. Stop, I scream just as the door to the office flies open. One moment I'm pinned against the wall, and the next Giovanni is being ripped off me and thrown across the room by Dimitri. Giovanni collides with his desk, shattering the glass top into 1,000 pieces. My legs buckle and I fall to the floor, clutching at my throat as I try to take a breath. What did I tell you? Dimitri storms over to where Giovanni lies in a pile of glass, groaning. Blood already stains the carpet, and I know if Dimitri has his way, it's about to get a hell of a lot worse. I warned you that if you touched her, I would put a bullet in your fucking skull. Dimitri reaches into his jacket, pulling out a gun. The sound of the safety clicking off makes me flinch. I cry out as I take in the sight of Dimitri standing over Giovanni's body, the gun aimed at his head. He can't do this here. The building is riddled with cameras. There's no way in hell he'd be able to get away with it, and I can't lose him. Not when I've barely had a chance to have him. Dimitri. Dimitri turns, and when he sees the look on my face, he lowers the gun. He turns back to look down at Giovanni, and I can only watch, frozen, as he bends down and picks up a paperweight from among the glass, slamming it against the side of Giovanni's head, knocking him unconscious. Dimitri gets to his feet and hurries over to me, crouching down and wrapping his arms around me. Sladkaya Zhizn. I throw my arms around his neck, clinging to him as my body quakes. SHH, he strokes my hair. You're safe, I've got you. His words only make me sob harder as I bury my face in his neck. He holds me for a moment, the sound of his breathing calming me down. Don't leave me. I clench my hands on his shirt. Never, he pulls back and takes my face in his strong hands. Are you okay? I nod. I'm going to take care of this, Zara. He wipes away my tears with his thumbs. He's never going to touch you again. As I look into his brown eyes, I know that Dmitri will do whatever it takes to protect me. What are you going to do? I can't let go of his shirt, sinking my fingers into the soft material. I don't want him to leave me. You don't need to worry about that. He bends down to press a soft kiss to my forehead. My eyelids flutter, closed at the comforting touch. He's got me. Mikhail's going to come and take you home. Dmitri rests his forehead against mine. But I swallow the lump in my throat. I'll be back before you know it. Why, you promise? I cling to him. He bends down to press the softest kiss to my lips. I promise. 17. DMITRI. This was not how I wanted to spend my evening. I fold my arms across my chest as I glare at Giovanni. Blood already coats his shirt from where he smashed into the glass desktop. I was tempted to take a shard and run it across his neck, but Alexei would have had my balls if I killed the fucker out in the open like that. Lucky for me, we own a warehouse in Chinatown specifically for occasions like this. Blood already stains the concrete floor, and Giovanni eyes it warily. Good, he should be fucking worried. His wrists and ankles are tied to a chair with rope, his head hanging down as blood gushes from a wound on his temple from where I knocked him out with a paperweight. I was getting tired of him, and I wanted my focus to be on Zara until Mikkel arrived, so I had to make sure he wasn't going anywhere. I would have taken Zara back to the penthouse myself, but I didn't want Giovanni to leave my sight. I made her a promise that I would take care of him, so as much as it pained me to watch her leave with Mikkel, the thought of getting back to her gives me a reason to get this done quick. Did you forget our little conversation the other night, or do you need reminding? Giovanni lifts his head just enough to look at me, his gray eyes bloodshot as he bares his teeth. You can't protect her, he hisses. Watch me. I ball my hand into a fist, slamming it into his jaw. His head snaps to the side, and I grunt as I flex my fingers. Fuck, that felt good. Giovanni spits bloody drool onto the floor, and I laugh at how pathetic he looks. You really thought you could get away with touching my girl? I reach into my pocket, pulling out a 6-inch blade. Putting a bullet in his head would be an easy way out. He deserves to suffer. Giovanni only grins at the sight of the blade. Couldn't help myself when her thighs are so soft. His words have me seeing red. I'm all too aware of how close he got to Zara, and I will no doubt remember the look on her face, the fear in her eyes, for the rest of my life. I lash out, slicing my blade across his face, narrowly missing his eye. You started without me. Mikkel snaps me out of my fury. I turn to look at my younger brother over my shoulder. Trust me, there will be ample opportunity to get your hands dirty with this fucker. A cruel smile tugs at Mikkel's lips as he glances at Giovanni, taking in the blood now pouring down the side of his face. I look forward to it. He cracks his knuckles. After an hour, Mikkel and I are both panting, covered in blood and sweat as Giovanni's body leaks blood onto the concrete floor. He's still alive, but not for much longer if we keep going. Mikkel spits at him. Remind me why we can't kill him. The headache isn't worth it, but trust me, once I'm finished, he's going to wish he was dead. There's just one more thing I want to do, I muse, cracking my neck from side to side and picking up a sledgehammer from the corner. Tell me, Giovanni, are you right or left-handed? Mikkel looks at me as if I've lost my damn mind, but I hold up a finger, silently instructing him to hold back. L left, he groans, lifting his head just enough to look at me. His dark hair is matted with blood, and his right eye has completely swollen shut. Mikkel scoffs, fucking liar. Untie his right hand. Mikkel does as I say, and Giovanni's eyes widen as I take hold of his wrist. Please. I don't give Giovanni a chance to finish before I smash the sledgehammer to his wrist. He throws his head back and howls, and the sound is like fucking music to my ears. Brutal, Mikkel chuckles under his breath. The tendons in Giovanni's neck strain as he gasps for air. My lips pull up in a feral grin as I get in his face. Just making sure you can no longer jerk off to the thought of my girl. I grin, or anyone else for that matter. Fuck you, he gasps. Next time I'll chop off your dick and make you eat it. Are we clear? The last of the color drains from Giovanni's face, but he nods. I breathe a sigh of relief as I turn to face my brother. Can I trust you to deal with this? I need to get back to my wife. Mikkel lets out a long sigh, but he nods, wrinkling his nose as he looks down at Giovanni. You owe me one. If I haven't told you recently, you're my favorite brother. I chuckle, gripping Mikkel's shoulder and squeezing at once. My brother shrugs out of my touch and waves me off. Fuck off, get back to your girl. I'm covered in blood, and I reek of sweat. I can't have Zara seeing me like this. It'll only make her worry. So, the moment I walk through the door of the penthouse, I head straight up to my bathroom to take a quick shower to wash away any trace of Giovanni Sakon. After pulling on a fresh black t-shirt and joggers, I cross the hall and gently tap my bruised knuckles against Zara's door. It opens immediately, and the next thing I know, I'm wrapping my arms around her shaking body as she sobs into my t-shirt. I was so worried. Do you really have that little faith in me? I run a hand over her hair. She responds by tightening her arms around my waist, and I can't deny the fact that it feels fucking good to hold her. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't gotten there when you did. SHH, don't think about that, sled Kaya. I promise he won't be bothering you again. In fact, I'd be surprised if he's back at work in the near future. Zara's body tenses, and she pulls back, looking up at me with wide eyes. You didn't kill him, did you? I wanted to. My teeth are clenched hard at the thought of leaving that fucker alive. I simply reminded him of a very important lesson instead. What kind of lesson? She nibbles on her bottom lip. That there are always consequences to touching a woman without her consent. Zara's throat bobs, and I can practically see the last few hours replaying in her mind. I reach out to run my thumb along it as I stare into her green eyes. I promised you I would take care of it, and I did, so you don't need to worry about it anymore. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, and the sight makes my chest ache. How could anyone ever want to do something to hurt her? It's late, Sladkaya. Let's get you tucked up into bed. I'm not a child, Zara huffs. No, but it turns out I like taking care of you. I tuck her under my arm as I lead her back into her room. All the blinds are up, giving us the perfect view of the city at night. She doesn't object as I guide her over to the bed. I eye the messed up sheets. Shit, did I wake you? No, she shakes her head. I couldn't sleep. I was too worried about you. She climbs onto the bed and switches on the bedside light. Under the soft orange glow, I notice a blush start to creep up her neck. You were worried about me. I perch on the edge of the mattress. I can't stop the smile from spreading across my face at the thought. I was, but then Mikkel said he was going to help, which made me feel much better. Her lips twitching. I scowl. I'm a lot tougher than Mikkel. Don't let all the tattoos fool you. She tucks her knees up to her chin. She's wearing those cute checked PJs again. I touch her sleeve. I like these. They were in my closet when I moved in. Well, I clearly have great taste. She rolls her eyes, but then she looks at me, her expression softening. Thank you, she whispers, for everything. You don't need to thank me, Zara. I will always protect you. She nods, turning to look out the windows as she lets out a breath. I can tell she's about to get lost in her head again, so I move to stretch out on the bed, leaning back against the mountain of pillows. Come here. Zara glances at me and lets out a shaky laugh as I pat the bed beside me. For a moment, I fear she's going to say no, but then she scoots across the bed and tucks herself against my side, her fingers sinking into the soft fabric of my t-shirt. I wrap my arm around her, pulling her even tighter against me. She's so small and warm against me, and I'm reminded of our wedding night. What it felt like to hold her naked body as we slept. Will you stay until I fall asleep? I blink away the memory before my cock has a chance to harden. The last thing Zara needs right now is to think that I only did this to get her into bed. Of course. She looks at her hands. It might take a while. I squeeze her tighter. I've got all the time in the world, and if you want to stay up and talk all night, that's cool with me too. Like a slumber party, she chuckles. Except without the naked pillow fights. I wink at her. Oh, I was down for the naked pillow fights. I bark a laugh as Zara's body shakes with silent laughter. It seems she's starting to feel a little better, and I'm glad that I'm the one to bring her comfort. I can't deny that it's nice to feel needed. You start, I suggest, moving my hand up and down her back in a soothing motion. Tell me about your family. What do you want to know? Whatever you want to tell me. She's quiet for a moment. Well, I'm insanely close with Emily, though we're complete polar opposites. In what way? Well, our parents have always had very high expectations of us, but especially my dad. There was a lot of academic pressure, and I struggled sometimes to keep up with those expectations, working myself to the point of burnout to make sure that he would be proud of me. Emily, on the other hand, never seemed to care. Don't get me wrong, she works hard, but she always makes sure to do it for her. I wish I could be like that. Don't wish to be like someone else. You're perfect just the way you are. She's quiet for a moment. I have so many things I want to know about her. I need to know about her. But there is one thing. Can I ask you something? Sure. Have you ever been in love? I'm not sure why I ask. The thought of Zara ever being with someone else, being in love with someone else, feels like a punch to the gut. There's just something about her that brings out this intense possessiveness that I've never experienced before. I like having her to myself, and I want to keep it that way until she decides otherwise. Zara's quiet for a moment, and I wonder if she's fallen asleep. But then her shoulders rise as she takes a breath, and I brace myself for the answer. No, I've never been in love. My eyebrows shoot up as relief. I have no business experiencing floods me. Really? Yeah, she shifts to sit beside me crossed-legged, and I instantly miss the feeling of her beside me. I never really knew what falling in love felt like until. She looks away as her cheeks flush. I frown, unsure of what she means, but then Zara clears her throat. Your turn. Tell me something other people don't know about you. I'm not normally one to be raw and deep with someone, but I appreciate that Zara is opening up to me, and I want to give her a little in return. Well, most people assume that I'm a bit of a playboy. Zara's lip twitches. I nudge her playfully with my knee. Watch it. I didn't say anything. She laughs. I'm being serious here. I fold my arms across my chest. Please continue. She hugs her knees to her chest as she watches me. As I was saying, most people assume that I'm a playboy who doesn't give a damn, but deep down, I've always wanted what my parents had. Or what I thought they had. But I've always been too afraid to let people in out of fear of losing them. I frown. I've never really admitted those feelings to myself before. Have you ever been serious with anyone? Besides marrying you? She rolls her eyes. Yes, when I was 18, I fell in love with this girl, and I thought that was it for me. What happened? My parents were killed, and I couldn't handle it. I pushed her away in the hopes that it wouldn't hurt so much if I was the one to walk away. But then, I sit up, running my hands through my hair as all the memories come flooding back. She got into a car accident. Oh, Dimitri. Zara covers her mouth with her hand. I blamed myself for years, that somehow it was my fault that she was in that car. If I hadn't pushed her away, maybe she would have been with me that day, and none of it would have happened. In truth, I don't think I've ever gotten over Lydia's death. It's something I will carry with me for the rest of my life, as a reminder of what a coward I am. I'm so lost in my head that I don't notice Zara moving closer until her hands rest on my shoulders. I barely breathe as she slowly lifts herself up onto her knees and presses the softest kiss to my lips. It's clear that she's hesitant, as if she's worried I might push her away, so I move my hand to cup the back of her neck. I tilt her head so that I can deepen the kiss as I wrap my other arm around her waist and pull her into my lap as I slide my tongue into her mouth, fighting back a groan at the sweet taste of her. My sweet, Sladkaya moja. But she pulls back, shaking her head as her eyes start to glisten with tears. Zara, what's wrong? I reach out to tuck her hair behind her ear. We can stop if you want. I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. She looks up at me under damp lashes and offers me a watery smile. I don't want to stop. Then why are you so upset? I'm so confused. I want nothing more than to be with you. I don't understand the problem. There's something you don't know. She fiddles with her fingers. Zara, I want you to know that you can tell me anything. I rub soothing circles on her back. She nods, biting her lip as she continues to look down at her hands. I was sexually assaulted a few years ago. Fuck. I've struggled with being intimate ever since. That's why she ran off after our wedding night. I curse under my breath, reaching for her fingers and interlacing mine with hers. The realization hits me like a ton of bricks. I feel like the biggest asshole on the planet. All this time, she's been fighting the darkest of demons, and I've done nothing but be brazen about my attraction to her, wanting nothing more than to get her into bed. Am I no better than the asshole who assaulted her? Zara, I'm so sorry. Don't, her eyes plead as she looks up at me. I know what you're going to say, and I want you to know that sleeping with you on our wedding night was something I wanted. More than anything. It was just a lot to process, that's all. That's why I left. I'm glad to hear that, but I want you to know that we don't have to do anything unless you feel ready. There's no rush. She nods, biting down on her lower lip as her eyes flick to my lips. I want to try, she whispers, her cheeks flushing. My chest swells at her trust in me, at her feeling safe enough to want to be intimate with me. I reach down to press a kiss to the corner of her mouth. Then I suggest you get settled on your back, Sladkaya. 18. Zara. A sense of relief pours over me for sharing part of my past with Dimitri. I didn't want to tell him the whole truth, that the man he had just stopped from assaulting me had already done far worse. Dimitri would have killed Giovanni without a second thought, and I don't want any more blood to stain Dimitri's hands at my expense. But I wanted to at least offer him an explanation for why I keep being so hot and cold with his advances, and the support he's shown me has my heart swelling. So now, as I lean back against my pillows, I feel not even an ounce of fear as Dimitri settles himself on my right side, moving his left arm beneath my neck so that I can nuzzle into the swell of his bicep. His right hand moves to grip my waist as he bends down to kiss me, his tongue sliding into my mouth as he pulls me closer. I moan at the taste of him, and he grins against my lips. I'm more than happy to just make out like horny teenagers. I laugh, shaking my head as he grins down at me. When he smiles like that and his eyes light up with mischief, it takes my breath away. Add to the fact that he's got the kindest heart of any man I've ever known, and he's truly the whole package. I think I'm okay with doing a little more than that. I reach up to cup his face as I kiss him deeply. Now it's Dimitri's turn to moan, as I trace his lower lip with my tongue. Can I touch you, Zara? His voice is rough with need. I nod, and he smiles as his hand moves beneath the fabric of my shirt to rest on my stomach. I shiver at the feeling of his warm fingers caressing my skin. We can stop at any point, okay? Okay, I whisper, relaxing back into the pillows. Dimitri bends down to press a kiss to my jaw and then my neck as his fingers begin to move lower, dipping beneath the waistband of my pants. My breath catches as his fingers gently caress my bare pussy. I arch my hips, desperate for him to move lower, but I know Dimitri is worried about pushing me. I'm grateful that he's being so sensitive toward my feelings, but I can't deny that having him take his time is fucking torture. Nestling against his warm, hard body has me throbbing between my thighs as he sucks on the sensitive skin of my neck. Knowing the sort of pleasure that Dimitri can make me experience has my body pulsing with need. Please. I cling to his arm as I try to adjust my hips so that he brushes against my clit. Easy, Zara, he growls, splaying his hand on my lower stomach to push me back down onto the bed. I groan, turning toward him and crashing my mouth against his. As soon as I part my lips, Dimitri's fingers dip between my thighs, and he groans as he feels how wet and ready I am. Fuck, he runs 2 fingers along my core before gently grazing over my clit. You're drenched, baby. I moan, my head falling back as my eyes flutter closed. My chest heaves as Dimitri circles my entrance with his index finger, coating the digit in my arousal before dragging it up to my clit and rubbing it hard. Oh, I cry out, arching off the bed as a rush of pleasure shoots through my body. My nipples are hard and aching, and I moan even louder as they brush against the soft material of my top. Have you come like this before? He murmurs against my neck. No, I gasp as he sinks one finger inside my pussy, all the way to the knuckle. Not even by yourself. He pumps his finger inside me so slowly that I writhe against him, desperate for more. And not in a long time. You're safe with me, Zara. I screw my eyes shut to stop myself from bursting into tears at his sweet words. Dimitri peppers kisses along my jaw as his thumb starts working my clit in lazy circles. It's going to feel so good. Dimitri. I'm right here with you, Sladkaya. He pulls his finger out before adding another. I gasp as he stretches me, and my cheeks heat as a rush of warmth spreads between my thighs. It's okay, Zhizn Moya. It means you're getting close. I grind against his hand, accidentally brushing my hip against his cock. Dimitri hisses, and I glance down to take in the sight of his erection, straining against his pants. Fuck, I can feel your pussy clenching, he groans. I moan. I'm remembering what it's like to have you buried inside me. Zara, Dimitri growls. Felt so good. Dimitri pumps his fingers inside me harder, increasing his pace as he rubs my swollen clit with his thumb. When he finally curls his fingers inside me, brushing against my sensitive inner walls, my legs start to shake as my release builds. I've got you, he soothes as my back arches off the bed. You can let go, Sladkaya. Dimitri, I cry out as my orgasm hits. I cling to him as my entire body trembles with the force of my pleasure. My pussy clenching so hard around his fingers that I'm half crying, half moaning as a rush of wetness pools between my thighs. Well done, Zara, keep going. I dig my nails into his arm, my hips grinding against his hand as he continues to pump his fingers in and out of me, his thumbs still gently rubbing at my swollen clit. My breath comes in quick pants, and sweat starts to bead on my forehead as I ride out my orgasm. When I'm finally spent, I collapse against the pillows, gasping for breath as Dmitri kisses along my neck. "You did so well, Sladkaya. That was amazing. We can do that all night if that's what you want." I turn onto my side to look up at Dmitri. His eyes are heavy with desire, and I move my hand to the waistband of his pants to show him that I'm more than happy to do this all night too. But Dmitri grips my wrist, halting my movements. "Tonight is all about you." He moves my hand back to rest on my stomach. "So, I'm going to keep making you come until you're so exhausted that you fall into a dreamless sleep." I whimper at the thought. He flashes me a wicked grin as he gently pushes me onto my back and moves to straddle his thighs on either side of me. I watch eagerly as he makes quick work of the buttons on my top. As soon as the material falls open and he takes in my peaked nipples, he grunts, "Your breasts are incredible." I glance down at my swollen breasts, so heavy and aching, and smile shyly. Dmitri flashes me a grin before dipping down and taking my right nipple into his mouth. I gasp as he flicks his tongue over the sensitive bud. "I could explore these all fucking night," he growls. I'm okay with that. I'm panting so hard with need that I can barely think as Dmitri begins kneading my other breast. I arch my back, my fingers moving to his hair to pull him harder against me as he sucks my nipple. He groans as I grip his hair tighter. My eyes roll at the sound. I'm already throbbing once more between my thighs, and I whimper as my pussy clenches, so desperate to be filled. "Dmitri," I moan. With one last kiss to each nipple, he lifts up and sits himself back on his heels as he reaches for my pants. These need to come off. I bite my lip, watching as he starts to pull them down my thighs. I shift beneath him, lifting my ankles so that he can remove them, and then his hands find my knees, pushing them apart as he lowers his mouth to my pussy. It's even better than I remember. I bow off the bed at the first lick along my core, and when his tongue finds my clit, my entire body goes limp with pleasure. I collapse back against the pillows, moaning as Dmitri's hands reach up to cup my breast as he continues to lap at my arousal. I don't think I've ever been so wet, and the thought would normally make me self-conscious. But the deep grunts of approval that Dmitri is making have me tilting my hips to give him better access. "Fuck, Zara." He lifts his head to look down at my glistening pussy. I push up onto my elbows so that I can watch him. His dark eyes flick up to mine, and I whimper at the sight of him looking up at me from between my thighs. He smirks. "Do you like watching me devour your pussy?" His voice is so hoarse with arousal that I clench my thighs around his head. He chuckles before sinking his tongue deep inside me. "Yes," I cry out, my head rolling back as he slowly starts to fuck me with his tongue. "Eyes on me, Zara." He runs his tongue along my core and flicks my clit. My head falls forward as my eyes fly open. Dmitri winks before wrapping his lips around my clit and sucking hard. My mouth opens in a silent gasp as my release starts to build once more. I sink my fingers into his hair, our eyes locked as I grind against his face. The slight stubble on his cheeks rubs against the inside of my thigh, which only makes me moan louder. It feels so good, and I can't get enough. "Come for me, Zara," he growls. I lean back on one elbow, my free hand moving to knead my breast as Dmitri starts working my clit harder. I'm so fucking close, my body is almost vibrating with pleasure. And watching Dmitri, as he licks at my pussy, makes my blood feel as if it's boiling in my veins. I've never felt pleasure like this before. Tears start to prick my eyes as my legs start to tremble. "Fuck yes, Zara, that's it," Dmitri grunts. "I am coming." My breath catches as my orgasm hits. I reach for Dmitri, sinking my fingers into his hair and holding him against me as my body shudders with pleasure. He moans against me, his tongue gently licking my swollen pussy until I collapse once more. I don't think I have another one in me. Dmitri's body shakes with silent laughter as he presses a kiss to my inner thigh. Then I think it's time for bed. He crawls up my limp body until he's hovering over me. "Sleep well, Sladkaya Zhizn," he whispers before kissing me softly. I wake to the sun warming my face. I stretch out my limbs, sighing at the silk sheets against my naked flesh. But when my hands don't brush against a hard male body, I freeze. My eyes fly open, and I'm surprised to find I'm alone. I ignore my disappointment that Dmitri left, but I remind myself that he's a busy man. He can't spend all day lounging in bed with me when he already spent most of last night doing just that. My cheeks heat at the memory of last night. It was even more incredible than our wedding night, and we didn't even have sex. He worshipped my body in a way I've never experienced, and my added level of trust in him made me fully give in to the pleasure. Pressing my hand to my heart, I stare out the window at the city. I knew I was starting to develop feelings for Dmitri, but last night truly uncovered how hard I'm falling. He made me feel so comfortable and safe, not only when sharing intimate details of my life, but also when sharing my body with him. The fact that he didn't get off once last night shows me how truly selfless he is. I never would have expected him to act in such a way when I first met him. Perhaps the Playboy persona is truly an act after all. I lie back against the pillows, reliving the memories of last night until my stomach growls. I chuckle at the rude interruption. Can I not simply spend my day fantasizing about the man I selfishly get to call my husband? My stomach's answering growl has me throwing back the covers and going in search of some clothes. I throw on a pair of leggings and a tank before heading downstairs. I glance around eagerly in the hopes of finding Dmitri lounging on the couch, but I'm only left disappointed. The only sign that he's been here is the empty espresso cup by the coffee machine. Maybe it's my turn to start hounding him to eat. After turning on the coffee machine and getting a fresh pot brewing, I shuffle over to the fridge. I pull out a container of eggs along with some veggies and cooked chicken, deciding on more of a brunch option seeing as it's almost noon. As I chop up some bell pepper and get to work whisking a few eggs, my stomach churns. I pause, setting down the bowl and staring at the food laid out on the counter. My hand goes to my mouth as I retch. Oh no. I turn and bolt for the sink, leaning over the edge and emptying the contents of my stomach. I groan as my mouth fills with saliva and acid burns my throat. Sweat is starting to bead along my forehead and the back of my neck, so I turn on the faucet and splash some cold water on my face as I breathe out slowly. No breakfast for me then, I mutter as I grip the edge of the sink. I don't even bother tidying away the food, as the sight of it only makes my stomach churn more. Silently vowing to clean up later, I head back upstairs to take a shower. I hope I'm not getting sick. I already took a week off for my honeymoon a few weeks ago. If I take any more time off, I'll fall so far behind. As I wander back upstairs and glance around, I notice the door to Dmitri's office is slightly ajar. I frown. The door is always locked, and he's never once shown me inside. Dmitri. Surely, if he was home, he would have heard me, so it's likely he's left it open by accident. I know I shouldn't go and snoop, but curiosity gets the better of me. Tiptoeing down the hall, I inch the door open, gasping at what I find inside. The wall behind the large desk is covered in photos, many of Dmitri and his brothers with an older couple who I assume to be his parents. I glance around the rest of the room and notice that there's even more photos in frames on top of the drinks cabinet, as well as the mantelpiece above the electric fireplace. "Dmitry Koslov, you surprise me," I whisper as I step into the room. Unlike the rest of the penthouse, his office is less modern and more warm and cozy, with deep, rich brown tones and antique-looking furniture. It wouldn't surprise me if perhaps it was once owned by his father. A smile tugs at my lips as I pad across the carpet and glance at the wall of photos behind his desk. It's filled with happy memories of Dmitry and his family at every age. I can spot Dmitry in each of them immediately by his cheeky smile and his rich brown eyes. I laugh as I spot a picture of Dmitry holding baby Daniel like a football. I turn around and pick up the single photo frame on his desk. This time, the brothers all look much older. Daniel looks to be in his mid-teens, and Dmitry has filled out, his broad shoulders looking just as delicious as they do now. My eyes flick to his parents, my heart clenching at the sight of their smiling faces. "Zara." I whirl, the photo frame slipping from my fingers, to find Dmitry standing in the doorway. His hair is damp and sticking to his forehead, and he's wearing a black t-shirt and workout shorts. I thought you were out. "So you thought you'd go looking through my things." His eyes narrow at me. I stumble backward. Gone is the soft, gentle man who held me last night as I slept, who made me feel so safe and protected. "Get the hell out of my office." His voice freezes the blood in my veins. "Dmitry." I said get out, he roars. I duck out of the office, my eyes blurring with tears as I desperately run down the hall to my room and disappear inside, making sure to lock the door behind me. Sinking to the floor, I hug my knees to my chest as I try to stifle the sound of my sobs. Just when I think I have Dmitry Koslov all figured out, he flips a switch and turns into someone I don't recognize at all. Someone who doesn't make me feel safe. And that scares the hell out of me. 19. Dmitry. I stare at the photo frame on the floor, my teeth gritted as the smiling faces of my family look back at me, so blissfully unaware of the horror that was about to be bestowed upon us just a week after we took it. My parents lying in a pool of their own blood, my family torn apart forever. Picking up the photo, I sink down into my office chair and silently curse myself for losing my cool. I shouldn't have lost my temper with Zara like that, especially after the progress we made last night. The fact that she trusted me enough to open up about her past was a big step, and likely not an easy one for her to take. And in the space of a few seconds, I've shattered that trust into a million pieces. But seeing her in my office, looking at the memories that litter the wall, triggered a rage inside me that I didn't realize was simmering beneath the surface. Perhaps because when I look at the photos now, I see nothing but lies. On the outside, we looked perfect, but it was all a facade. I glance down at the photo in my hand, and my gut twists. My father has his arm wrapped around my mother, and she's gazing up at him with nothing but love in her eyes as he smiles at the camera. Traitorous bastard, I launch the frame at the wall. It falls to the floor, the glass shattering all over the carpet, but I don't care. Part of me wants to tear down every picture in this room and throw them in the fire. It was all a lie. My father played his part so well that none of us had any idea, and that's the part that hurts the most. All my life, I've been told how much I'm like my father, a fact I used to pride myself on. Not anymore. His infidelity not only has me questioning him, but also questioning myself and whether I have what it takes to be a good husband. From the way I just yelled at Zara, it seems I have my answer. I curse under my breath, balling my hands into fists as I think of the look on Zara's face as I lost my shit. It was the same look she had when I found Giovanni pinning her against the wall. Fucking terrified. You piece of shit, Dimitri. I run my hands over my face. My phone ringing snaps me out of my guilt spiral. I quickly swipe my thumb across the screen when I see who's calling. Rurik, what have you got for me? I rub my hand over the stubble starting to coat my jaw. I've done some digging into Igor's wife, Katia. And Rurik takes a breath, and I clench my jaw as I wait for the bomb to drop. She gave birth to a baby, not long after the affair with your father ended. Acid burns my throat as I realize that not only did my father have an affair with the wife of one of the most powerful men in Russia, but he also got her fucking pregnant. Fuck, this isn't good. I run a hand over my face. I clear my throat, my mind racing as I try to think about how this knowledge might come back to bite my family in the ass. It's not as bad as you think, Dimitri. I would love to know how it's not that bad. The baby was stillborn, a boy. Shit. Those properties that your father gave to Igor, they coincide with the stillbirth, Rurik continues. It's likely your father offered them to Igor as a sort of apology. So, you think Igor would have known that the baby wasn't his? It's a possibility, something that I'm looking into more. There's no way in hell Igor Ivanov would have let his wife raise the child of a rival Pakin, especially if the child was a boy. He would have posed the greatest threat to Igor's empire. Perhaps the stillbirth was a cover-up. I think out loud. That was my first thought too. Fuck. I'm following up another lead back in Russia to find out more information, but right now, that's all I have. Thanks, I appreciate the effort, Rurik. Anytime, I'll be in touch soon. I set my phone down on my desk and lean back in my chair, letting out a long breath. There had been a child, a son. I had another brother that I didn't even know existed. My brothers don't need to know about this, at least not until I can get more information. Daniel is already distraught enough as it is about our father's affair, and I don't want to have any more fights with Alexei. We've all been through enough as it is. I don't need to throw a long-lost brother into the mix. I stay locked away in my office for a few more hours, trying to process the information Rurik gave me. I can barely focus on my work, my head switching between thoughts of my father and thoughts of Zara. How did it all go so wrong so fast? There's nothing I can do about my father's affair right now, but I can do something about my relationship with Zara. I glance at the clock on the wall. It's almost 6. I think Zara and I have avoided each other for long enough. Pushing my chair back and getting to my feet, I wander out of my office and go in search of my wife. She slammed the door to her room earlier, and I've heard nothing since. It's likely she's still hiding away in there. Hiding from me. The pang of guilt hits my stomach like a lead weight, and I fight the urge to go barging into her room and beg for her forgiveness. I cross the hall and press my ear to her door, but it's quiet. Zara, I call out softly, rapping my knuckles on the door. Silence. I grind my teeth. I hate the idea that she's ignoring me, so I try the door handle. It opens, and I peer inside to find her curled up in bed, asleep. Her blonde hair is fanned out around her head, and her cheeks look red as if she's been crying. I'm such a bastard. I want nothing more than to climb into bed beside her and hold her against me as she sleeps. But I'm all too aware that she won't forgive me that easily, and I don't deserve her to. There is no excuse for my behavior, and I'm sure as hell going to make it up to her in any way she'll let me. So for now, I'll let her sleep. The blinds are open and her light is still on, so I creep inside, not wanting to wake her. I pick up the remote for the blinds on her bedside table and lower them, casting the room in shadow. Bending over her, I press the softest kiss to her forehead, my lips barely brushing her skin so as not to wake her. I'm so sorry, Sladkaya Zhizin. I whisper before reaching over to switch off the light. It pains me to leave Zara. I want nothing more than to throw back the covers and show her how truly sorry I am with my tongue, but I force myself to walk away and give her some space. I wish we could go back to last night. It was the first time I'd spent the night with a woman and only focused on her pleasure rather than my own. Don't get me wrong, I always make sure they come first, but after that it's fair game. But not last night. I didn't think of anything other than Zara's pleasure, and it was incredible. I was desperate to spend hours with my face buried between her thighs as she moaned with pleasure, and would have happily kept going, making her come over and over, but I didn't want to keep her from sleep. That did mean I woke up hard as a fucking rock, which is why I snuck out and hit the gym to try and release some of the pent-up tension in my body. I was planning on taking a shower afterward to pump one out, but I became too distracted by the sight of Zara snooping in my office. Realizing I never took that shower, I head into my room across the hall and into my private bathroom. Turning on the waterfall shower, I strip out of my workout clothes and step under the scalding hot water, letting out a sigh as my muscles start to loosen. Apart from one. I can't, I grunt as my cock hardens. It feels wrong to fantasize about Zara's luscious body when she's currently avoiding me like the plague. But as I shut my eyes and let the water cascade over me, all I can think about is her. I grip my hand around the base and squeeze tightly, my mind flooding with the memory of what it was like to have her come on my tongue. What I wouldn't do to have her here with me right now, dripping wet and moaning as I wrapped her soft thighs around my waist and fucked her up against the wall of the shower. I want that more than anything, and so does my cock from the way it's already leaking, but I won't let myself feel the pleasure of release. Not until she's forgiven me. So I turn the shower to cold and grit my teeth as I finish washing. After my shower, I head back downstairs and into the kitchen, my stomach aching from barely eating all day, but I frown at the state of it. The kitchen island is littered with half-prepared food that was not there this morning when I left to go to the gym. Has Zara not eaten anything? Part of me wants to storm upstairs with a plate of food and demand she eats. I can't have her hiding herself away all day, starving herself because she's afraid of running into me. That is not the life I promised her. I promised her I would take care of her, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Pulling my phone out of my pocket, I decide to call in a few favors with some associates as part of my plan to apologize. I start off by calling the head chef at one of the highest-rated restaurants in Manhattan. Typically, it would take months just to get a reservation at this place, but I plan on doing much more than that. I don't often abuse the fact that I'm a Koslov, but for Zara, I'll do whatever I can to make sure that she knows how sorry I am. After a bit of persuading, I manage to book out the entire restaurant for the night and have the chef put together a special tasting menu just for us. After I've organized the meal, I put in another call to Clara, who helped Zara pick out her wedding dress. The bridal boutique has a sister store that sells evening wear, so I ask her to pick something out that will complement Zara's coloring and have it sent over to the penthouse tomorrow along with a bouquet of flowers. I just hope it will be enough, but only Zara can decide if she wants to forgive me. 20. Zara. I'm so sorry, Sladkaya Zhizn. The words ring in my ears all night as I try my best to sleep, if only to stop myself from going into Dmitri's room and climbing into bed beside him. I know I had no right to go snooping through his office, so I can't blame Dmitri for being angry at me. But it still hurt to see him turn so cold toward me after opening up to him like I did. I've never shared the truth about my assault with anyone before, not even with Emily or Bianca, so it took a lot for me to feel comfortable enough to share it with him. But the man I saw yesterday was not the same man I have come to trust. He might be sorry, but it's going to take a lot more than a few whispered words to make me forgive him. I head downstairs the following morning to find an enormous box on the kitchen counter, addressed to me alongside a huge bouquet of lilac roses, just like the ones at our wedding. I bite my lip as I pick up the note on top of the box and read the contents. My beautiful wife, I hope you'll let me show you how sorry I am. Be ready at 7. Dimitri X. I hate how my heart flutters at his words. Sinking my teeth into my lip, I tear open the box and gasp at the sight of the emerald satin gown. Dimitri, I whisper as I skim my fingers over the fabric. It feels expensive, and I'm almost scared to lift it out of the box in case I ruin it. But curiosity gets the better of me, so I gently lift the dress out of the box. It's stunning, with an open back, and the dark green color will complement my eyes perfectly. You do have great taste, I mutter as I hold the dress up to myself. After my wedding dress, it's the most luxurious item of clothing I own, and I can't deny that I'm excited to get all dressed up and spend the evening with Dimitri. I have hours until I need to be ready, but I decide to make the most of the day and truly pamper myself. If I'm going to be wearing a gown that costs more than the rent of my old apartment, I need to take care of a few things first. Tucking the dress back into the box, along with the note, I head back up to my room to start the long process of getting ready. At 5 minutes to 7, I carefully make my way down the stairs, clutching the skirt of my dress in my hand so as not to stick a heel through the lining. I'm so busy looking down to stop myself from tripping that I don't notice Dimitri perched on the arm of the couch until I reach the bottom step and look up. Oh my God, I clutch a hand to my chest. You scared me. You're dressed, he gets to his feet. You said to be ready by 7. I frown down at my attire. Was this not what he wanted? I slipped on some gold stilettos and kept my hair in loose curls around my shoulders, if only to cover up a bit more. The dress is extremely low cut at the back, and the top shows ample amounts of my cleavage, which I'm sure Dimitri is happy about from the way he eyes my chest. I was worried you would toss the dress in the trash and tell me to go to hell. He tucks his hands into his pockets. I considered it, but it's too nice of a dress. His lips twitch as he steps closer to me. I silently curse him for looking so delicious in his black suit and shirt. He's left the top 2 buttons of his shirt undone, and I itch to run my hands over the tanned skin of his chest. His dark hair is parted neatly, with a few stray curls framing his face, softening his chiseled cheekbones. So, what are we doing this evening? I try my best not to eye-fuck Dimitri as he takes another step toward me. I catch a waft of his cologne, so musky and rich, and have to bite back a moan. Why does he always smell so damn good? Well, initially, I had planned on taking you to dinner, but seeing you in that dress makes me want to cancel, so I can spend the night tearing it right off you and fucking you on this couch. My cheeks burn at his filthy words. That sounds like the perfect evening. I bite the inside of my cheek as I glance up at Dimitri under my lashes. My nipples pebble against the silky material, and Dimitri's eyes flash with need, no doubt noticing. Maybe that can be the end to our perfect evening. He winks at me. He holds out his hand, and I entwine my fingers with his, letting him slowly rub his thumb back and forth over my knuckles. But first, I'm going to wine and dine you. Dimitri doesn't give anything away about where we're going, no matter how much I beg him. Nervous butterflies fill my stomach as I sit in the passenger seat of his car, hating how hot he looks with one hand on the wheel, the other still entwined with mine. He refuses to let go of my hand, as if he's scared I'll run the moment he lets me go. An easy silence fills the car as we drive, and I stare out of the window in awe at the sight of the sun setting over the city. It's breathtaking, just like the man beside me. After 15 minutes, Dmitri turns off the engine and faces me. We're here. He brings our entwined hands up to his lips and gently presses a kiss to my knuckles. I let out a gasp at the feeling of his lips against my skin, and he grins. Someone's getting ahead of themselves. I shrug as my cheeks burn. You only have yourself to blame. He chuckles, the sound low and deep as his dark eyes flick down to my chest. I'm more than okay with that. I roll my eyes, but my cheeks warm as Dmitri squeezes my fingers. I think you're going to like what I have planned. He reaches down to unbuckle my seatbelt. Dmitri helps me out of the car and hands the keys to a waiting valet before leading me inside the restaurant. My heart flutters as I read the name on the front door. As a food lover, I know most of the Michelin star restaurants in the city, though I've never been able to afford to dine at any of them until now. I can't stop the smile that spreads across my face as Dmitri holds open the door to the restaurant, and I step inside. But nothing could have prepared me for what is waiting for me. Dmitri, I gasp as I stare around the restaurant. Every table has been cleared away and replaced by hundreds of candles of every size, filling the room with the most beautiful orange glow. Except for one table for two in the very center. You did all of this for me. Of course, I did. He wraps his arms around my waist, pulling me against him as I take in the room. It's beautiful. Just like you, he adds, pressing a soft kiss to my neck. I shiver at the feeling of his lips against my skin, my eyes fluttering closed for a moment as I revel in the feeling of being encased by his strong arms. When I open my eyes, I turn in his arms and sigh as I let my hands run over his broad chest. This must have cost a fortune. I bite my lip. The cost is irrelevant. He runs his thumb along my lower lip. But, Zara, I would spend every dollar to my name if it meant you would forgive me. I shake my head, clutching at the soft material of his shirt as I glance up at his beautiful face. Of course, I forgive you. You shouldn't. His jaw flexes as he looks down at me. I was completely out of order. His voice cracks and he looks away, his brows pinching together as he tries to fight whatever words were about to spill from his lips. I reach up to cup his cheek, brushing my thumb over the slight stubble coating his jaw. I'm sure you had your reasons. It doesn't excuse how I treated you. No, but maybe if you talked about it, it would help me understand. This evening is all about showing you how sorry I am. His eyes flick to mine. I don't miss the sadness reflected in them, but I choose to not push him. Dmitri will talk when he's ready, and I only hope I can offer him the same amount of support and comfort that he's shown me. I never imagined Dmitri, Koslov being the candle-lit dinner type, but this evening is turning out to be more than perfect. He asked the head chef to create a unique 7-course tasting menu just for me, with wine pairings to match. The conversation is easy and light, and I find myself laughing more than I have done in a long time. Are you enjoying yourself? I think this is better than our wedding day. I take a sip of my wine. Don't tell Alexei that. I think he'll be paying off our wedding for the rest of his life. Dmitri chuckles. He offered, if he wants to blame someone, he can blame Bianca. She's the one who planned the whole thing. That is very true. I take another sip of my wine, watching Dmitri curiously. What? His lips twitch. Tell me something no one else knows. I set my glass back down on the table. Dmitri narrows his eyes. I'll be pushed to find something that not even my brothers know. Okay, well, how about something that I would never guess about you? I bite the inside of my cheek as Dmitri takes a deep breath, the muscle in his jaw flexing as he thinks. I used to play the trombone in middle school because I thought it was cool, he mutters, his cheeks reddening. My chin hits the floor as I stare at him. You can't laugh. He points his finger at me, his eyes twinkling at the look on my face. I'm not, I swear. Wow, I was not expecting that to come out of your mouth. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents. He flashes me a wink, and now it's my turn for my cheeks to redden. I only hope that he'll honor his promise of taking me on the couch, the moment we're home, because the way his dark eyes are devouring me in the candle light has me almost panting with need. He tilts his chin at me. Now it's your turn. I pick up my glass of wine and take a sip, deciding which story he'll enjoy the most. Summer after junior year of college, Bianca and I went backpacking across South America. Alone. Yeah, I bite my lip. Zara, Dimitri groans, running a hand over his face. It was fine, we only got caught in one drug raid. I break out into a fit of giggles as Dimitri's eyebrows shoot up as he stares at me, his mouth ajar. You are a menace. I shrug, feeling the liquid courage start to kick in as I take a bite of my ice cream. What are you going to do about it? Dimitri lets out a breathy laugh as he leans forward, his eyes flashing with need as he watches me slowly lick my spoon clean. There are many things I could do, he whispers, his tongue darting out to wet his lower lip. I swallow, trying not to think about how good it feels to have his tongue between my thighs, licking me over and over. I cross my legs as a throbbing ache starts to build. My mouth goes dry. Like what? Unfortunately, they'll have to wait until we get home. Are you sure? Zara, the way he drags my name tells me I'm having the desired effect. Because I'm good to go. Dimitri's on his feet in an instant, coming around the table and pulling out my chair. Let's go now. His voice rasps as he fights his arousal. Warmth pools in my lower belly as I glance up at him under my lashes. But you haven't even touched your dessert. That's because you're my dessert. 21. Zara. I'm surprised Dimitri, and I manage to hold off on tearing each other's clothes off until we get back to the penthouse. I was all for climbing onto his lap and fucking him right there in the car, especially once I clocked his erection straining against the front of his pants. By the time we step out of the elevator into the penthouse, we're both practically panting as we claw at each other. I told you I would fuck you on this couch. He wraps his arms around my waist, walking me backwards until the backs of my thighs hit the arm of the couch. I gasp as he pulls me flush against his hard body. I was hoping you would fuck me against the couch, I whisper, biting my lip. Dimitri's throat bobs as his eyes flick down to my chest, which is rising and falling with each pant. Show me, Zara, he rasps. He loosens his hold on me, just enough so that I can turn around in his arms. I fight a smile as I slowly bend over the arm of the couch and glance at him over my shoulder. Like this, I push back against him so that his erection rubs against my ass. Fuck! His fingers sink into the soft flesh of my hips as he grinds his cock against me. I moan at his hardness, wanting nothing more than to have Dimitri buried inside me. Are you sure? His hands caress my waist. I wiggle my hips against his cock and chuckle as he lets out a hiss. I'm sure. I lower myself onto the couch cushions, pressing my cheek into the soft material. Thank fuck. Dimitri makes quick work of lifting my dress up over my hips and curses at the sight of the lace panties I chose to wear. Christ, Zara. His hands move to knead the soft flesh of my cheeks. I think I might have to keep these on. I'm fine with that, I chuckle. The sound of his breathy laugh has my eyes fluttering closed and my thighs rubbing together, my body pulsing with need. But when he steps away from me, I frown, wondering if he's changed his min. I gasp as Dimitri sinks his teeth into the soft skin of my ass cheek. Dimitri, I squirm against him. I couldn't help myself. He chuckles as his hands stroke up and down the fronts of my thighs. When his fingers dip between them and trace the damp seam of my panties, my body starts to go limp as the pleasure builds. I am ready. I can tell, Sladkaya. My cheeks burn, but I know that it turns Dmitri on to feel how ready I am for him. So, when he stands back up and starts undoing his belt, I glance over my shoulder and moan at the sight of him pulling his pants down and his cock springing free, the tip already glistening with pre-cum. Dmitri. Warmth spreads between my thighs. This is going to be hard and fast, Sladkaya. He strokes his length. I whimper as my pussy clenches, so desperate to be filled by him. His eyes lock on mine, but I want you to tell me if it gets too much, Zara. I nod, my mouth going dry at the sight of him fisting his cock. Promise me. I promise, I gasp. Dmitri lets out a breath as his right hand moves my panties to the side, and he lines his cock up with my entrance. Before I even have a chance to brace myself, he thrusts his cock inside me all the way to the hilt. Yes, I cry out as my pussy stretches around his thick length. But Dmitri doesn't give me a chance to adjust to the size of him. Instead, he pulls out all the way until his tip is barely inside me before thrusting inside me once more. Oh God. You're so fucking tight. His fingers dig into my hips as he pounds into me. My eyes roll as I cling to the couch, trying my best to match his thrusts. But the way his cock brushes against the inner walls of my pussy has my body going limp. His balls slapping against my ass have me moaning so loud that Dmitri lets out a breathy chuckle. You like being fucked from behind. My hips knock against the arm of the couch as he fucks me harder. I arch my hips higher. This is my favorite position. He spreads his thighs between my own, widening my stance so he can hit a deeper angle. Because I can sink so fucking deep inside your pussy. God, yes. And then I can finish all over this perfect ass. He spanks me once. I cry out at the sharp sting, my back arching, but then Dmitri's hand is there, slowly rubbing my flesh. You're taking me so well, Sladkaya. Are you going to come for me? I whimper, my clit throbbing so painfully that I can't help but reach between my thighs and start rubbing at the swollen bud. My fingers are drenched with my arousal as I rub my clit harder, my pussy starting to pulse as my release builds. Mort. Good girl, Zara. My name on his lips as he pounds into me has me almost coming undone. I'm completely at his mercy, but that doesn't frighten me because I know he would stop if I asked him to. Oh fuck, I'm close. My body starts to tense. Dmitri responds by increasing his pace, his cock hitting my G-spot over and over, leaving me panting as I chase my release. Fuck, watching you touch your clit makes me want to spill so fucking bad. Yes, I scream as my orgasm hits. I dig my fingers into the cushion of the couch, as cries of pleasure spill from my lips as Dmitri continues to fuck me. Shit, Zara, he hisses as my pussy clenches around his cock. Dmitri, I groan. My body is almost completely spent, my skin covered in a thin sheen of sweat as another wave of pleasure hits me. Oh fuck, I'm coming. Dmitri pulls his cock free. I whimper at the emptiness, but knowing that he's close to release has my pussy clenching once again. I continue to rub my clit as I glance over my shoulder to see Dmitri's eyes heavy with desire, and his jaw is clenched as he works himself hard. I moan at the wet sound of him fisting his length, knowing that he's rubbing my arousal up and down his cock. Please, Dmitri. I beg as I sink 2 fingers inside my pussy, another orgasm already building. Zara, he growls. I want to come with you. I moan as I brush my thumb over my clit. It's so sensitive it's almost painful, but I'm so desperate for another release that the pain is worth it. I arch my ass higher, wiggling my hips as Dmitri rubs his slick tip between my cheeks. "Fuck, I'm coming," he gasps. "Oh, yes." I moan as my release hits just as the hot spurts of his cum hits my ass. My body shudders as I collapse against the couch. The sounds of Dmitri, groaning with pleasure, ringing in my ears as he spills every last drop onto my backside. "Zara," he pants once he's finished. His strong hands gently caress my waist as we both try to catch our breath. My eyes flutter closed for a moment. "I've made a mess of you." I can't help but laugh. "You're more than welcome to clean me you." He scoops me up in his arms, cradling me against his chest. "Oh, I'm going to do more than that," he growls before capturing my mouth with his. I'm deliciously sore when I wake up in the morning. After carrying me to the shower, Dmitri carefully cleaned me up, taking his time to lather up every inch of my skin before dropping to his knees and lifting one thigh over his muscular shoulder, so he could devour my pussy with his tongue. When I tried to do the same for him, he simply responded by lifting me up and fucking me against the wall until I was screaming his name. I want nothing more than to continue our makeup sex this morning, but I have work to get to, so I'm not entirely disappointed when I notice that Dmitri's side of the bed is empty. There would be no way in hell I could walk away from his naked body. I don't have that kind of self-control. What I do find in his place is a single lilac rose on his pillow. Such a softie, I pick up the rose. Pressing it to my nose, I inhale its sweet scent. But as soon as I catch a whiff, my stomach churns, and the next thing I know, I'm tossing the rose aside and rushing into the bathroom to empty my stomach into the toilet. It's nerves. I'll have to face Giovanni today, and after what happened on Friday, I can't deny that I'm terrified of being anywhere near him. Though Dmitri assures me that Giovanni won't be bothering me again, I won't believe that until I see it with my own eyes. By the time the nausea passes, I'm starting to run late, so I quickly throw on a navy dress and pumps and head out the door. The moment I scan my ID and walk into my office building, my phone buzzes in my hand with a message. "Dmitri, call me anytime, Sledkaya X." I smile, clutching my phone to my chest as I head toward the elevator. I'm so thankful that Dmitri and I were able to move past the incident in his office, because there's truly no better feeling than knowing he's in my corner. He's proved that he will do anything to protect me, so I swallow down my nerves and hold my head high as I step out onto my office floor. But Giovanni is nowhere in sight. After dropping off my bag, I head down the hall to his office to pick up some paperwork, and I'm surprised to find it empty. According to Callie, he's taking a sick day, so not only do I not need to deal with him in person, I don't even have him chasing case reports over email. "Hey, do you know what's actually wrong with Giovanni?" I ask Callie after sitting back down at my desk. Callie shrugs, leaning against my cubicle as she flicks her long, red hair over her shoulder. "No idea. All I know is that he'll be out for a few days at least." The thought that Giovanni has been dealt with, at least for now, should calm my nauseous stomach. But instead, it has the opposite effect. I get to my feet and head toward the bathroom as my mouth starts to fill with saliva. Perhaps this is simply my body's way of purging itself of all the toxic emotions I've been dealing with over the past few months. I have been running on pure adrenaline, and that will eventually take its toll on the nervous system. Once I sit back down at my desk, I decide to send Dmitri a message just to check on the status of Giovanni. "Giovanni has taken a sick day, should I be worried?" "Dmitri, the only thing you need to worry about is making sure you're naked in the hot tub by the time I get home." I bite my lip as I read his message 2 more times. The thought of climbing onto Dmitri's lap and sinking myself down onto his thick cock has my cheeks heating. Maybe we should take a second honeymoon. Focusing on work when my mind keeps filling with such filthy thoughts is difficult. Add to the fact that I have to keep running to the bathroom to be sick means I've barely made a dent in my work by lunchtime. Maybe I am getting sick after all. Wait, oh God. My hands fly to my stomach as I try to do some quick math in my head. It's been 5 weeks since the wedding, which means it's been 5 weeks since Dmitri and I first slept together. Oh no, 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 I groan, putting my head in my hands. This can't be happening. I open my period tracking app. Shit, almost 2 weeks late. That's unheard of for me. My body runs like clockwork, so alarm bells should have gone off the moment it was a day late. Of course, with everything going on with Giovanni, I barely had the time to consider who I was, let alone what day it was, or if I should be getting my period. This is not good. Shit. Zara, is everything okay? Carly peers over the top of my cubicle. I lift my head, and she's frowning down at me. I'm taking my lunch break. I quickly grab my bag. Normally, we go to the coffee shop across the street together, but I need to run an errand, and I need to do it alone. I practically sprint to the drugstore 2 blocks over from my office, my heart hammering in my chest as my new future starts to play out in my head. I can't be pregnant, I just can't. Dmitri and I are only playing pretend. Our relationship isn't real, no matter how badly I'm starting to wish otherwise, and to bring a child into this situation complicates things even further. I'm not even sure if Dmitri wants children. He's great with Leo, but being an uncle and being a father are 2 completely different things. I should have known better than to sleep with someone without protection. Did I learn nothing from Bianca and Alexei? Keeping my head down, I dart into the shop and head straight for the aisle with the pregnancy tests. Deciding it's better to be safe, I pick up 2 on the off chance one of them is faulty and head to the checkout. The cashier is an older woman who offers me a warm smile as she glances from the boxes on the counter to the huge diamond on my finger. I can tell she wants to say something, but I'm terrified that if I open my mouth, I'll start hysterically sobbing, so I avoid her gaze by rooting around in my purse for my wallet. My cheeks burn as I hand over my card and quickly throw the 2 pregnancy tests into my bag. I don't want to risk taking them at home in case Dmitri is there, so I decide I'm better off going back to the office and hiding out in the toilets for the rest of my lunch break. I've never had to pee on a stick before. Even during my early college days, I was always careful because I knew if I ever got myself knocked up, my dad would be so disappointed, and I couldn't bear the thought of letting him down. Though now, I suppose my parents would be thrilled, considering the fact that I'm married to a successful man who can provide me with everything I want in life. Too bad that it's all for show. My hands are slick with sweat, so it takes me a second to unwrap the tests and get myself situated. I can't believe I'm doing this. I wish Dmitri was here. The thought only makes my chest ache. There's no way he's going to be happy if it turns out to be positive. No matter how incredible the sex is, it's just that. He wanted a wife on paper, nothing more. Once I've finished, I quickly flush and lower the lid to perch on the edge. I can't think of a more depressing way to find out if I'm pregnant with my fake husband's baby than hiding out in the office toilet. But this is what my life has come to. I place the sticks on the floor while I wait for the 2 minutes to be up. My eyes start to prick with tears as I consider what to do if it turns out to be positive. This wasn't how it was supposed to be, but I guess when you marry a guy for a deal rather than love, you're not exactly signing up for the white picket fence package. As much as I wish we could be a happy family like Alexei and Bianca, I have to start considering the fact that I might end up having to do this alone. My phone dings, and I take one last deep breath before glancing down. I stare at the 2 pink lines on both of the tests. Oh shit. 22. DMITRI. Zara, let me call a doctor, I plead, sitting beside her on the couch. Stop fussing, she sighs, taking a sip of water. I'm fine. I frown, pressing the back of my hand to her forehead. She doesn't have a fever, but this constant nausea is starting to worry me. She's been feeling sick for a few days now, and initially, I put it down to all the stress with Giovanni. It's a natural reaction to what she's been through over the past few months, so it's no wonder she's feeling a little run down. But when I got home this evening to find her once again on the sofa with a sick bowl, looking clammy and gray, I began to wonder if it's not something else. Please let me call you a doctor. Dimitri, I'm fine. She presses her hands to my chest. You don't need to worry. The way she's refusing to meet my eyes has me doing the exact opposite of that. You're not fine. You've been sick for days. It's just a bug. It'll pass on its own. I let out a long breath as I narrow my eyes at her. Something's wrong, but I don't want to push Zara. It's becoming clear that it's important for her to feel in control of herself, of her body, and if she assures me that she doesn't need a doctor, then I need to respect her wishes, as much as it kills me to do so. I hate that Zara's feeling like this all because of some guy who refuses to take no for an answer. I wish she would take a few more sick days, but she's worried about falling behind, so we compromised with her working from her laptop on the couch for the past few days. If I can't call a doctor, at least let me run you a bath. I tuck her hair behind her ear. She sighs, her eyes fluttering closed as she leans into my touch. A bath sounds amazing. I'll be right back. I press a soft kiss to her forehead before getting to my feet. I head upstairs to her room and get to work prepping the bath, turning on all the jacuzzi jets and adding plenty of calming essential oils and salts. I light a few candles on the edge of the bath and turn off the lights to add to the ambience. When it's ready, I go back downstairs and cross the living area to where Zara is lounging on the couch, her laptop perched on her lap. I reach over and shut the lid. Excuse me, I was working. I pick up the laptop and toss it aside before wrapping my arms around Zara and lifting her off the couch. What are you doing? She squeals, clinging to my shirt. Carrying you upstairs. Dimitri, I can walk. You can, but that doesn't mean I'll let you. You're sick, let me take care of you, Sladkaya Zhizin. I nuzzle her neck, inhaling the sweet smell of her hair. You're impossible. She sighs as she moves her hands to my neck, her fingers softly caressing the nape. I think you meant to say impossibly handsome. I smirk as she rolls her eyes at me. There's my Zara. I carry her upstairs to her bathroom where I gently set her down on the cold tiles. She reaches for her shirt, but I grab her wrist, halting her movements. I reach for the hem of her t-shirt, arms up. Zara does as I say, and I carefully lift the shirt up over her head, taking a moment to admire her full breasts. You don't need to do this. She wraps her arms around herself. Her green eyes are filled with worry as she looks up at me under her lashes. I gently cup her cheek, rubbing my thumb back and forth over the soft skin. Relax, Sladkaya, let me take care of you. She nods, her throat bobbing. I sink to my knees, my fingers dipping into the waistband of her pajama pants as I start to pull them down her thighs. Her hands move to my shoulders to keep her steady as I gently hold her ankle, lifting her leg out of the pants before moving to the next one until she's completely naked. Dimitri. I glance up to see her hands gently rubbing her stomach as her eyes fill with tears. What is it, Sladkaya Zhizin? Do you feel sick? My hands caress the backs of her knees. She shakes her head, her bottom lip wobbling as a tear escapes down her cheek. SHH, it's okay. After kissing each thigh, I get to my feet and wrap my arms around her shivering body, holding her tightly against me for a moment. I'm right here, I assure her as I stroke her hair. It's going to be fine. Promise, she mumbles against my chest. I promise. Now let's get you in the bath. As much as I want to climb into the bath with Zara and hold her naked body against me, she needs to rest. So after making sure she's settled, I head into my office to check on a few things while she soaks in the bath. The moment I close the door to my office, my phone starts ringing, and I groan at the sight of Alexei's name on the screen. What do you want? I'm on my way over. I frown to my place. Yes, Dmitri, to your place. Why? I sink down onto the leather couch. Because we need to talk. I rub a hand over my face, internally groaning at the thought of having to deal with my brother. There's no way I'm going to be able to focus. I need to be by Zara's side, taking care of her. Cannot wait, Zara's sick. What's wrong with her? Not sure, she won't let me call a doctor. What is it with these stubborn women? He mutters. I chuckle under my breath. I'm sorry, Brat, but this really can't wait. Fine, I run my hand through my hair. Meet me in my office. I'll be there in an hour. Alex never visits me at my penthouse, which makes me think that this is something bad. There was no mention of Mikhail and Daniel joining us, so whatever he has to say is clearly not a family matter. I frown. Has he learned about my little run-in with Giovanni? I really don't want to have to explain that to him. After 30 minutes of staring blankly at my computer screen, it's clear that my focus is shot. I get to my feet and decide to go and check on Zara again. She's half asleep in the tub, the bubbles long since dissolved. The sight of her looking so relaxed makes me smile. It's been a stressful few weeks for her, and I hope that from here on out she'll start to feel better. I think it's time for bed, Sladkaya. I chuckle as I reach for a towel. Zara is asleep before her head even hits the pillow. I tuck her in, making sure she has plenty of water and a small snack in case her appetite returns, before softly closing the door behind me. My phone buzzes in my pocket with a notification from my security system, letting me know that Alexei has arrived. I input the code that opens the door and head back into my office to pour us both a drink in anticipation of our little talk. Alexei's footsteps come down the hall a few moments later. I quickly down my glass of vodka and pour myself another, before he opens the door to my office. Come in, I glance over my shoulder. From the look on Alexei's face, I decide to turn my double vodka into a triple. What did you want to talk about? Alexei closes the door behind him. I want to know why the hell you are looking into this shit with our father and Ivanov. You came all the way from Forest Hills to ask me that? I scoff, reaching for the drinks and strolling over to the couch. There's a thing called texting, Brat. I set Alexei's drink down on the table and move to settle myself on the couch. Alexei glances around the office, and the muscle in his jaw flexes as he spots the wall of family photos behind my desk. Texts can be hacked, Dmitri. I don't want to risk this information getting out. I shrug, then you shouldn't have told me. Alexei's nostrils flare as he turns to face me, folding his arms across his chest. Would you rather I kept this a secret? Honestly, yes. Taking a sip of my drink, I lean back and throw my right arm along the back of the couch as I cross an ankle over a knee. Alexei glares at me, but I don't look away. Who the fuck did you have look into this, Dmitri? Rurik. Fuck, Alexei runs his hand through his hair. Seriously, Dmitri, if this gets out. Rurik's more fucking reliable than Frederick. He sent me concrete proof, which is more than your guy did. Alexei blinks. What? I wanted to prove you wrong, I admit. I just couldn't believe that our father would do this, so I had Rurik dig deeper. But it turns out you were right. Show me now. I get up, grabbing Alexei's drink off the table, and strolling over to my desk. Drink. I shove the glass into his hand, before turning on my computer and loading up the email with the pictures of our father and Igor's wife. Alexei downs his drink in one, wiping his mouth on the back of his hand before sitting down at my desk and scrolling through the pictures. I lean against the wall, my arms folded over my chest, looking anywhere but at the screen. I've already seen them once. I don't need to ever see them again. Alexei closes the email. Is this everything he found? No. Alexei curses under his breath as he turns to face me. I avoid his gaze by picking up his empty glass and going to refill it. Fucking spit it out, Dmitri. Trust me, you're going to need a drink when you hear what I have to tell you. I go into detail of what Rurik found, including the stillbirth of our half-brother, and how it seemed to coincide with the exchange of the properties in Russia between our father and Igor. Fuck me, Alexei shakes his head. An affair is bad enough, but he got her pregnant. Yeah. This is fucking bad. I don't think the stillbirth is a coincidence. Me neither. There's no way in hell Igor would have raised a son of a rival Pakin. That kid was doomed from the start, and our father should have fucking known better. He slams his hand down on the desk. Hard. I clench my hands into fists as Alexei is silent, raging, and I'm stewing inside my head for a moment. I can't believe this is the fucking legacy my father left behind, and now my brothers and I are left to clean up his mess. My phone buzzes in my pocket, snapping me out of it. I pull it out of my pocket and let out a breath as I see Rurik's name flash up on the screen. I show it to Alexei, and he signals for me to answer the call. I swipe my thumb across the screen and click the speaker button. Any news from your Russian guy? Rurik huffs. Nothing concrete. He'll only talk to you or Alexei. Then set it up. Rurik clears his throat. In person. Fuck. I think of Zara sleeping down the hall, and the thought of having to fly to Russia and leave her while she's sick makes my chest tight. Alexei seems to read the thought on my face as he shakes his head. I'll go. Rurik, set up a meeting, and I'll take the red eye to Moscow tonight. This is not a good idea. Alexei. I should be the one to go, Dmitri. I'm the head of the family. And for once, I don't argue with him. The last thing I want to do right now is fly to Russia to dig up more information on my father's infidelity. I'll email you over the details, Rurik says before hanging up the phone. I look at my brother. You sure about this? Alexei inhales deeply, the muscle in his jaw flexing as he turns to glance at the wall of photos behind him. No, but we can't run from this, Dmitri. I want to make sure we're as prepared as we can be for when this all blows up. And it will blow up. I know, I sigh, rubbing at my jaw. My bother stares at me. I expect you to keep an eye on things while I'm gone. Of course, just be careful. These Russian guys are fucking snakes. Alexei's mouth quirks up into a feral grin. You forget who gave them that reputation. 23. Zara. I'm fucking pregnant. I have to keep pulling the pregnancy tests out of my purse, where I'm hiding them, to stare at the 2 red lines, hoping that at some point it sinks in. But that is yet to happen. Thankfully, Dmitri seems preoccupied with work, so he hasn't paid too much attention to my sudden change in behavior. I've been an anxious wreck around him, terrified that he's going to piece together that the nausea I've been feeling hasn't been a stomach bug, but rather morning sickness. I need to get this pregnancy confirmed by an OB/GYN before I can even think about telling Dmitri. Pregnancy tests can be wrong all the time, so it's worth checking. But I've been putting it off because I don't want to burst the bubble that Dmitri, and I have been in for the past week. Since I've been sick, he's taken so much time out of his day to take care of me, making sure I'm eating and drinking enough and tucking me into bed every night like I'm a child. I've loved every second of it, and a small part of me hopes that it will only continue when he finds out the truth. But mostly, my mind has been spiraling in the opposite direction. Biting the bullet, I decide to call the doctor's office on my way into work, and I manage to get an appointment for lunchtime for a blood test. In a few hours, I'll know for certain, but until then, I need to try and get through the workday. Stepping out of the elevator onto my office floor, I head straight for the break room to make a coffee. It seems that morning sickness likes to hit me at every hour of the day and night, so I've not managed much sleep over the past few days. I run straight into Callie, who's in the process of putting on a fresh pot. "Hey," she glances over her shoulder. "Have you heard the news?" "What news?" I grab a coffee mug from the cupboard above her. Callie looks toward the door before leaning closer to me. "Giovanni's back," Callie whispers as she leans against the counter. "Really?" I almost drop the coffee mug as my heart tries to climb out of my throat. Callie grimaces. "Yeah, he looks a little worse for wear." I frown. "In what way?" "You'll see." I'm a bundle of nerves as I walk over to my cubicle. Not only do I have my pregnancy to worry about, but also Giovanni. He's been off for the past 2 weeks, which has eased a lot of my anxiety as it meant I haven't been constantly looking over my shoulder. But I knew I would have to face him eventually, and I'm scared of how he's going to act. Sitting down at my desk, I force myself to focus on my work. Once I get in the flow, the hours will fly by, and I'll be at the doctor's office soon enough. I just need to survive until then. I'm opening up all the files on my laptop that need consolidating for an upcoming tribunal when a folder is slammed down beside me. Startled, I glance over my shoulder to find Giovanni towering over me. I choke back a cry of surprise when I take in the state of him. Callie wasn't kidding. Not only is he sporting a nasty black eye, but a cut runs from the corner of that eye to the edge of his jaw, which is also bruised, and his right hand and forearm are in a cast. Dmitri did this. I swallow as I wait for him to order me into his office, where he will no doubt reprimand me for having Dmitri deal with him. But the order never comes. Giovanni simply stares at me with nothing but cold fury in his eyes before he turns and walks away. The moment he's out of sight, my body sags, and I release the breath I didn't know I'd been holding. He's gone. It can't be that easy. There's no way in hell Giovanni's going to let Dmitri get away with what he did. I know Giovanni, and he won't stop until the price for Dmitri's crime has been paid. And I have no doubt that I'll be the one to pay for it. At noon, I pack up my bag and head out for my doctor's appointment. It's only a short walk to the office, and on the way there, I almost call Bianca just for some moral support. She knows exactly what I'm going through, as she had the same experience with Leo. She was terrified of telling Alexei, but she was brave enough to tell me. Hell, I was the one to make her an appointment with the very same doctor I'm about to see. But I just can't risk the news getting back to Dmitri. If he were to hear it from anyone else, I don't think he would forgive me. So I'm doing this alone. Dr. Waite calls me in almost immediately and gets me situated in his examination room. I wrinkle my nose at the sterile smell. It brings back too many memories of spending a month in hospital last year when I was recovering from Gelanto's attack. But at least then, I had Dmitri by my side. My eyes sting at the thought. Dr. Waite offers me a warm smile. "If you'll just roll up your sleeve, I'll take some blood, and then we should have the results back to you within 4 to 6 hours. I swallow the lump in my throat as I roll up the sleeve of my blouse, and Dr. Waite quickly cleans my arm with an alcohol wipe. He reaches for the needle. "You'll feel a little pinch." I nod, looking up at the clock on the wall rather than at the needle he's about to jab into my arm. I wince as it pierces my skin, but it's over in a few seconds. All done. You did great, Sarah. I'll give you a call when I get the results in and we'll go from there. I nod and glance over at the small vial of blood that he's labeling. Thank you. I leave the doctor's feeling emotionally drained. All the pregnant women in the waiting room had me feeling a wave of excitement at the thought of being a mother. When I was younger, I used to dream about being pregnant, having babies, being in love with my husband. Even back then, I dreamed about being a career woman and I'd be able to do it all. I thought I'd wait until I was closer to 30, until I had my life in order, my career secured. But then Giovanni came into my life, and those dreams flew out the window when I was left a broken mess. Not being able to be intimate meant the dream of having a family would be impossible, so my life became all about my career. Then he came back to screw that dream up too. Now here I am, only 24 years old, fake married and potentially knocked up. This was never part of the plan. But then again, neither was Dimitri. Thankfully, work keeps me busy for the rest of the afternoon, while I wait for the call to confirm my results. I put my headphones in and block out the rest of the office, as I focus on finishing the notes for court next week. Giovanni doesn't come by once, instead choosing to hide out in his office for the afternoon. It's clear that whatever Dimitri did has spooked him enough to stay out of my way, for now. By 5:30, my phone is still yet to ring, and I wonder if I'll have to wait until tomorrow to get my results. Dimitri messaged to say that his meetings in the city were finished, and that he would be working from the penthouse for the rest of the evening, so we can order takeout for dinner. The thought of curling up on the couch with him and eating Chinese food is exactly what I need after the day I've had. Though the moment I step out of the office onto the sidewalk, my phone starts buzzing in my pocket, and my heart races as I see it's Dr. Waite calling. Hello, I hold the phone tightly to my ear. Zara, it's Dr. Waite. I'm calling with your test results. I take a deep breath as my heart starts pounding in my chest. This is it. I can confirm you are pregnant. Oh my God, my eyes flutter closed. Your HCG levels are high, which is a good sign. So, the next thing is to get you in for your ultrasound. I can schedule you in for next week if that suits you. Sure, next week is fine. Great, I'll book you in for next Monday. Thank you so much, Dr. Waite. It's my pleasure, see you then. I stare at my phone for a couple of seconds. This is suddenly real. There's no more convincing myself that the tests were false positives or that I've got the stomach flu. I'm carrying Dimitri's child, and he has no fucking clue. My chest hurts and my lungs are closing. Breathe, Zara. I can't go home because Dimitri will see the shock written on my face. I need to get it together before I can face him. Even then, I'm not sure how I'm going to tell him the news. But my ultrasound isn't for another week, which means I have until then to work out how to tell Dimitri he's going to be a father. I unlock my phone and decide to call Bianca, who answers after 2 rings. Zara, thank God you called. I'm going out of my mind. With Alexei gone, the only person I've spoken to in 4 days is Leo, and he's not exactly a great conversationalist. My chest tightens as Leo squawks in the background. I'm sorry I haven't checked in. Don't be, you're a newlywed, Bianca laughs. I'm sure you've been very busy. I'm so grateful I chose not to FaceTime my friend, so she doesn't catch the way my cheeks burn as I think of all the ways Dimitri and I have gotten busy. That's what I was calling about. Oh, after all the hype, is Dimitri actually bad in bed? I huff a laugh. That couldn't be further from the truth. Oh yay, I'm so happy for you. Wait, why don't you sound happy? See, can I come over? I don't want to be alone right now. Of course, me and Leo are at the penthouse while Alexei's gone. He wants us close to the rest of the family, not that Daniel and Mikkel are much help with the baby. She laughs. Come and have some baby snuggles. My eyes sting as I realize in a matter of months, I'll be able to hold my own baby in my arms. I'll be there soon. By the time I'm taking the elevator up to the Koslovs' penthouse on the Upper East Side, my cheeks are damp with tears. It's made worse by the sight of a sleeping Leo in Bianca's arms as I step out of the elevator into their living room. Bianca throws an arm around my shoulder, hugging me close. Zara, what is it? I take one look at Leo's chubby face as he sleeps, and the floodgates open. I'm pregnant. I bury my face in my hands. Bianca is silent for a moment, and I worry that she misheard me. I glance at her through my fingers to catch her blue eyes widening. You're pregnant. The doctor just confirmed it. I drop my hands to my sides. I have my ultrasound next Monday. Oh my God, Bianca cries, accidentally jolting Leo awake. This is so exciting. Leo's going to have a cousin. My heart warms at the thought, but it seems Leo has other ideas as his mouth falls open, and he lets out an almighty wail, his chubby face turning bright red. He doesn't seem so pleased at the idea. Shit, sorry, Leo honey, Bianca coos, rocking Leo in her arms. I think I just traumatized my son with my own excitement. Can I reach for him. Please, Bianca hands me over the crying baby. I tuck Leo against my chest, holding his small hand in mine as he blinks up at me with his big brown eyes. I wipe away a fat tear that's rolling down his cheek and smile down at him. Would you like a cousin, Leo? I whisper, gently rocking him in my arms. He blinks again, his eyelids growing heavy as he fights sleep. I nod. I'm going to take that as a yes. Bianca laughs. Come and sit. I want to know everything. She takes me by the elbow, leading me over to the couch where I tuck my legs underneath me as I clutch a now sleeping Leo in my arms. Bianca curls up beside me and watches her son with such joy in her eyes. Zara, this is amazing news. She sighs, reaching out to stroke Leo's dark head of hair. Are you happy? Well, I'm not sure. It's all just so overwhelming. What does Dimitri think? I wrinkle my nose, and Bianca raises her eyebrows. You haven't told him yet, have you? No, so please don't say anything to Alexei. I want him to hear it from me. Of course, Bianca nods, but don't wait too long. I'm scared. There is a giant knot in my throat. Bianca offers me a reassuring smile as she takes my hand and squeezes it. I understand feeling apprehensive. I mean, you're about to turn his life upside down, but he's going to be thrilled, Zara. Do you think so? My voice cracks as I try not to consider the alternative. How could he not be? He's married the love of his life, and now he's going to be a father. That's the dream right there. Or the nightmare. 24. Zara. This must be some sort of fever dream. Bianca's excitement about the pregnancy must have rub off on me. She's thrilled at the idea of becoming an auntie and has been texting me nonstop over the past 2 days with lists of potential baby names and links to websites that tell me what size fruit my baby is. It's adorable, and it gives me hope that once I buck up the courage to tell Dimitri, he'll be just as thrilled. Not only that, but Giovanni is still keeping well out of my way. He's barely even emailing me with tasks, so I'm finding myself with a lower workload than usual, but I'm not complaining. My nausea isn't going away, and I'm exhausted even after sleeping 8 to 10 hours every night. I swear Bianca wasn't this bad when she was first pregnant with Leo. Life seems to be running strangely smoothly, though the bubble is going to burst at any moment. I know Giovanni is simply biding his time, hoping that Dimitri will eventually get bored of being my savior and back off, and Giovanni can go back to harassing me at every moment of the day. And if he were to find out about the baby? If putting a ring on my finger had him pinning me against the wall, who knows what he'll do when he finds out I'm pregnant? The thought makes my stomach churn. I really need to tell Dmitri. I decide to take lunch at my desk, if only to be close to a bathroom in case my morning sickness hits, and to keep an eye on my emails. I'm waiting for a few case reports to be approved, and I don't want to have to stay late to get them finished. Not when a nice soak in the bath and an early bed are waiting for me when I get home. Callie heads out to the local coffee shop, promising to bring me back a pastry, which means I have a bit of peace and quiet in our corner of the office for the next hour. Halfway through my lunch break, Bianca calls, and her name flashing up on the screen has a smile tugging at my lips. Ever since we both got married, we've been so busy living our new lives, and I don't want us to lose the close friendship that we've spent years building. Hey, I greet, tucking my phone between my ear and shoulder as I quickly finish up an email. Hey, I just put Leo down for a nap, so I thought I'd check in. I grin, because Alexei is away and you have no one else to talk to. She laughs, pretty much. B, I'm fine. You don't need to check up on me every day. Yes, I do. That's my job. Were you always this much of a mother hen before Leo? He's made it so much worse, she groans. I just want to mother everyone. Honestly, Daniel refuses to be alone with me because I had a go at him at dinner the other week for not eating his vegetables. What the hell is wrong with me? It's sweet that you care so much. I quickly click send on my email and close my laptop, but I'm honestly fine. So you keep saying. We're both quiet for a moment, and my throat starts to clog. Zara. I let out a breath as I lean back in my chair, trying hard not to let the tears escape down my cheeks. You still haven't told Dmitri, have you? No. Babe, you need to tell him. Secrets never stay secret for long. The longer you wait, the worse it will be. Trust me on that one. I know you're right, it's just. My hand falls to my stomach and I start to crack. What's holding you back? Are you scared of his reaction? I guess on some level I am. My voice thickens with tears. I just wonder if he's actually starting to fall in love with me, because I sure as hell am falling for him, but it can't be that easy, right? I mean, that was never part of the plan. My eyes widen, and I press my lips together as I realize what I've just admitted. Zara, what do you mean, if he's falling in love with you? I screw my eyes shut, silently cursing myself for letting my emotions get the better of me. Zara. I swallow the lump in my throat as I consider what to tell her. Bianca is my best friend in the entire world, and through it all, she has been by my side just like I have with her. She had the courage to tell me the truth about her and Alexei's marriage, and she would be heartbroken to know that I've kept something like this from her. So I take a deep breath and let the whole truth come tumbling out because, right now, I need my best friend more than I need to keep this a secret. Once I'm finished, Bianca is quiet for a moment, and my heart is pounding so hard in my chest I feel as if it might explode. Please say something. You made a deal with Dmitri Koslov. It's too late to tell me what a dumb idea it was, I remind her. I'm more confused about the fact that you're both faking a relationship that to the outside looks pretty fucking believable. You're not that good of an actress, Zara. I know, I groan, pinching the bridge of my nose between my thumb and forefinger. That's because I'm an idiot and have completely fallen for him. Bianca's answering squeal on the end of the phone has me rolling my eyes. Stop that, this is not a good thing. I don't even know if he feels the same or if it's all just part of the act. That's why I can't bring myself to tell him about the baby. I don't want to ruin what we have. Are you blind? Dmitri is crazy about you. He has been since the first moment he saw you. I don't know. Even Alexei has noticed a change in Dmitri ever since you announced your engagement. I mean, he refused to go on this work trip to Russia because he didn't want to leave you while you were feeling sick. I blink in surprise. Really? I can't fight the smile that tugs at my lips at the thought of Dmitri being so sweet. Really? He's turned into a massive softie. Bianca chuckles. My heart swells at the thought that it might not all be in my head, that Dmitri might be falling just as hard for me as I am for him. I wish you had told me the truth. I hate that you've been worrying about this on your own, and now with a baby. I shake my head at myself. I almost did so many times, but I couldn't risk Alex finding out. If he knew that Dmitri married me just to get out of this deal with Massimo, we would be planning a funeral right about now. I'm so sorry, B. Don't be. I mean, this kind of makes us even right. Well, you never actually told me you were getting married. Maybe because I didn't know it myself, but I guess that's an insignificant detail. I chuckle under my breath. I'm glad you told me about all of it. Me too, B. I try my best to stay up until Dmitri gets home, but after taking a long soak in the bath and managing to eat a small bowl of pasta, my eyelids are so heavy I decide to crawl into bed and wait for Dmitri there. Though as the sky starts to turn dark, so do my thoughts. Lying alone in my bed as I stare at the empty spot beside me, I can't help but picture my life if Dmitri decides to walk away. How the hell am I meant to manage a demanding career and a newborn? They say a woman can't have it all, but I don't want to have to choose. My thoughts spin around in circles as I lie on my back and stare up at the ceiling. Eventually, my door opens, filling the room with light, and I glance over to see Dmitri's broad frame cast in shadow. Hey, sleepy girl, Dmitri murmurs as he crosses over to the bed. Hey, I turn on my side to watch him as he strips out of his shirt and pants until he's in nothing but his boxers. Dmitri's dark eyes search my face, and his eyebrows pull together in a frown as he reaches out to cup my cheek. Have you been crying? His thumb brushes over my cheek. What? I wipe at my face and cringe at the feeling of my damp skin. Oh, yeah, I guess. Do you want to talk about it? Dmitri's voice is so rich and soothing, my lip starts to wobble as I fight back tears. I reach for him, and he instantly climbs into the bed beside me, wrapping his arms around me and pulling me against his chest. I bury my face in the crook of his neck to try and muffle my sobs. Sladkaya, what is it? He gently strokes my hair. I wrap my arms around his neck and hold him closer, my throat too thick with emotion to get any words out. Is it work? Did Giovanni do something? I don't miss the way his body tenses as he speaks my boss's name. Enzo. Not yet. The thought makes my body tense, and Dmitri must feel it as he tightens his hold on me. I've got you, Zara, he murmurs against my hair. I nod, but his words don't comfort me as much as before. Dmitri can't protect me from everything, and I can't let him put his own life on hold to do so. I don't want him to resent me for taking him away from his work or his family because of this situation with Giovanni and now with the baby. But the thought of doing it all alone scares me to death. Sleep, Zara. He presses a soft kiss to my forehead. You're safe. For now. You'll enjoy it, Zara. He purrs in my ear as his fingers fumble with the lace of my panties. Don't, tears stream down my face. Please stop. It won't hurt as much if you just lie still. No, I cry out, doing my best to fight against him, but he's too strong. He pins my wrists above my head with one hand as the other manages to rip my panties away, leaving me bare. I'll make this good for you, Zara. Stop, I sob, my entire body trembling as Giovanni thrusts his hips. I jerk awake, bolting upright as my hand flies to my throat. I can't breathe, my chest tight as my lungs try to fill with air, but I'm sobbing so hard that I can't. I can't breathe. Strong arms are around me, and I cry out, my heart racing even harder. Please stop, please. I sob, my arms lashing out as I try to fight him off. Zara, Sladkaya, it was just a dream. Dmitri wraps his arms around me, pulling me back against his chest. No, no, no. My head falls back against his shoulder as tears continue to stream down my face. SHH, Dmitri gently rocks me. It was just a dream. My body is drenched in sweat, and I can't stop shaking as Dmitri holds me, whispering in my ear to try and calm me down. Focusing on the soft thud of his heart and the warm feeling of his hands on my arms, I try to fight the demons in my head. I thought I was past the days of waking up in a panic, convinced that I was reliving my nightmare. Ever since Dmitri has been sleeping beside me, I've fallen into dreamless sleeps, content to be wrapped up in his arms, knowing that I'm safe. But I knew the bubble was going to burst eventually. Giovanni will want revenge against Dmitri, and he'll take it out on me. Dmitri, I sob, turning my head so that I can bury my face against his neck. SHH, he maneuvers me onto his lap, holding me against his chest. I'm right here. I am so scared. I know, Zhizn Moya, I know. He kisses my forehead. He hurt me, Dmitri. Who did, Zara? Zhizn, tell me. I screw my eyes shut and he's right there. Giovanni. Dmitri curses, his arms tightening around me as he rocks me back and forth. I was just an intern, working a summer job during my sophomore year of college, and Giovanni was one of the most powerful men at the firm. My body is shaking as my mind goes back. I was the perfect prey. He knew I would be too scared to speak out against him, and he was right. After all, who would believe a naive 20-year-old? It was his word against mine, and I knew if it came down to picking sides, I would be the one to suffer the consequences. Did you tell anyone there? I shake my head. It would have followed me around for the rest of my career. I would be a walking HR nightmare, so I had to make a choice. And for a while, I could convince myself I made the right one. I was almost to a point where my past was starting to feel exactly that, the past. Dmitri squeezes me tight against him. I laugh, an almost maniac sound. But that would be too good, so, of course, Giovanni Saccone had to walk into the boardroom a few months ago to be announced as one of the new senior partners of Spencer and Mayers, and my new boss. I shiver. One look at his face, and I almost vomited right on the conference table. I'm sorry. Everything I worked so hard to leave behind, the feelings I spent hours journaling through, trying to work out what I did wrong, came flooding back in an instant. And he fucking knew it too. Even told me having me working there was what tipped the scale as the perfect bonus. Fuck. I've worked at Spencer and Mayers for 2 years, and it's not been an easy road to get here. So, I'll suck it up and play nice, if only to keep myself from losing everything I've worked for. But I shake my head again. Life sure knows how to kick me down. Zara, he buries his face in my sweat-soaked hair as my body shakes with silent sobs. Sladkaya, why didn't you tell me? My throat is closing up. So Dmitri just holds me, gently stroking my hair, until the tears stop falling and my breathing calms. It was all my fault. I rest my cheek against Dmitri's heart. He asked me to come to his house after work hours. We had a project due, and I was just an intern. I wanted to do a good job. I thought I had no choice. Dmitri strokes me cheek. He's quiet as I talk, though I know on the inside he must be anything but calm. He offered me a drink. I should have said no, I knew better. What did he do, Zara? Dmitri asks. I know it's difficult, baby, but I need to know. I press my palm against his warm chest and take a deep breath. I remember drinking what he gave me. My body tenses. The next thing I remember is he's. His hand is around my throat, pinning me in place, as his other hand makes quick work of pulling my panties down. I'm too weak to push him off. I try to kick out with my legs, but it's no use. He only tightens his grip around my throat, cutting off my air supply. "Don't fight me, Zara," he growls. My eyes go wide as I realize I can't take a breath. My legs fall limp on either side of him, and he smiles, stroking his thumb along my jaw. "That's better." I screw my eyes shut as he undoes his zipper. "Don't," my face is damp with tears. "SHH," his stale breath tickles my cheek as his hand moves to cover my mouth. "Trust me, you'll enjoy it, Zara." I tried to scream, to push him off of me, but he was too strong. He pinned me down and he forced himself on me. I bite down hard on my lower lip to try and stop myself from crying. But being wrapped in Dimitri's strong arms has me breaking down. I thought I was over it, but then seeing him every day, I can't escape the memories anymore. Sladkaya, it's okay not to be over it. There is no timeline for healing. I just wish it would all go away. "I know, Zhizn Moya. What can I do to help?" I bury my face in his chest. "This helps." He tightens his arms around me, and I start to relax as he holds me close. My body's heavy with exhaustion, but the thought of closing my eyes again makes my breathing race. Dimitri kisses the top of my head. "It's okay, Zara. You can sleep. I'm not letting you go." 25. Dimitri. Giovanni motherfucking Sakon is going to regret the day he decided to lay a hand on my wife. If Zara wasn't currently asleep in my arms, I would have punched a hole through the wall from the level of rage that is currently pumping its way through my veins. That fucker touched my girl without her consent, and I let him walk away with nothing more than a broken hand. I should have slit his throat when I had the chance. I won't make that mistake again. I should have known he was the reason behind her nightmares. Alarm bells should have been going off in my mind the moment she started getting sick. The stress has been taking its toll on her body, and yet I did nothing. I was dumb enough to let her go into that office every day where Giovanni's been waiting for her, lusting after her like a starving animal, and she downplayed the reality of what was going on, of what had happened between them. How could I have been so blind? Was I not trustworthy enough for her to tell me the truth in the beginning? My chest tightens at the thought. I'll prove to her that confiding in me was the best choice she could have made. This woman has become my life, and it's time I start showing her that without leaving any room for doubt. "Zara," I press a kiss to her hair. She snuggles tighter against me, her hand resting on my chest as she sleeps peacefully. The moment I met her, I knew she was tough, a fighter to the core, but hearing the truth of her past makes me see her in a completely new light. A stronger light. It makes me appreciate her even more. I've known darkness, but nothing like this. I've never once felt so helpless, so out of control of my own body. To have gone through what she did, and still be able to look that fucker in the eye day after day. To show up and still do an incredible job while her trauma is staring her straight in the face. I squeeze Zara tighter, completely awestruck by her strength. I swallow the lump in my throat as I glance down at her, finally at peace in my arms, and know that I'm completely and utterly in love with her, and I have been for a while. Maybe even from the start. This was definitely not part of the plan, but getting to know Zara over the past few months has been the greatest gift of my life. Falling in love was something I didn't think would ever happen for me, and even less so when I heard of my father's infidelity. I've been compared to him my whole life, so why should I be any different when it comes to relationships? Zara deserves the world, and I hope she'll let me give that to her. But I also have to consider the fact that once Giovanni is dealt with, she'll no longer need me as a husband. Our deal will be over, and the thought makes my stomach sink. I'm not ready to let her go, but I can't force her to stay. That choice is up to her. My arms tighten around her body, cherishing the feel of her body against mine for a little while longer. I wish I could take away all of her pain and fill her dreams with nothing but happy thoughts. But while Giovanni is still breathing, she won't rest easy. I need to take care of him once and for all. I just hope I don't lose her in the process. I slide my arms out from beneath Zara and quietly climb out of bed. She stirs, but I quickly tuck the covers in around her and kiss her forehead. She sighs at my touch, and I can't help but smile at her peaceful expression. To know that I'm the one to bring her comfort in the darkness makes my chest swell with pride. I will take care of her for as long as she'll let me. Sleep well, Sladkaya, I murmur against her forehead. I'll be back soon. I sneak out of Zara's room, quietly shutting the door behind me. Crossing the hall into my room, I head straight for my closet to pull on a fresh pair of pants and a shirt. I want nothing more than to put a bullet in Giovanni's skull, to end this once and for all, but that would be too easy. He should suffer just like Zara has been all these years. After shrugging on a jacket, I push apart the row of suit jackets to reveal the hidden safe where I keep a stash of weapons for emergencies just like this. After tucking a handgun into the back of my pants, I grab 2 magazines and stuff them in the inside pockets of my jacket. My fingers trail over the selection of knives that I have stashed away, and I decide on a 4-inch blade. My lips curl as I trace the tip with my finger, imagining slicing Giovanni apart until he's unrecognizable. I tuck the blade into the inside pocket of my jacket and close up the safe. As I head back down the stairs, I pull my phone out and dial Mikhail as I cross the living area toward the elevator. Mikhail, get dressed. We've got a job to do. My brother groans. Dmitri, it's 1 in the fucking morning. I can call Daniel instead. I'm sure he'd love to carve up. Just send me the address. I chuckle under my breath. I knew the mention of some bloodshed would get my brother out of bed. As I step into the elevator and press the button for the garage, I text Mikhail the location of Giovanni's house, telling him to be there in 10. Climbing behind the wheel, my thoughts are a mile a minute. I let the roar of the engine clear my head as I pull away. There is nothing but adrenaline fueling me as I speed across the Upper East Side toward Giovanni's brownstone. Knowing that he's sleeping soundly in his bed, while Zara wakes drenched in sweat, her dreams plagued by the memories of him, has my knuckles turning white as I grip the steering wheel. If he wants to be the reason for Zara's nightmares, I think it's only fair that I be the reason for his. My jaw aches from grinding my teeth as I push the pedal to the metal, swerving in and out of the oncoming traffic. Horns blare, but I barely hear them over the roaring in my head. I'm going to have to make this quick in order to make it back before Zara wakes up. I don't want her to wake up alone and afraid. I want her to wake up wrapped up in the safety of my arms, feeling nothing but loved. That image is enough to ground me. I'm doing this for her. No lights are on as I pull up outside Giovanni's brownstone and kill the engine. Glancing around, I clock the empty street apart from Mikhail's obnoxious car parked a few yards away. Mikhail flashes his headlights, and I climb out of my car, running my hands over my jacket to feel the outline of the knife and ammunition tucked away inside. Mikhail stalks toward me, and I release a breath. This has to be quick and dirty if we're to get away unseen. Who pissed you off this time? Mikhail rolls up his sleeves to expose the intricate tattoos covering both of his forearms. Turns out a broken wrist isn't enough of a punishment. Mikhail's dark eyes flash with curiosity, but I don't say any more. It's not my story to tell. What's your plan? Oh, this fucker deserves to die, but I want him on his fucking knees and begging for me to slit his throat. And even then, I won't put him out of his misery. Mikhail whistles. He's gotten under your skin. I haven't seen you like this in a long time, brat. You're meant to be the easygoing one. That fucker hurt Zara. Mikhail's jaw ticks, but he nods. Let's go. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out his gun. My eyes scan the motherfucker. Aren't you happy to be back here, Giovanni? Giovanni slumps against the wall of the cell. We stripped him of his clothes, binding his wrists and ankles together and shoving a gag in his mouth. Looking down at his naked, writhing body on the floor of the damp cell makes me almost feel sorry for him. I chuckle. All that money and yet, it's ridiculously easy to break into your house. If I were you, I'd invest in a new security system. Mikkel scoffs. Not that you're not leaving here anytime soon, but still, something to keep in mind. I glance over my shoulder at my brother, who has his eyes fixed on Sakon. I haven't told him the full truth about why we're here, but I'm sure he's worked it out by now from the look of disgust on his face. Giovanni grunts, and I turn back to face him. His face is turning red as he tries to fight against his restraints, but Mikkel's bound him so tight there's no chance of him breaking free. We had to bring you underground for what I have planned. Don't want to risk anyone hearing you squeal. Giovanni fights against his gag, and I laugh at the sight of the drool starting to drip down his chin. Look at you, fucking pathetic. His nostrils flare, and he tries to speak through the gag, but it comes out as nothing more than a deep groan. I don't appreciate having to leave my wife to come and deal with you, but she's made me aware of some new information which has made me reassess things. Giovanni's eyes dart around the damp cell, and a flash of fear gleams in his eyes as he looks back to me. His chest is heaving with each breath. Good. I want him to fucking sweat. I want him to feel exactly how Zara felt when he decided that her body was his for the taking. Do you remember what I promised you? I tilt my head to the side as my eyes flick down to his limp cock. His eyes widen, and I grin as he squirms against his restraints. I'm not one for empty threats, Sakon. When I told you I was going to chop off your dick and make you eat it, I wasn't joking. Though from the looks of things, it won't make much of a meal. The sound of Mikkel's deep chuckle echoes from behind me, and I smirk. Giovanni grunts as he kicks out his legs, but the binds around his ankles are so tight, the movement only unbalances him, sending him slumping even further down the wall. However, there's a few other things I want to do first. I put my hands behind my back as I pace a bit back and forth as if thinking about it. I thought perhaps we could go in order of the body parts that you used when you touched my wife without her fucking permission. The color drains from Giovanni's face as I glance down at his bound hands. Having a bound, broken hand has to hurt, but when I'm done, he'll beg to have it all end soon. He won't be that lucky, though. A smile pulls at my lips as Giovanni starts to sweat. His eyes widen as he looks behind me at where Mikkel leans against the wall with a freshly sharpened axe tucked under his arm. This might hurt just a little, I warn. My body is dripping with sweat from the effort, but seeing Giovanni's unconscious body makes it all worth it. I grimace at the stumps where his hands used to be, but it had to be done. I wanted to make sure he would never touch another woman again. Blood oozes from the wounds, pooling around his limp body. If left, he could easily bleed out in a few hours, but I'm not finished with him yet. I'm not even close. I wipe my hands on my shirt. I need to get back, get Vince in here to clean and cauterize these wounds, make it hurt. You've gone insane. Blood splatters cover his face, and there's a wicked delight in his dark eyes as he glances down at Giovanni. You're not going to finish the job. I shake my head. Not yet. I want him to think about what he's done, and he can't do that if he's dead. So, call Vince in and get him bandaged up before he bleeds out. You're seriously leaving me with this fucker. Feel free to have a little fun of your own while you wait. Mikkel grunts but pulls his phone out of his pocket. Don't let him die. Yet. I slap Mikkel on the shoulder as I head out of the underground cell. I reek of sweat, and my clothes are stained with blood. I can't have Zara seeing me like this, so the moment I get back to the penthouse, I make my way into my room and head straight for the shower. Stepping under the scalding water, I watch as it runs red as all traces of Giovanni Saccone are washed away, going down the drain like the scum he is. He better not fucking die, because I'm not done with him yet. Lathering up my skin with soap, I wash twice to ensure that every last speck of blood has been cleaned away. I stay standing under the hot water until my muscles begin to loosen, and the adrenaline starts to fade. By the time I'm climbing back into bed beside Zora, the sun is starting to rise. I wrap my arms around her and pull her flush against my chest, burying my nose in her hair and inhaling the sweet scent. "Where did you go?" she mumbles, half asleep. "I just had to take out some trash." 26. Zara. My first ultrasound is tomorrow, and I'm yet to tell Dmitri about the pregnancy. Nothing like waiting until the last possible second to share the news. But every time I've gone to tell him this week, my mouth has gone dry, and I couldn't find the courage to admit the truth. He thinks the nausea is down to the situation with Giovanni, and I've let him believe that out of selfishness. No matter how many times Bianca assures me that Dmitri will be over the moon about becoming a father, I just can't believe it to be true. Perhaps I'm just self-sabotaging to try and protect my own heart from being shattered into a million pieces by the one man I never thought I would fall for. But I've let myself run out of time. Tonight is the night I reveal the truth, and I just have to come to peace with the fact that I could lose Dmitri. Raising a child together wasn't part of the deal, and he has every right to walk away if he chooses to. I won't stop him. Dmitri texted me earlier to let me know he would be home from his meetings at the Russian tea rooms around 8. So I spent the afternoon setting up a romantic evening for two. I wanted to recreate my own version of the evening that he planned for me at that incredible restaurant as a way to share the news. So, I popped out during the afternoon to pick up an obscene amount of candles, as well as some fresh flowers for the table and the most expensive bottle of red wine I could find. Not that I can enjoy any of it. I also put in an order for his favorite carbonara dish from a small Italian restaurant around the corner, as well as a double helping of their famous tiramisu for dessert. It should be a perfect evening. Once the food is delivered, I pop it in the oven to keep warm and get to work scattering the candles on every surface throughout the entire downstairs living area to make the large space seem more cozy. With the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the sight of the city lit up against the soft glow of the candles, once the sun finally sets, will be a sight to behold. I finish off the table with some glasses for the wine, well, for him at least. I can pretend to drink until the moment I tell him and straighten up the cutlery that I've laid out. It's not nearly up to the standard Dmitri set with hiring out an entire restaurant, but I hope he'll appreciate the effort. When it gets close to 7, I make my way up the stairs to start getting ready. I've set aside another dark green dress, as the color not only makes my eyes pop, but it brings out the soft golden tones in my skin to counteract the dark circles that have taken up permanent residence beneath my eyes. I'm almost tempted to slip on some sexy lingerie beneath my dress in case Dmitri is overjoyed by the news and wants to celebrate right there and then. I root through the drawers in my closet, eyeing the many lacy pieces that were stocked prior to my arrival. My cheeks heat at the skimpiness of some of the panties, but then I imagine what it would be like to have Dmitri rip them off me and take me right there on the dining room table, and my embarrassment soon turns to lust. We haven't slept together in almost 2 weeks because I've been feeling so ill with morning sickness, and my body is starting to crave that level of intimacy with Dmitri. I want to lose myself in those moments with him, where nothing else matters except the pleasure that we give one another. It's a pleasure that I never thought would be possible for me to experience. I thought I would always be too terrified to let myself fully submit to a man, to be able to relinquish complete control over my body. But I was wrong. Dmitri not only makes me feel so safe when I'm with him, but he brings out a level of confidence in me that I didn't realize I had. He's been everything I could have ever dreamed of, and I'm not ready to let him go. I have loved waking up every morning wrapped in his arms over the past few days. I still jolt awake from the nightmares, but the moment I realize that Dmitri is the one holding me close, my body instantly relaxes, and I fall back into a dreamless sleep as he gently strokes my hair. Screw it, I reach for a matching set of black lingerie. Tonight is going to go just fine. A pang of guilt hits me for not having better faith in Dmitri. He's stuck by me even when he learned the truth of my past, when many men would have run in the opposite direction, deeming me too broken to stick around for. That knowledge gives me hope that tonight won't be any different. I lay my skater-style dress out on my bed along with the underwear. Checking the time on my phone, I realize that Dmitri will be home in 45 minutes, so I head into my bathroom and turn on the shower. As the water starts to heat up, filling the room with steam, I set my phone down on the counter in case Dmitri calls to say he's running late. I don't want the food to be ruined, but if we end up having to eat it cold, then so be it. I hope he'll appreciate the effort just the same. I quickly shrug out of my leggings and tank top and step under the rainfall shower. My body is a bundle of nerves, and I hope a hot shower will help to ease some of the tension in my muscles. I just want tonight to go well, and for Dmitri and me to be able to celebrate this news. The thought of losing him when I've barely had a chance to have him has my stomach sinking. It seems I'm falling harder and harder for him with each day that passes, no matter how hard I try to fight it. But if he decides this is all too much, then I have to respect his wishes. I don't want to be the one to hold him back if he wants to walk away, no matter how much it would hurt to let him go. Raising a child alone will be hard, but my family is supportive and I have good friends. I won't be entirely alone, but it's not the life I would choose for my child. I can only hope that Dmitri feels the same. I reach for my peach and vanilla body wash as I know the scent drives Dmitri wild, and lather up my body, sighing as the sweet smell fills my nose. My eyes flutter closed for a moment as I gently wash my skin, my mind wandering to thoughts of Dmitri coming home and being so overjoyed by the news of the pregnancy that he takes me right there, and then on the table, lifting my dress up around my waist and bending me over to take me from behind. A soft moan escapes my lips at the thought of the feral hunger that flashes in his eyes when he can barely contain his need for me. I've missed the deep grunts he makes as he pounds into me, and to know that I'm the one bringing him such pleasure has me rubbing my thighs together as a dull ache starts to build. Stupid pregnancy hormones. I let the water wash away the last of the bubbles. My phone dings, and I whirl around at the sound, hoping it's not Dmitri saying he'll be home late. Instead, I find Dmitri standing in the doorway to my bathroom, glancing down at my phone screen, his mouth pressed into a thin line. Dmitri, I exhale, holding my hand to my heart as it races in my chest. You scared the crap out of me. I must have been so lost in my own dirty daydream that I didn't register the sounds of his footsteps approaching. I bite my lip, wondering if he caught sight of the lingerie laid out on my bed, and decided to get a head start on the evening by joining me in the shower. But Dmitri doesn't move. It's as if he's fallen into a trance, his eyes still fixed on my phone long after the screen has turned black. What's wrong? I switch off the shower. Dmitri. His body has turned rigid. a deep crease forming between his eyebrows as he reaches out to tap my phone screen to light it back up. I reach for my towel off the rail and wrap it around my dripping wet body as I step out of the shower onto the cold tiles. Dmitri. What's this? He picks up my phone, holding it out to me. I glance at his face, at the hard set of his jaw and the lack of warmth in his eyes. What the hell is going on? But then my eyes flick to the phone screen, and my stomach sinks at the sight of the calendar alert for my ultrasound appointment. Oh no. I look back to Dmitri, and my throat grows thick with tears. I can explain, I whisper. I sure as hell hope so. He tosses my phone back onto the countertop. Why do you have an appointment for an ultrasound? I try not to flinch under the intensity of his gaze, but his face is like stone. I am pregnant. His eyes flick down to where my hands are now resting over my abdomen. Time seems to slow as I watch his expression, praying for his eyes to crinkle at the edges, for a huge smile to spread across his face as the shock wears off, and he realizes how happy he is. But it never comes. Fuck! He balls his hand into a fist and slams it against the counter, causing all the products littering the top to rattle. I jump, clutching my towel tighter around my body, as I watch anger flicker in his eyes. Dmitri, I whisper, but he only shakes his head, running his hands through his hair as the tendons in his neck flex. He's in shock, that's why he's acting like this. He just needs time to process. Dmitri, please. I take another step toward him. He's looking anywhere but at me, and the tears start to sting my eyes at the rejection. This can be a good thing, if we could just talk about is. I have nothing to say. He turns, storming out of the bathroom without so much as a backwards glance. I watch him go with tears in my eyes, the sound of his heavy footsteps disappearing out of my room and down the hall. I catch the faint echo of his office door slamming shut, and I know it's all over. My knees buckle beneath me, and I sink to the floor. He doesn't want this baby. The thought makes my heart rip in two. I bury my face in my hands as tears start to fall. Had I been so wrong to believe that fate was on our side? That Dmitri and I were meant to be together all along, and we just needed the excuse of a fake marriage to realize it. I guess it was all too good to be true. 27. Dmitri. Zara's pregnant. That's why she's been so sick these past few weeks. It wasn't anything to do with Giovanni after all. My wife, the woman I love, is pregnant, and my first reaction was to slam my fist into the marble counter. I caught the flash of fear in her eyes. Fuck. I've been so worried about turning into my father that I never considered the fact that I might actually be worse. I promised Zara that I would be better, but I'm yet to show it. I run my hands over my face as I take a steadying breath before throwing open the door to my office. When I catch sight of her on the floor of the bathroom, my heart feels as if it's being shredded to pieces. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I get to my knees. She lifts her head, her green eyes red-rimmed and shining with tears. I'm such an asshole. I just need some time. She sniffs, wiping at her cheeks with the back of her hand. I was going to tell you tonight. I planned a whole evening. I wanted it to be special. Fuck. Could I be any more of a prick? That's why she had decorated the living area with candles and set the table for a nice, intimate dinner. I was all ready to bypass it all and jump straight in the shower with her. And I would have if I hadn't noticed the notification on her phone. I so fucking stupid. It's all going to be okay, Zara. I cup her cheek, praying that she can hear the sincerity in my voice. I need to go to my office to clear my head, and then we can talk. She nods, her throat bobbing, as she watches me get to my feet. I wish I could give her the reaction she was hoping for, but in truth, I'm not sure how I feel. I stalk back into my office, locking the door behind me, and sink down into my chair. My phone lights up on my desk with an incoming call from Alexei, but I ignore it. He's due to fly back from Russia today, and I expect he'll waste no time in calling a family meeting. But right now, I'm in no mood to discuss my father. I need to clear my head, and I can't do that when Alexei is breathing down my neck about shit I want nothing to do with. Zara is pregnant. I'm going to be a father in a matter of months, and that thought both thrills me and terrifies me at the same time. I've always wanted children. I loved having brothers growing up, and I pictured myself having a big family, with loads of kids running about the house, filling it with laughter. But I glance at the photo of my parents and brothers on my desk, and my jaw clenches because I also thought I knew my father, but it turns out I never really knew him at all. All my life, I've been compared to him, and that was once something I took pride in. Charming, funny, outspoken, just like your father. Now I'm not so sure. What if our similarities run deeper than that? Zara is my first real relationship, and even that started out as fake. What if I don't have what it takes to be the kind of father our child deserves, the kind of husband that Zara deserves? I can't shake the thought that I'll end up hurting Zara and our baby, just like my father did to my mother and brothers. My phone flashes again, and I groan. It's clear that whatever Alexei has to say can't wait. What is it, Alexei? I put the phone on speaker. I'm just about to board the plane to head back to New York. Well, safe travels, Brat. I just want to end the call. I'm not calling just to inform you of my travel updates. You're not my fucking secretary, he snaps. I huff a laugh. I'm not your wife either, so go and bother Bianca. I'm sure she misses your annoying voice. Oh, she misses much more than that. You know what? I think you should stay in Russia a while longer. It's been peaceful without you. It's not going to be when I get home, that's for sure, Alexei mutters. What's that supposed to mean? I sit up straighter, my eyes flicking to the photo on my desk. What did you find out? Alexei is quiet for a moment, and all I can hear is the bustling sounds of Moscow airport in the background. Rurik was right to send me over here in person. This information can't get out. I should really wait to tell you in person. You're about to board a 10-hour flight. Alexei groans, which is why I called. I can't sit and ruminate on this for the next 10 hours because I will lose my mind. I brace my arms on my desk and take a deep inhale. Hit me with it. We were only half right about the stillbirth. Igor did use it as a cover-up when he found out our father was the one to sire the child. I don't understand. He paid someone off to record it as a stillbirth, but the child survived. Fuck, I run a hand through my hair. So, you're telling me that we've had a half-brother out in the world this entire time? Yeah, but no one has any idea who or where he is. This isn't good. No, it's not. This can be used against us if played correctly. We need to find out where the hell he is before anyone else does. Do you want me to tell Mikkel and Daniel? Alexei sighs. No, I should be the one to tell them. For once, I don't argue with my oldest brother. Let me know when you land, and we can tell them together. As soon as Alexei hangs up the phone, I lean back in my chair and stare at the ceiling. My brain feels as if it's about to explode with all the thoughts that are swirling around inside it. But I need to focus. There's nothing I can do about this situation with our half-brother until Alexei lands back in New York, and we can speak with Mikkel and Daniel. Until then, my energy needs to go towards Zara and the baby. I can't have her thinking I'm angry at her, not when she's in such a fragile state. If it weren't for this shit with my father, I would be nothing but overjoyed at the news that she is pregnant. Zara is the most incredible woman I've ever met, and to have her be the mother of my child is a blessing. What I do want to know is why she didn't tell me about the pregnancy sooner. Once I calmed down completely, I head down the stairs to find Zara collecting the dozens of candles that she had scattered on every available surface throughout the living area. She looks over her shoulder at me as I reach the bottom step, and I can tell she's hesitant to approach me. "Dimitri, I'm so sorry." She wraps her arms around herself as her eyes fill with tears. "This wasn't how I wanted you to find out." I glance over to the kitchen where I find the takeout containers from Angelo's, my favorite restaurant in the city. She really had gone all out to tell me the news, and I ruined the night by letting my temper get the better of me. "I really am no better than my father." "How long have you known?" I turn my attention back to Zora. Her throat bobs as she bites her lower lip. "A week." She's kept this a secret for a week. I can't deny that it stings to know that she didn't tell me the moment she found out. "Is there a reason you felt you couldn't tell me right away?" I rub at my jaw. "I thought we were starting to build trust." "We are, Dimitri. It's just..." She looks away, wiping at her cheeks with the back of her hand. "Just what?" She sighs. "I didn't want to risk losing you. I know we're only married because of a deal, but I'm falling for you, Dimitri, and part of me was starting to think that you were falling for me too." She shakes her head, a nervous laugh escaping her lips. "But it's clear I was wrong." "Is that what you think?" She nods, her eyes downcast. "Zara," I take a step toward her. "I was dumb, and a baby changes things." I freeze. She bites her lip. "You didn't sign up for this, and I couldn't stop myself from thinking that once our situations are dealt with, you'll be marching me down to the lawyer's office so we can get divorced, and you can finally be free of me." She thought I was going to walk away. "Are you kidding me?" My eyes run the risk of falling out of their sockets. "You truly believe that's what I want?" "That's why I couldn't bring myself to tell you about the baby sooner. I know it was selfish, but I didn't want the bubble to burst. I'm so sorry. I'll get my things. I'll..." Her voice cracks, and she covers her mouth with her hand to muffle her sob. Like hell would I ever turn my back on the one thing that has brought me the most happiness in my life. I cross the distance between us until my hands are resting on her waist. "I guess I've not done a very good job of showing you how I feel because in case you hadn't noticed, I'm so fucking in love with you it feels like my chest is going to explode every time you look at me." Zara blinks at me. "You are." Her eyes well with tears as she gazes up at me. "You're all I think about, Zara. You're all I want." "But the baby..." "I'm in, Zara. I'm all in." She reaches up on her toes and crashes her lips against mine. "I love you too," she whispers against my lips. "Dr. Waite is ready for you, Mr. and Mrs. Koslov." Zara glances over at me with worry in her eyes. I squeeze Zara's hand and offer her a reassuring smile. "Let's go and see our baby." I bend down to press a kiss to the tip of her nose. Her face breaks out into a smile, and my chest swells at the sight. This woman loves me. I can't stop the smile that spreads across my face as I clutch Zara's hand, knowing that she's mine and I'm all hers. Zara assured me that Dr. Waite is reputable. He's the same doctor who took care of Bianca when she was pregnant, so if my ridiculously overprotective brother trusts him with his wife and child, then I can do the same. I keep my hand on the small of Zara's back as we're led down the corridor toward the examination room. I can't believe that in a few minutes I'm going to see my baby. It feels so surreal. A few months ago, I was still sleeping around, trying my best to fill a void that turned out could only be filled by her. She's everything I didn't know I needed and more. Once Zara has changed into the paper gown, I help her get settled in the chair, my hand never letting go of hers. Dr. Waite appears a few moments later, a warm smile on his heavily lined face. "Are we ready to see your baby?" Glancing down at Zara, I smile and squeeze her hand, and her face lights up. We sure are. Dr. Waite gets to work readying the ultrasound probe, and I have to hold back a laugh at the look on Zara's face. She looks horrified. The doctor smiles at her. Relax for me, Zara. She looks up at me again, and I bend down to kiss her on the tip of her nose. You can do this, Sladkaya. Her body relaxes. I keep my eyes on Zara the entire time, watching her face for any sign of pain or discomfort as Dr. Waite inserts the probe. Neither of us seems to take a breath as the room falls silent. Zara frowns. Is something wrong? My eyes flick to Dr. Waite, and I immediately tense as a deep frown forms between his eyebrows as he stares at the screen. Is it the baby? Not at all. Dr. Waite adjusts the probe. It's just that, well, I was not expecting this, but it seems that you're having twins. Zara's eyes go the widest I've ever seen them. Twins. Dr. Waite laughs, turning the screen around to point out the two separate blobs on the screen. There's baby A and there's baby B. Oh my God, Zara whispers. Twins. I've barely wrapped my head around the idea of having a kid, and now we're having two. Life really does like to throw me curveballs these days. Twins would explain why you've been feeling nauseous so early on in the pregnancy, Dr. Waite explains. That tends to be a common side effect. Great, Zara mutters. I love that for me. I bite back a laugh at the look on Zara's face. Her green eyes fly to mine. Can we handle this? Of course we can, Sladkaya. We can handle anything as long as we have each other. I bend down to kiss her forehead. Two babies, she whispers as we both stare at the ultrasound. We're having two babies. At least we won't be outnumbered. I chuckle. 28. Zara. Throughout my life, I thought I knew happiness. I was wrong. Everything up until this point has been a drop in the ocean compared to what I feel right now. Dimitri loves me, and I love him more than I ever thought possible. And in a matter of months, we're going to be welcoming two babies into our family. My heart almost bursts every time I think about how lucky I am. Don't get me wrong, the thought of juggling twins terrifies the crap out of me. I have no idea how people care for two newborns at once. I watched Bianca struggle with all of the feeding and changing and everything else that comes with having a baby, and she only had one of them. But Dimitri has complete confidence in both of us. And knowing that he will be by my side every step of the way has the fear soon melting away. He's got me no matter what. Plus, I'm very much enjoying this new overprotective side of him that has emerged ever since he learned about the pregnancy. This past week since he found out about the pregnancy, he barely lets me carry my own plate of food from the kitchen to the dining table, insisting that I need to rest as much as possible. It's adorable, really, and I love being spoiled by him at every given opportunity. What he's not so happy about is letting me go into work. He's concerned that the stress I've been under will have an impact on the babies, and he's not wrong. Though the majority of my sickness was because of the pregnancy, I have no doubt that part of it was also due to the fear of being around Giovanni. It affected me more than I cared to admit, only because I didn't want to give him any more power over me. But not anymore. Giovanni seems to have vanished off the face of the earth. No one has heard from him in over a week, and while I know Dimitri is very much the reason behind his sudden disappearance, I haven't asked because I don't want to know. This pregnancy is a fresh start, a chance to truly build the family I've always dreamed of with the man I love at my side, and Giovanni Saccone is not going to haunt me any longer. As I'm finishing up work for the day, I hurry to send the last few emails and pack up my things, eager to get home to Dimitri. He's cooking me a late dinner as Callie, and I had a mountain of reports to go over, and decided to stay later than usual to get them finished. So, by the time I'm packing up, it's almost 10, and I cannot wait to spend the rest of the evening curled up beside Dmitri on the couch. "See you tomorrow, Carly." I sling my bag over my shoulder. She gives me a wave as she continues to organize the files stacked high on her desk. I can't stop the smile that spreads across my face as I make my way over to the elevators. I'm eager to get back to the penthouse, to home. Looking back, it seems foolish that I ever doubted Dimitri's feelings for me, but I was letting my past plague my reality with darkness. But not anymore. I pull my phone out of my bag and open up my texts as I step off the elevator. The main foyer of the building is empty, with most people having gone home hours ago. Knowing that I'll be on maternity leave in a few months makes me want to put in extra time now to ensure that everything runs smoothly while I'm gone. So for now, Dimitri's going to have to get used to some late nights. I know Dmitri can track my location, but I still like to let him know that I'm on my way home. It was part of the deal we made when I insisted on continuing on with life as normal despite the pregnancy, which includes going into the office 5 days a week. I'm just about to hit send when my phone is knocked out of my hand. What the? I whirl, but before I have a chance to scream, a hand is around my mouth, silencing my cries. My body freezes, but it's all they need. Huge arms lock around me, pinning my body back against a large chest. I try to send my elbow backwards to try and fight the man off, but it's no use. He only tightens his hold as he drags me toward the revolving doors. I'm completely at his mercy. A whimper escapes my lips as I spot a blacked-out van waiting on the curb outside. Another man, dressed head to toe in black, waiting by the open back doors. I can't make out his face with a cap pulled low over his eyes, but it's clear who he works for. I screw my eyes shut as reality dawns on me. I was stupid to think that Giovanni would let me walk away after what Dmitri did to him. He wants revenge, and he's not going to stop until I pay the price. Before I even have a chance to scream, something hard strikes the side of my head, and everything goes black. I hiss at the throbbing pain in my head. I reach up to clutch the side of it, and something hot and sticky coats my fingers. Blood. My eyes peel open, and I blink a few times as my vision comes into focus. It's dark, with only a sliver of light peeking through from beneath the door, but I can see just enough to know that I'm in a bedroom. The walls are covered in faded floral wallpaper that's peeling at the corners, and a large woven rug covers most of the floor. I sniff and grimace at the musty smell. Where the hell am I? My limbs aren't bound, which is a positive. I climb off the small bed and circle around the space, running my hands over the walls and furniture, looking for anything that could be used as a weapon. But it seems whoever is keeping me captive had the same thought as the drawers of the dresser are locked, and even the small chair and table in the center of the room are bolted to the floor. There's bars over the window, so even if I could manage to smash the glass, there's no way I could climb through it. Oh God, my hand goes to my throat as my breath speeds up, my heart pumping in my chest. There's no way out. I glance over to the window, the sky outside. How long have I been out? Is this still the same night I was taken? Does Dmitri realize I'm gone yet? It must be over an hour at least since I was taken, right? Dmitri has to know I'm missing by now. He'll come looking for me. He'll find me. A key turning in the lock has me whirling around. My heart stops as the door flies open, revealing a giant of a man. I cower into the corner as I take in his enormous frame that is squeezed into an immaculate three-piece suit. It's a stark contrast compared to the shaved head and the tattoos that peek out beneath the collar of his shirt and trail up the sides of his neck. He steps into the room. Hello, Zara, or should I say Mrs. Koslov? His mouth turns into a sneer as he speaks my name, but I keep quiet, eyeing the nasty scar that runs along the length of his jaw all the way to his temple. I have no idea how my legs haven't given out beneath me. I'm not impressed to learn that your husband lied to me, Zara. The man takes another step into the room. I flinch at his heavy footsteps, but I'm not surprised. It's why Dmitri wasn't my first choice of Koslov men to marry my daughter. He must see the realization dawn on my face as his lips pull up into a smirk. You worked it out, haven't you? He huffs a laugh under his breath, and the sound sends a shiver down my spine. I'm Massimo Conti, and you stole Dmitri away from my daughter. I glare at him. He was never hers. Alexei and I made a deal, one that Dmitri broke by marrying you, he growls. I was almost willing to let it slide when Dmitri had the balls to come and tell me himself why he kept his relationship with you a secret. But then I learned the truth. Please, I beg, we never meant for this to happen. It was my decision to keep our relationship quiet, not Dmitri's. Don't blame him. Your marriage is a scam, Massimo's eyes flash. It was simply a way for Dmitri to get out of marrying Lucia, but unfortunately for him, he's got to pay the price. No, please, I sob, stumbling forward. That's not true. Please don't hurt him. You're going to regret making a deal with a Koslov, Ragaza. He turns his back on me and heads for the door. Dmitri loves me. I sob, my eyes swimming with tears as I lunge for the door. Don't fucking lie. Massimo roars, spinning around and striking me across the face with the back of his hand. My head whips to the side, and I stumble, collapsing against the table as I clutch my cheek. I heard the truth from your own fucking lips. You were stupid to get on the wrong side of Giovanni Saccone. I can barely catch a breath as I push myself off the table and look over at Massimo. You truly thought he would let Dmitri get away with what he did. I thought you were meant to be clever. I frown, not understanding what he's saying. Does Giovanni know Massimo? Saccone said he could get me proof of Dmitri's deception in exchange for protection. I had him plant a bug underneath your desk and lo, and behold, you admitted the full truth almost instantly. You threw your husband to the wolves without so much as a second thought. Though I knew Dmitri was never going to let Giovanni off the hook, so it was a win-win for me. I got the truth at last, plus I didn't have to waste good men on a snake like Saccone. My stomach sinks, remembering the very conversation I had with Bianca where the truth came spilling out. I couldn't bear to lie anymore, and my weakness is going to cost Dmitri everything. You only have yourself to blame for what happens to Dmitri. If you'd only kept your mouth shut. Bile burns my throat at the thought of him laying a hand on Dmitri, the man who has fought so hard to keep me safe. I wish I could have done the same for him. So, Ragaza, Dmitri is going to marry Lucia at last, and you're going to help me. He won't, he loves me. That will only work in my favor. You will be an incentive. Perhaps once he sees the woman he loves being tortured, he'll have a change of heart. No, I breathe, my hands moving to my abdomen. Please, you can't do this. I can, and I will, Ragaza. I'm not going to stop until Dmitri agrees to marry my daughter. A whimper escapes me as I try to imagine what he's going to do to me. I've been here before, and I barely survived. I know all too well what men like Massimo are capable of, and I have no doubt that he will take great pleasure in seeing my blood on his hands. I'm not going to survive this, but Dmitri will. As much as he will hate to marry Lucia, he can at least walk away and move on from this. My weakness doesn't have to be his downfall. What will you do with me once this is over? Tears fill my eyes. Once I have what I want, I won't make you suffer anymore. Despite what you might think, I'm not a complete monster. I'll kill you quickly. He says it so casually, as if he's done it 1,000 times before. Massimo slams the door shut behind him, and I sink to the floor as he turns the key in the lock. I hug my knees to my chest as tears stream down my face. My eyes flutter closed as the breath leaves my lungs. This is how it ends. I won't have my happily ever after, but perhaps Dmitri can one day have his. Just not with me. 29. Dimitri. Something's wrong. Zara was meant to be home 30 minutes ago, but her phone is saying she's still at the office. I knew she would be working late, but it's nearing 11, and she needs to rest, especially so early on in the pregnancy. Dr. Waite warned us that carrying twins poses higher risk in the first trimester, but Zara is stubborn. She's not one to sit around and do nothing no matter how much I beg her to. But this is getting ridiculous. It's late, and I've had the dinner ready in the oven for over an hour. I try calling her cell, but it goes straight to voicemail. I frown. Has she put it on Do Not Disturb? She knows that's not part of our deal. She insisted on carrying on as normal, which included going into the office every day. So I asked to put a tracker on her phone and to have her message me the moment she leaves. The thought of my wife and unborn children wandering about the city makes my heart rate spike. I might have got Giovanni Saccone under lock and key, but he's not the only one of his kind. I try to shake the thought as I search through my contacts and dial Zara's office number. Zara Mullen's phone, a female voice answers. A voice that is not my wife S. Who is this? Carly Davidson, I work opposite Zara. Carly, this is Dmitri Koslov, Zara's husband. Oh, hey, Carly chirps. Did Zara forget her laptop or something? I'm just heading out so I can swing by on my way home if need be. She's not there, I frown. No, she left like an hour ago. Why? Fuck. She hasn't come home yet. My heart begins to race. It does not take more than 15 minutes to get from her office to the penthouse, which means something happened to her. Oh. Can you call me if she comes back to the office? Oh, of course. I hang up the phone and immediately dial Alexei. He grunts, "What's wrong?" Zara's missing, I choke out, the words like poison on my tongue. I begin pacing around the room as Alexei is silent for a moment. How do you know? Because it's almost fucking midnight and she's not back from work. Her phone says she's there, but I just called the office and they said she left an hour ago. He's got her Alexei. Fucking Massimo, I swear. We don't know that. Alex. My throat feels dry as my mind starts to spin with every possible way he could be harming Zara. Come to the penthouse. He hangs up the phone. My body feels numb as I slide in behind the wheel of my car, my muscles working on autopilot as I make my way over to my family's penthouse. I've never driven so fast in my life, but with each passing second, Zara could be slipping further and further away. My head is filled with memories of last year, when I carried Zara's broken, bleeding body from the warehouse where Gelanto had been keeping her. I should have known better. If I truly loved her, I would have stayed away. But I was too selfish to let her go, and it may have cost Zara her life. My body is shaking as I park my car in the garage and take the elevator up to the penthouse, where all three of my brothers are waiting for me. Mikkel perches on the couch, his laptop on his knees as he furiously taps away at the keyboard. Daniel is on the phone, but he glances my way as I cross the room and offers me a grim smile. I'm glad Alexei brought me here. We're going to need all the help we can get. Dmitri. Alexei walks over from the bar cart in the corner of the lounge, thrusting a glass of vodka into my hand. I down the liquid in one gulp and hand the empty glass back to him, a silent request for another. What's the plan? I look at Mikkel. He looks up from his laptop screen, his face serious and closed. I managed to get hold of the CCTV footage from her office building. his tattooed forearms flexing as he grips his laptop. And he turns the laptop around and presses play. I watch as Zara steps out of the elevator, her eyes cast down as she taps away on her phone, oblivious to the man who steps out of the shadows. I can barely watch as he grabs her and drags her out of sight. Mikkel opens up another screen, this time from a camera above the entrance to the building, and my heart almost stops as I watch as she's bundled into the back of a van. Oh God, I run my hands through my hair. Daniel folds his arms over his chest as he looks at Alexei. You think it's Massimo. My older brother nods, the muscle in his jaw flexing. But until we have proof, we can't initiate an attack. My hands fist at my sides. Yes, we fucking can. Dmitri, Mikkel's eyes dart back and forth between Alexei and me. What if it were Bianca? I growl, ignoring Mikkel. Would you be holding back then? I don't remember waiting around when Gelanto took your wife. You sent us right into the wolf's den without a second thought. Calm the fuck down. Alexei's nostrils flare as he glares at me, but we're not kids anymore. He can't scare me into submission. Calm down, my fucking wife is missing. Accusing Massimo Conti of kidnapping Zara, without any proof, is a fucking death wish. I don't give a fuck. I do, Alexei snaps. Dmitri, we need to be smart about this because if we're not, it's not just Zara's life on the line. Sinking down onto the couch, I rest my head in my hands as I try to think through a strategy. Massimo has to be the one behind this, there's no doubt in my mind. He warned me that if he were to catch a whiff of any dishonesty, he wouldn't hesitate to attack. Somehow, he must have learned the truth about mine and Zara's relationship. Despite us somewhere along the line falling in love, it doesn't change the fact that it started out as nothing more than a deal to get me out of marrying Lucia Conti. That's all Massimo cares about. The betrayal. Does Bianca know? I glance up at Alexei, but he shakes his head. I didn't want to risk her doing anything stupid. For now, we need to keep this contained. I nod. He nods back. I'll make a call to Frederick. In the meantime, let's try and run the license plate of the van. On it, Daniel unlocks his phone and begins tapping away at the screen. Good, Alexei rubs at his jaw. Mikhail, call Rosa and have her access all of the security footage she can. I want a play-by-play of the van's route through the city to try and get an idea of the direction they were taking Zara. It's the only lead we have to go on right now. Mikkel nods before opening up his laptop once more. Daniel places a hand on my shoulder as he holds his phone up to his ear. We'll find her, Dmitri. I nod, my throat too thick to speak. Zara must be absolutely terrified. I shouldn't have let her go into work, but she was adamant about carrying on with life as normal. I knew better. My world isn't normal, which means I have to consider and plan for every possible threat. And yet, despite that, I let my pregnant wife walk through the city alone and unarmed. What did I think would happen? I should have picked her up myself, or at the very least sent Felix to retrieve her in a car. I let her down, and I may have to live with that guilt for the rest of my life. Fuck, I press my palms into my eyes. I can't just sit here and do nothing. I get to my feet. Alexei is at the bar cart, his phone tucked between his cheek and shoulder as he pours us all another drink, though I don't think any amount of vodka is going to calm me down. I try to drown out the sounds of his conversation as I try to think of what to do next. Until we get eyes on this van, we have barely anything to go on. My mind turns to thoughts of Giovanni, lying in the cell back at our warehouse in Chinatown. Is he somehow linked to this? The idea makes me pause. He warned me that he knew people in our world, but I dismissed it as nothing more than a bluff to get me to back off. Could I have been wrong? Could Giovanni somehow have handed Zara over to Massimo as revenge? My head snaps in my brother's direction as he hangs up the phone. Alex. I fucking knew it, Alexei hisses. Dmitri, I warned you not to play with fire, but you did it anyway. He presses his fingers to his temple as he screws his eyes shut. What the hell are you talking about? Alexei takes a breath, his broad shoulders heaving, before he opens his eyes and glares at me. It seems Massimo found out the truth about your little deal with Zara. Fuck. Alexei. Save it. He folds his arms over his chest. We haven't got time to discuss this now. I frown at the stone-like expression on my brother's face. There's something he's not telling me. Spit it out. A deep crease forms between his dark eyebrows as he finally looks at me. That was Frederick on the phone. He told me Massimo is planning on torturing Zara until you agree to annul the marriage and marry Lucia instead. My chest feels as if it's being cracked in two. This is such a mess. After everything I put Zara through to try and save my own ass from marrying the mafia brat, it still wasn't enough. How the hell did Massimo find out the truth? I warned you that Massimo doesn't take lightly to being lied to. You were wrong to call his bluff. I didn't fucking call his bluff. Fuck, this wasn't meant to happen. Regardless, we need to defuse this before it's too late. In the meantime, Daniel, get Felix and Anton on the phone. I want eyes on Massimo's club just in case. Daniel frowns. You think Zara's there? It's doubtful she is. It would be way too obvious. But Massimo is clever, and I want to cover our asses in case he decides to play us. Daniel nods. Good idea. I lift my eyes to look at each of my brothers. There's something else you need to know. My voice cracks. Zara's pregnant. We're having twins. Mikkel's eyes widen. Fuck. Her body won't handle the stress of all of this. If she loses the babies, I rub my hands over my face as I try not to let my thoughts spiral. She won't ever forgive me. Daniel rests his hand on my shoulder, but it does little to provide me comfort. We won't let that happen, Dmitri. Alexei, please, we have to make a move before it's too late. I can't lose her. We'll do everything we can, brat, but you might have dug your own grave with this one. The flash of pity in his eyes makes my teeth grind, but he's right. I'm fine with my grave, just not hers, Alexei. Please, I'll do whatever it takes to save Zara's life, even if it means marrying Lucia Conti. So, I suggest you get Massimo on the phone and find out where the hell he's keeping my wife. 30. Zara. My body shivers with cold, and I curl my knees up to my chest to try and contain my body heat, though it's clear I'm fighting a losing battle. I groan, my teeth chattering as I wrap my arms tighter around myself. Did Dmitri turn up the AC? I swear the bedroom didn't used to be this cold. But then again, I normally wake to find Dmitri's body wrapped around mine like my own personal heater. Where the hell is he? The thin mattress beneath me barely has any stuffing, so each of the springs digs into my side as I turn over. I could have sworn the bed was more comfortable than this. My eyes fly open and I bolt upright, suddenly remembering where I am, or rather where I am not. I'm not tucked up beside Dmitri in our bed at the penthouse. His strong arms are not wrapped around my waist, holding me close against his broad chest as he softly kisses my neck to rouse me from sleep. Oh God, I may never experience that again, and the thought brings tears to my eyes. The future I saw for us is slowly starting to slip away with every second that passes. My hands move to my stomach, and my heart aches for the two lives that I carry inside me. Will I ever get the chance to hold my babies, to tell them that I love them? This is all my fault. If I hadn't been so weak, I could be living that future right now. Instead, I tore it to shreds by admitting the truth to Bianca right under Giovanni's nose. I should have known better, and I'm about to pay the ultimate price. I screw my eyes shut as tears start to leak down my cheeks. This can't be the end of us, not when we've barely had a chance to be an us. I think I must have finally exhausted myself a few hours ago, which is the only reason I managed to get any sleep at all. My stomach growls and my mouth is painfully dry. I desperately need water, but Massimo hasn't been by in hours, though it's still dark outside the window. How long have I been out? Doesn't feel like much. Why has Dimitri not found me yet? He must have worked out I'm missing by now, and that Massimo is the one to have taken me. He promised me he would protect me, and Dmitry Koslov does not go back on his promises. I have to hope that we can survive this, if not for us, then for the babies that I carry inside me. I need to speak to Massimo, to try and explain that he's got this all wrong, if only to stall him in his plans to torture me before Dmitri can get here. He doesn't seem like the negotiating type, but I can't just sit here and do nothing while I wait to die. My babies need me, Dmitri needs me, so I'm going to do whatever I can to get the hell out of this mess. Climbing off the bed, I stumble over to the door. My body's weak, and it takes all the energy I have to bang my fists against the door to try and get Massimo's attention. "Help," I cry, "please." The skin over my knuckles starts to crack as I pound them harder against the wooden door. I have no idea if Massimo is even nearby, but I have to try. "Massimo," I yell, though my voice comes out hoarse from a lack of water. "Massimo, I need to talk to you." I pause, gasping from the effort as I strain my ears to listen for any signs of his heavy footsteps approaching. When it becomes clear that he's not coming, I rest my forehead against the door and screw my eyes shut. In reality, nothing I say is going to change his mind. He won't stop just because Dmitri and I are in love. All he cares about is Dmitri marrying his daughter, and he'll do whatever it takes to make it happen. My stomach churns at the thought of Dmitri with someone else. His hands on someone else's skin, his lips kissing someone else's mouth. Oh God, my stomach heaves, and I fight the urge to vomit. As I'm about to throw up all over the floor, the key turns in the lock, and I stumble backwards just in time for the door to fly open, revealing a very aggravated-looking Massimo. "Fucking be quiet," he growls, his eyes flashing as he glares down at me. "No, you don't understand." My stomach churns, and the next thing I know, I'm doubled over and emptying the contents of my stomach all over the floor. Massimo darts back as I narrowly miss his pristine shoes, cursing under his breath as I dry heave. "For fuck's sake," he wraps his huge hand around my forearm, "come with me." I wince at his tight grip, stumbling over the mess I made on the floor as Massimo drags me down the corridor. "In here," he snarls, throwing open a door and forcing me inside. It's a tiny room with only a toilet and a sink inside. I glance nervously over my shoulder at him, swallowing the bile in my throat as another wave of nausea hits. "You're going to watch," I whisper. "I'm not about to leave you alone here." He waves his hand impatiently and stares at the wall. "Go." My cheeks burn as I drop to my knees before the porcelain bowl and hurl my guts up. I feel Massimo's eyes on me as I wipe my mouth on the sleeve of my jumper, but he remains quiet. I sit back on my heels, closing my eyes as I try to catch my breath, but it seems my body has other ideas. I gasp, clutching my stomach as I'm hit with the most intense, stabbing pain in my abdomen. Massimo rolls his eyes. "What is it now?" I go to reply, but the pain hits again, knocking the air from my lungs. Something wet rushes between my legs, but it doesn't feel like urine. Frowning, I reach between my thighs and let out a strangled cry as my fingers come away bloody. "Oh God," I choke. "What?" Massimo barks. I turn, my hand shaking as I hold it in front of me. He eyes the blood on my fingers and wrinkles his nose. "I can have someone bring you supplies. I blink in confusion. I tilts his chin at me. For your cycle. For the first time in my life, I wish I had my period. But I know that bleeding while pregnant is never good, and my body has been put through a great deal of stress in the last 24 hours. Honestly, throughout the whole pregnancy, but tonight more so. It was bound to take its toll on my body, and Dr. Waite warned me that a twin pregnancy comes with higher risk. I need to take it easy, and I can't do that if I'm locked away in some damp room without food or water. Please, I need a doctor. I wipe my mouth on my sleeve. How stupid do you think I am? My stomach cramps, I double over, crying out in pain. Massimo growls, I have a daughter, I know how this works. No, I screw my eyes shut as I try to breathe through the stabbing pain in my abdomen. It's not my period. I'm pregnant. Massimo curses, and I flinch as I realize I might have just handed him the ultimate weapon. Massimo locks me back in my room while he decides what to do. I try to stay calm, but the amount of blood that is pooling between my thighs is making me panic. I was told to expect a little bit of spotting, but this is more than that. Something is wrong. I'm probably having a miscarriage. I clutch my knees to my chest. The bleeding doesn't seem to have stopped, and the pain isn't subsiding. All that fills my mind is the look on Dimitri's face when he heard the heartbeats on the ultrasound. His dark eyes wide with wonder as it finally sunk in that he was going to be a father. I rest my head on my knees as my body starts to shake with silent sobs. He was so happy, we both were. Eventually, footsteps stop beyond the door, and I lift my head and squint as the door opens, and the room floods with light from outside. Dr. Harlow is going to check your baby. Massimo steps aside to let an older man into the room. The doctor's wearing a crisp blue shirt and slacks, and a heavy medical bag is slung over his shoulder, and he carries a portable ultrasound machine in his hand. You're not to speak to him, Massimo orders. I glance at Dr. Harlow, but he keeps his eyes down as he steps into the room and begins to fiddle with the machine. My lip trembles, but I nod, my throat too thick with tears to speak anyway. Remove your pants and lie back on the bed, Dr. Harlow instructs without looking at me. I glance at Massimo, but he moves to stand in the doorway, turning his back to the room to give me some privacy. His huge frame blocks almost all of the light that is streaming in from the corridor. But there's still enough for me to notice the amount of blood that is caked between my thighs as I strip out of my leggings and lie back on the mattress. Dr. Harlow rummages in his bag and pulls out some wipes for me to clean between my legs. The room is silent except for my whimpering at the sight of all the blood. I need Dimitri. You might feel some discomfort, Dr. Harlow says as he inserts the probe. I'm pregnant with twins. I catch Massimo's shoulders tensing out of the corner of my eye, but he says nothing. Dr. Harlow nods as he adjusts the probe, keeping his eyes on the screen. I hold my breath as I wait for the sounds of their heartbeats to filter through the machine. But there's only silence. Are there no heartbeats? I whisper, pushing myself up onto my elbows to catch a glimpse of the screen as I try to contain the panic building inside me. Dr. Harlow frowns for a moment, and I collapse back on the mattress, covering my face with my hands as I realize I was right. I've lost my bab. Thump, thump, thump. Oh my God, my eyes fly open at the sound of the heartbeats. They're okay. I look to Dr. Harlow for confirmation, who nods, turning the screen so I can see for myself. They're doing just fine. But the blood, it was just some heavy spotting, nothing more, though you should rest up. Massimo stiffens at the door. You're done here. I whimper as Dr. Harlow nods, averting his eyes as he shuts off the machine, silencing the sound of my baby's heartbeats. Tears of both relief and despair run down my cheeks as I pull my bloody leggings back over my thighs. My babies are all right, but for how long I can't be sure. I try to catch Dr. Harlow's eyes, praying that he'll try to help me somehow. But he scurries from the room the moment he's finished packing up his things. Massimo grips the handle and starts to close the door behind him, ready to lock me inside once more. But I can't let him. This might be my last opportunity to try and convince him to let me go, to let Dimitri go. Wait. Massimo pauses, glancing over his shoulder as I climb off the bed. Please, Massimo. I stagger over to the door where he stands, his huge body towering over me. You can't do this. Dimitri and I are a family. If you think Dmitry Koslov is going to stick around and raise those babies, then you're even more delusional than I thought. What if I were your daughter? What if someone was holding your pregnant daughter hostage? Please, where is your humanity? My daughter wouldn't be stupid enough to get herself kidnapped in the first place. So I suggest you shut the hell up before I decide to silence you for good. Fuck you. Dimitri will come after you and your daughter. He won't let you get away with this. I look forward to it. A smirk tugs at his lips before he slams the door in my face. 31. Dimitri. Can't you drive any fucking faster, Alexei? Dimitri, you need to get your shit together. He tightens his grip on the steering wheel of the Hummer. You can't storm into Massimo's place with all guns blazing and expect to walk away. It's a miracle he's even willing to talk to us. Don't you think I know that? He has my wife. I was right to suspect Massimo was behind all of this. I never should have wasted time discussing it with my brothers. I should have gotten straight in the car and gone to find her myself. I might have just cost Zara her life. He wants to talk, so that's what we're going to do. I'm not interested in a fucking tea party with the man, Alexei. The fact that we're not even bringing Anton or Felix with us is a mistake. Mikkels bumps my seat from the backseat. Dimitri, we're all on the same fucking side here. I twist in my seat to glare at my brother, but Mikkel doesn't back down. His face is like stone as he glares at me. We all want Zara safe. That's the most important thing, and you going off at Massimo and ruining this one chance at negotiating with him won't help anyone. I take a deep breath to try and calm myself. I know. Mikkel dips his chin and goes back to typing away on his phone. Alexei takes a left. We're almost there. It's taken us over an hour to get to Massimo's mansion upstate. So by the time we pull up to the gates, my body is vibrating with adrenaline. My eyes keep flicking to the clock on the dashboard, trying not to imagine how terrified Zara must be with every minute that passes. I need to keep my head clear if I'm going to get her out of this alive. Alexei kills the engine. Daniel, I want you to wait in the car. If shit hits the fan, I want you to take Zara to Forest Hills. Don't wait for us. My youngest brother nods. Got it. We all climb out of the car, and I give Daniel a slap on the shoulder as a silent thank you before he slides behind the wheel. And Alexei, Mikkel, and I turn toward the house. I look at Alexei. You sure about this? We don't have much of a choice. We walk up the front steps to the mansion. The place is obnoxiously huge, but I wouldn't expect anything less from Massimo Conti. Before we reach the top step, the door opens, and one of Massimo's men ushers us inside. Alexei shoots me one last warning look before we cross the threshold, and I fight the urge to roll my eyes. I'll behave if he does, I mutter under my breath. Mikkel and I flank Alex as we're led inside. My fingers itch to reach inside my jacket for my gun. I don't want to waste time talking, not while Zara is locked away somewhere in this house, pregnant and scared to death. We cross the expansive marble foyer. The place oozes wealth, from the art on the walls to the flecks of gold in the floor itself. My teeth grind together as we continue down a corridor, the sound of our footsteps echoing around us. In here, Massimo's lackey grunts as we stop outside a set of double doors. He knocks twice before pushing them open. I take a collective breath as we step inside and come face to face with Massimo Conti. He's just as intimidating as ever, with his navy three-piece and tattooed skin. He waves a ringed finger, and the doors slam shut behind us. Massimo looks straight at me, and a smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth. Not so cocky now, are you? My skin prickles beneath his stare, but I say nothing. He scoffs. I suggest you all take a seat. Mikkel and I sink down into the black leather couch, and Alexei takes the armchair to our left. We sit in silence as Massimo pours us each a scotch. He sets the drinks down in front of us, and Mikkel and Alexei immediately reach for theirs. I take one look at the amber liquid, and my stomach churns. My liquor not good enough for you Russians. Massimo eyes my full glass as he pours himself one. I shrug. I prefer to keep a clear head. Massimo huffs a laugh as he takes a seat on the couch opposite. He leans back, spreading his muscular thighs wide as he watches me closely. Since when? Since you decided to kidnap my wife. Alexei shoots me a glare, but I ignore him. Ah yes, Zara. The sound of her name on his lips has me seeing red. I go to lunge across the table, but Mikkel slams his hand against my chest, pushing me back into the couch. Dmitri. My eyes are on Massimo. His blue eyes gleam with amusement as he watches me. We have a proposal. Alexei sets his drink down on the table, resting his hands on his knees. Massimo waves one of his ringed fingers, silencing Alexei, as he jerks his chin in my direction. You can talk, seeing as this proposal better involve you marrying my daughter. Keep it together. I glance at Alexei, and he nods. You were right to suspect my marriage to Zara. Mikkel tenses beside me, but remains quiet. In the beginning, my relationship was nothing more than a convenient way to get out of marrying Lucia. You son of a bitch, Massimo growls, launching his glass across the room where it hits the wall and smashes. I fucking knew I should have put a bullet in your skull when you came to my club. Massimo, Alexei starts, but I put a hand up to silence him. I don't regret what I did. You will when I make you watch your wife bleed out in front of you. It takes everything I have to keep my face neutral, to not reach for the weapon inside my pocket and show this fucker how serious I am. If you think killing her is going to make me marry your daughter, then you're fucking delusional. I love Zara. My chest tightening as I speak the words. God, that woman became my whole world without even trying. And this fucker wants to take her from me to replace her with a fucking spoiled princess? Fuck him. I never thought I was capable of ever feeling that way about someone, but Zara is everything to me, and I don't want to live in a world when she doesn't exist. How fucking poetic of you, Massimo spits. Poetic or not, it is what you should want for your daughter. But I can tell you now, even if anything happens to Zara, I will never marry your daughter, but I can make it my mission in life to make sure she never has a happy moment ever again. Not that you care, apparently. Don't you love your daughter enough to want what is best for her? Because that is definitely not me. Massimo huffs as he storms over to his drinks cabinet and pours himself another large scotch. I couldn't give a shit about her finding love or being happy. He downs the drink and wipes his mouth on the back of his tattooed hand. My focus here is purely business. Igor Ivanov is making moves, and I want to make sure Lucia is protected at all costs. I frown. That's why he's doing this, because of Ivanov. Alexei gets to his feet. If it's business and power you're interested in, we can help with that. Of course, that's what I'm interested in. You think I'm playing matchmaker for the fun of it. Mikkel snorts beside me, and I jab him in the ribs with my elbow. Shut the fuck up. Alexei shoots us a glare over his shoulder. It seems we both have a shared agenda when it comes to Ivanov. Alexei turns back to Massimo. I suggest our two families form an alliance and go against Igor together. I can promise that you will be substantially rewarded for your help. You've made that promise to me before, Alexei Koslov. Why should I believe you this time? My brothers and I have learned from this misunderstanding. Alexei glances over at me. We are all in agreement that we need to do what is best for our family. Massimo narrows his eyes as he thinks for a moment, his ringed hand rubbing over his jaw as he glances between me and Alexei. What's in it for you? Seems like an easy deal. We have our own reasons to want Igor dealt with, and we're at a point where we will do anything to get the job done. With your help, we can get the job done quicker. When Alexei doesn't elaborate more, Massimo turns his attention back to me. I would also like to point out that Zara's father is a respected cop. Alexei seems to sense where Massimo's thoughts are leading. Killing his pregnant daughter might start a war with the police force that you will not win. Massimo nods. I want my daughter protected. There are other senior men in the Koslov Bratva that would be a fine match for Lucia. Make sure it is done, and you have yourself a deal. His eyes flick to Mikhail, and my body tenses. Is he being serious right now? I know I said it as a throwaway idea before, but I was venting at the time. We can't ask this of Mikhail. Except I don't see any other way out of this. If I ever want to see Zara again, I have to ask my brother to marry a woman he's never met. A fate I was too much of a coward to face might now fallen on him. Mikhail, guilt weighs heavily on my shoulders. He dips his chin in confirmation. I'll do it. Massimo narrows his eyes at Mikhail, and I hold my breath. Please let this work. Dante, Massimo yells. The doors to the study immediately open, and our escort arrives. Retrieve Zara from her holdings. My body sags with relief as Dante disappears. Mikhail places a comforting hand on my shoulder as I try to contain my emotions. It's over. Walk with me. Massimo tilts his head to the door, getting to his feet. I barely register my movements as we're led out of the study. All I can think about is Zara. I just want to hold her in my arms, to feel the warmth of her skin beneath my fingertips, to know that she's alive and safe. But although this is dealt with, I also know that Zara won't feel safe until Giovanni is gone for good. He's been kept alive for too long, and I need to take care of him once and for all. Once Zara is home, and I know she is well, Mikhail and I have some unfinished business to take care of, I say under my breath to Alexei as we walk down the steps to the waiting Hummer. I want Daniel to stay with Zara while we're gone. I feel Massimo's eyes on me, so I linger back, watching as Daniel climbs out of the car. Massimo narrows his eyes at me. Does this have anything to do with Giovanni Saccone? That fucker has been a waste of air for too long. He's a snake. Useful, yes, but he has no loyalty to anyone except himself. He's served his purpose to me, but I have no further need for him. Good, because in a few hours, he's going to be dead. Massimo huffs a laugh. I'm curious to know your history with him. He was more than willing to throw you to the wolves without a second thought. I take a deep breath and turn to face Massimo. He raped my wife. The words feel like poison on my tongue. Massimo curses. I made a promise to protect my wife, and while he's still breathing, she won't ever feel safe. I think it's about time he pays for his crime. I blink as Massimo steps toward me and places a large hand on my shoulder. We do what we have to in order to protect our family, Massimo states, a knowing look in his eyes. That we have in common, Koslov. I nod. From behind me, Alexei calls out, Dmitri. The crunching of tires on gravel fills the air, and I whip around as a blacked-out Range Rover approaches. The moment it comes to a stop, the door opens and Zara staggers out. Sladkaya, I choke, sprinting over to her and wrapping her up in my arms. Jizn moya. I'm okay, she wraps her arms around me. I was so fucking worried. I cup her face and press a kiss to her lips. She whimpers against my lips, her small hands clutching my shirt as I kiss her again. You're okay? Please tell me you're okay. I pull back to take a proper look at her. She looks pale and tired, and there's a small cut to her temple, but otherwise she looks unharmed. The babies, she clutches her stomach. My eyes flick down, and my heart sinks as I notice the dried blood coating her fingers. He called a doctor, but it still doesn't feel right. Her lip trembles as she looks up at me with frightened eyes. I glance over my shoulder, but Massimo has already disappeared back inside the house. Fucking coward. It's okay, Sladkaya, I stroke her hair. We'll get you to the hospital. I reach down, scooping Zara into my arms, and carry her over to the Hummer. I will stay to sort out the details with Massimo. Alexei opens the back passenger door. You need to get Zara checked out. I frown at him. You can't stay here alone. Mikhail gives me a knowing look. Felix is on his way. We should get going, Dmitri. Vuk. Giovanni Sakon. Zara moans. One thing at a time. Right now Zara is my priority. Until I know everything is okay with her and my unborn children, Giovanni Sakon will have to wait. I get Zara settled in the backseat of the Hummer and climb in beside her, tucking her shivering body against me. I can't stop touching her, unable to believe that she's finally back in my arms where she belongs. Keep me updated, Alexei says before slamming the door shut. Daniel, I want you to drive like your fucking life depends on it, you hear? I almost lost my wife, and I'm not about to lose my babies too. 32. DIMITRI. Zara's knuckles turn white as she clutches my hand. You did the right thing to get checked out, Dr. Taylor assures us. But the babies both look good. They have strong heartbeats and are on track in terms of their size. I would like to keep you in for observation just because of the amount of blood you lost. With a multiples pregnancy, there are always greater risks, so I'd like to monitor you for another day or two just to be safe. Zara stares at the ultrasound. They're really okay. Dr. Taylor removes her gloves. They're perfect, Zara. Zara lets out a sob of relief, and my body sags as it finally starts to sink in that we're all going to be okay. I'll be back in an hour or so to check your vitals again. Dr. Taylor gets to her feet. And I would also like to see you have something to eat, Zara. Your blood sugar is a little low for my liking. Hospital food sucks. Zara wrinkles her nose. I let out a breathy chuckle as I squeeze her hand. I'm sure I can persuade Daniel to go out and get you something else. Whatever you want. Once Dr. Taylor leaves us alone, I climb onto the bed beside Zara and tuck her in against my chest, reveling in the feel of her in my arms. The ultrasound picture has been left up on the screen for us to look at, and I can feel Zara's body start to relax even further as she gazes at it. I was so sure I'd lost them. I know, Sladkaya, but they're both fine. You kept them safe. She offers me a watery smile before looking back to the monitor to stare at the picture. I kiss the top of her head. The most important thing is that you're okay. If anything had happened to you, I would never have forgiven myself. I can't imagine how terrified she must have felt when she started to bleed. Zara looks into my eyes. This isn't your fault, Dmitri. I'm the one who lied to Massimo. I knew what would happen if I went back on the deal, and I did it anyway. I risked your life. I knew what I was getting myself into. She squeezes my hand. You were honest from the start, so you cannot blame yourself. If anyone is to blame, it's me. I'm the reason Massimo found out. She sighs, biting her lower lip as her eyes fill with tears. You're not to feel guilty. But I press my lips to hers. She freezes for a moment, but then she's parting her lips, and I slide my tongue into her mouth, moaning as it brushes against hers. I love you so fucking much, I murmur against her lips. I sink my fingers into her hair, tilting her head back to give me better access to her mouth. She moans against me as I trace her lower lip with my tongue. I love you too. I can't fight the smile that pulls my lips. I clutch her face in my hands as I rest our foreheads together, both of us panting as we try to catch our breath. It honestly scares me how much I love you, how much I love these babies, and they're not even here yet. Opening up your heart to someone else is hard, but a life without love is even harder. You deserve to feel loved, Dimitri, and I want to be the one to love you for the rest of my life. And you say I'm the softie. She rolls her eyes, but a crimson blush stains her cheeks. My smile widens. I knew I'd get you to fall for me in the end. The penthouse and the huge diamond ring were big factors. She chuckles. I nip at her jaw, and she laughs, the sound like music to my ears. I'm sure there were some other factors. Clearly, otherwise I wouldn't be knocked up right now. I can't hold back my laugh as Zara smiles shyly up at me. You are the woman of my dreams, Zara Koslov. I kiss her deeply. I wait around until Zara has her vitals checked again, just to make sure everything is all right with her and the babies, before deciding it's time to take care of Giovanni once and for all. Where are you going? Zara looks panicked as I climb off the bed. There's something I have to take care of. Dimitri. It's all right, Sledkaya. I'll be back soon. I bend down to kiss her lips. What are you going to do? I'm going to get rid of your nightmares for good. I hate leaving Zara, but neither of us will be able to rest fully until Giovanni Sakon is no longer breathing. So, I make sure Daniel is by her side to keep me updated in case her condition changes before Mikkel, and I take a little trip over to Chinatown. My brother is silent as we drive over to the warehouse where Giovanni is being held. I have no doubt that he's ruminating on the bargain he made with Massimo, but knowing Mikkel, he won't want to talk about it. Least of all with me. I'm not sure whether I'll ever get over the guilt I currently feel toward Mikkel. I'm the reason he's going to be signing his life over to a spoiled mafia princess, and no matter whether he willingly agreed to it or not, he never would have had to if I hadn't broken the deal with Massimo in the first place. Mikkel slams the car door. Stop it. Stop what? I frown at my brother. Feeling guilty about this shit with Massimo, he runs his tattooed hand through his dark hair. Mikhail. The deal is done, Dimitri. It doesn't have to be. Mikhail looks at me, his face like stone. We all have a role to play in order to keep this family safe. Right now, you need to fulfill yours. Focus on what needs to be done. He's right. I have my whole life to feel guilty about what will happen to him. For now, we have a job to do. I nod. Let's get this over with. Mikkel folds his arms over his chest as he looks down at Giovanni. I kept him alive, just like you asked. I've never seen a more pathetic sight of a man, lying in a pool of his own blood and piss. The stumps at the end of each of his arms are heavily bandaged, though blood is no longer soaking through. His skin is covered in dark purple bruising, and his breathing is shallow as I watch the slow rise and fall of his chest. You sure about that? Mikkel rolls his eyes before landing a swift kick to Giovanni's ribs. He whimpers. Pretty sure, Mikkel shrugs, though I still don't know why you wanted me to go to the trouble. I thought it would be enough to leave him like this. I look down at the piece of shit. That, and I know Zara didn't want his blood to be on my hands. That's not her decision to make. When it comes to her life with me, it's always her decision. I won't ever let her feel like she doesn't have a choice or a say. What does she say now? We both want to move on from this, to have a fresh start, and we can't do that while he's still breathing. Mikkel shakes his head. Men who treat women like this make me sick. Which is exactly why they deserve to suffer and then die. If anyone dared to touch my girl, they'd be dead within seconds. I wouldn't be able to restrain myself. I don't know how you could stand knowing this fucker was still alive, breathing the same air as Zara. He won't be much longer. I'm tired of this fucker taking me away from my wife. I reach into the pocket of my jacket and pull out my knife. I take a step closer, wrinkling my nose at the smell of Giovanni's piss-covered body, before landing another kick to his ribs. Wake the fuck up. Giovanni moans, and his eyelids flicker open just enough for him to realize who's standing over him. Thank you for not dying. It's going to make this next part that much sweeter to know you'll feel every second of it. I chuckle, bending down to crouch over his body. And no, he shrieks. What was that? I tilt my head. Did you say no? Giovanni groans as he tries to move his legs. I don't think you actually understand what that word means. Because you sure as hell didn't pay attention when Zara told it to you. Giovanni's breathing becomes more labored as he tries to move. Now you get to know how Zara felt. I snarl as I reach out and grip his limp cock in my left hand. I made a promise to you, Sakon. I dig the edge of my blade into the underside of his cock, and I don't go back on my promises. Please. I don't give him a chance to continue before I slice my knife clean through the flesh. He screams as blood spurts out of the open wound. If you can't use it responsibly, you don't deserve to have one. I carry on with the rest of the threat as well. Giovanni chokes. His eyes are wide, his body convulsing as blood continues to pour from the wound. I don't look away, wanting to see the light drain from his eyes once and for all. Mikkel comes to stand beside me. Fuck, makes me appreciate mine even more after seeing that. I huff a laugh as I wipe my hands on my shirt. It doesn't take more than a few minutes for Giovanni's chest to stop moving as he bleeds out, unable to breathe. Mikkel and I stand shoulder to shoulder, watching over him as he takes his final breath. He will never hurt Zara ever again. It's finally over. I text Daniel asking for an update on Zara and the babies as I head back to the penthouse to change. I don't want Zara to see the blood on my hands, not after all she's been through in the last 24 hours. He sends me a picture back of him, and Zara sharing a plate of pancakes. My shoulders shake with silent laughter as I take in the goofy grin on Daniel's face compared to the scowl on Zara's as she tries to steal his fork. I've never felt more grateful for my brothers than I have in the last few hours. They were willing to help me save the woman I love without a second thought to the consequences. Knowing that they have Zara's back means everything. I race back to the hospital after showering and changing into a clean shirt and pants, no longer smelling of blood or sweat. Thanks, Brat. I slap my hand against Daniel as he meets me at the door to Zara's room. She's a good one. Daniel flashes me a grin. Don't fuck it up. I huff a laugh, but as I glance over his shoulder and lock eyes with Zara, my heart swells in my chest. She's the best. Daniel slaps me on the shoulder before leaving me alone with my wife. I take a moment to stare at her in the bed, relief washing over me at the color that stains her cheeks. She's alive. You missed out on some good pancakes. A smile tugs at her lips. I'm sure I can bribe a nurse to bring us some more. I chuckle as I cross the room and climb onto the bed beside her. She immediately snuggles into my side and lets out a contented sigh. He's gone, isn't he? Zara mumbles into my chest. You never have to worry about Giovanni ever again. You're safe, Zara. Really? She glances up at me with wide eyes. Really? He's gone for good. She covers her mouth with her hand to try and muffle the sob that escapes her. I wrap my arms around her and pull her against me as her body is overcome with emotion, rubbing my hand up and down her back. We're going to be okay. I thought I was going to lose you and the babies. I was so scared," her voice cracks. "SHH, I'm not going anywhere. Here, I'll prove it to you." I climb off the bed, reaching for her left hand. The diamond engagement rings sparkling under the fluorescent lights. "What are you doing?" Her eyes go wide as I slide the ring off her finger. I try to hide my smile as I sink down onto one knee beside her bed and hold the ring out in front of me. "Zara Koslov, you are the love of my life. Every single vow I made on our wedding day was from the bottom of my heart, and even though it was supposed to be fake, I meant every word I said. I wouldn't change a thing from that day, except maybe not waking up with you in my arms." I wink at her to let her know I am not mad or sad at her. "So, Sladkaya Zhizn, my sweet life, will you stay married to me, but for all the right reasons this time? Or will you marry me again if you hated our first wedding? As long as I can call you wife and I'm yours, I'm good either way." Zara laughs, shaking her head as she looks at me with her eyes shiny and wide. "Dmitri, I love being your wife, so my answer is yes." "Really?" I beam at her and then I frown. "Wait, which question are you saying yes to?" "To staying married to you, silly." Yeah. Yeah, I loved our wedding day, and I meant everything I said too." I put the ring on her finger and kiss her hand. "I think that's when I fell in love with you." Her breath catches as she looks down at the ring again. I climb to my feet to take her face in my hands. "I love you so damn much, Zara Koslov, and I want nothing more than to be your husband for real this time." "I love you, Dmitri Koslov," she whispers. "Thank you for being mine." "Forever," I whisper back before kissing her deeply. EPILOGUCRA. 7 months later. They're finally asleep. I sigh, collapsing onto the couch. For now, Dmitri chuckles and I shoot him a glare. He's busy in the kitchen, washing bottles, and the sight makes my heart swell. He's taken to fatherhood so well. Granted, we've only been home for 48 hours, but he hasn't complained once. I, on the other hand, am exhausted and have been a blubbering mess. But I have a good excuse seeing as I just pushed 2 babies out of my body a little over a week ago. If I've not been crying from a lack of sleep, it's from happiness at the sight of the twins snuggled up together in the bassinet beside me. My heart is fit to bursting. "Are you sure you're ready for visitors?" He comes over to sit beside me. He lifts his arm, and I snuggle into his side, letting my eyes flutter closed for a moment. I don't think we have a choice. Bianca has been blowing up my phone all day asking for photos, and so has my sister. "Zara, it's okay if you want some more time, just the 4 of us." The 4 of us. There was a time where I thought that would never happen. As if he can sense the thought, Dmitri tightens his arm around me and presses a kiss to my forehead. "We're all safe, Sladkaya." I nod, swallowing the lump in my throat. I want Sasha and Benedict to meet everyone. I know Dmitri is desperate to introduce his brothers to the newest additions to the Koslov family. We were planning on having everyone come to the hospital, but the labor progressed so quickly that by the time Dmitri got me there, I was ready to push. I barely had a chance to get my head around the fact that the babies were coming before I was holding them in my arms for a second, before they were off to the incubator for a few days. Dmitri, sensing how overwhelmed I was, decided to invite our family over to the penthouse, only once I had been discharged to meet the twins, giving me more time to focus on my babies, and us a little more time to adjust to life as a family of 4. He's been incredible, and I couldn't have wished for a better husband or father to my children. Barely an hour later, the living area of the penthouse is filled with chatter as Dmitri's brothers arrive, as well as Bianca, Leo, and my parents and sister. Bianca immediately goes into hostess mode, sorting out drinks for everyone and getting Leo sorted with some toys and snacks, allowing me to just sit on the couch and enjoy being spoiled by my family. Everyone is completely enamored with the twins. Even Mikkel manages a smile as I introduce him to his new niece and nephew, though it's not long before the babies start squawking. Leo immediately runs over to the bassinet, reaching up to try and peek inside. "Careful, Leo," Bianca calls out, but I quickly get to my feet and reach for the toddler. "What do you think, Leo?" I pick up my nephew so he can get a look at the babies. He points his chubby finger at his cousins, and I laugh as he blinks when Sasha lets out a cry. "I think she's hungry," I explain to him. "Batu," he looks at me with his big blue eyes, and I chuckle. "That's right, Leo. They're going to have some bottled milk." Leo squirms in my arms, wanting to get down to go and play with the basket of toy trucks and building blocks that I keep on hand for when he visits. Though I suppose before long Sasha and Benedict will be the ones playing with them. The thought makes my eyes sting. I can't believe he used to be that small. Bianca sighs, coming over to stand next to me, her hand over her heart as she gazes adoringly down at the twins. "It's going by too fast." "You're welcome to come and snuggle these two anytime," I offer. "Oh, trust me, I will," she laughs. "It makes me want another one." I bend down to pick Benedict up out of the bassinet. His little fist punches the air as he screws his face up. "This little guy is hungry," I chuckle. "Who wants to feed him?" Emily holds her arms out to take Benedict. "Oh, I will. Come and have some cuddles with Auntie Emily." I grin at my sister as she cradles Benedict in her arms. I help her get settled on the couch beside my mom and hand her a bottle and burp cloth before going back to the bassinet to fetch Sasha. "Do you want to feed her?" I ask Daniel, who's hovering nearby. "Sure, why not?" he shrugs. "How hard can it be?" Mikkel laughs as Dimitri walks past him with the bottle for Sasha. If Dimitri can do it, then not at all. "Watch it," my husband warns, smacking Mikkel around the back of the head. "Ow, what the fuck was that for?" Alexei frowns. No cursing in front of Leo. Mikkel scoffs. He'll learn it eventually with you as his father. "Remind me why we didn't leave you at home," Alexei grumbles. I catch Dimitri's eye, and we both grin. I love the fact that my children are going to grow up with such a large family who loves them so much. We might not be perfect, but there's no doubt that we all have each other's backs. I never thought I'd say it, but I honestly couldn't have asked for a better extended family than the Koslov brothers. I pick Sasha up out of the bassinet and hand her over to Daniel, who cradles her with confidence. "Be careful, she tends to spit up quite a lot." I hand him the bottle. And I'm out. Daniel hands the baby off to Dimitri, who appears beside us. "Amateur," Dimitri chuckles, shaking his head at his youngest brother, put off by a little baby vomit. "Yep, and I'm not afraid to admit it. You can change their diapers instead." I pat Daniel on the shoulder, and he shoots me a look of disgust, which only makes me laugh more. "Let me," my father offers. Dimitri carefully hands Sasha over to him, and my eyes start watering as I take in the sight of my burly father delicately holding his granddaughter. Sorry, I can't stop crying. I wipe my eyes. Dimitri places an arm around my waist and pulls me against him. I sniffle. I'm just so happy. "Twins are a blessing. Now you have 2 more heirs to the family business," he mutters under his breath. I frown at my father, but he's only looking at Dimitri. "Family business? What is my father talking about?" "Dad, I trust you'll do what's right by my grandbabies." He has a knowing look in his eye as he stares Dimitri down. "Yes, sir. My family is my #1 priority." "I will hold you to that, Koslov." He turns and takes Sasha over to the couch, sitting down beside my mom. "Does he know?" I breathe, clutching Dimitri's arm as I watch my mother carefully take Sasha from my father. I have no doubt that he did some digging into my family the moment we announced our engagement. He can't have. There's no way my father would have let me walk down the aisle if he knew the truth about your family. There's one thing that might have made him come around. What? The fact that he could see how fucking in love I was with his daughter, that he was willing to look past it. But you were, I frown, not then. I glance up at Dmitri, and a faint blush stains his cheeks as he gazes down at me with nothing but love in his eyes. I've loved you since the moment I first laid eyes on you, Zara Koslov. He cups my face in his hands, and I will continue to love you for the rest of my life. Dmitri Koslov, you big softy. My eyes start to water once more. He leans down and kisses me. Only for you, Sladkaya, my sweet. Get ready for Mikhai and Lucia's story in Sinful Wrath, coming soon. In the meantime, I think you will love Vengeful Vows. Read on for a preview.